you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I'll be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be a blessing. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing, I'll be a blessing. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm have foot for walk, another blessing. Me in the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, y'all take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing.
Welcome to my assembly. Don't forget, shoes off at the door.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Soda, ya. Soda, yeah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Shalom. Welcome to my assembly. Don't forget, shoes off at the door.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Soda, ya.
Week, peace and blessings. Let me just get my life together and get my headband on. All right, let's get started. Tonight's lesson tonight gonna be a very dope lesson. Of course, I got some info. I got some fresh info, right? I'm gonna break down tonight. I'm gonna do the also tonight's live stream. I'm gonna do an information about the Haitian brothers and sisters as well, because there's a lot of things going on with these puppet masters and these serpent bloodline families, the 1% billionaires and trillionaires who want to enslave us all, who don't like none of us, playing all of the races against one another. And most people don't see the hand of the puppet master and his devices as he tries to usher us all into a slavery and a captivity. I'm gonna show you that fruit tonight too. I'm gonna let y'all hear from the serpent seed's mouth. You're gonna hear the serpent seed themselves say what they want to do to us as masses of people. So they are, sorry, let me bring my mic over. So they are continually pushing narratives and inflaming sentiments and emotions in the people and all nations. They having all of us go at one another while they continue to put together their agenda that's coming in 2030 and all of that, right? And did I grab that clip? I didn't grab that clip. My bad. I was supposed to grab that other clip. That would have been a good one. I'll have to do it. I'll just do it another time. All right. I just realized, man, I was supposed to grab another clip. All right. So tonight's lesson, here it is. All right, hold on. Let me put thumbnail on the screen so brothers and sisters coming to the live stream, they know where they at. All right. We just getting live. Please give a like to the live stream so brothers and sisters around the world can know we live and come on in the building. Let me, I'm gonna add my brothers and sisters in the building. Let me go to share screen, right? Share screen, window. Where is my thumbnail? Bang, share. There we go. So now when they come to the live stream, they don't just see, they know where they at. All right. Now let me let my brothers present, invite guests, right? Peace and blessings to everybody joining the live stream, everybody in the ministry, all the newer people who just found us over the last couple of weeks. Peace and blessings to you all. All right, let me go to comments. Peace and blessings to the comment section, Sister Phyllis Richards. Shout out to my brother B from Righteous Perspective. Shout out to B in the building. Control V. It's going down, B. I got something really good coming out tonight. And I had a clip from B. B gave me a clip from Righteous Perspective. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to play that clip tonight. I'm probably sure they're probably gonna do it on their channel. But if I don't, I'll do it on my Friday live stream. All right. I wanted to grab it tonight, but I got a full plate tonight. All right. Blessings Hakiyama. Shout out to Georgia in the building. Blessings Tamaya. Shout out to Oakland, California in the building. Shout out to everybody worldwide in the building. Let's get started. All right, here we go. Tonight's live stream. Karmelo Proof. Y'all see the thumbnail? Yeah. Oh, y'all sure already know. The house of the Most High. It's like, oh boy, Unc on that junk. Unc got some stuff. Yeah, we got some stuff. All right, here we go. So this thumbnail I made, right? I put the school in the courtroom. You know what I mean? I be working this AI, right? That's why I know people like, how you get AI to do that? It ain't just AI. AI is a tool, guys, like everything else. You got to use it and use your ingenuity, use your learned skills to make it, your ideas and your things even better. It's an assistant. You understand? So don't be afraid of it. Do not be afraid of it. Be righteous, right? Don't be disrespecting the AI and talking negative. Be righteous, be kind, be respectful, be moral, and use it like everything else you use. Like we use money as a tool, right? Money ain't evil. It's the spirit that's over the people that use it. Guns ain't don't harm nobody. It's the people who will get a gun and what the spirit behind the gun is, right? So it could protect you. It could be something, right? So these things we can't be afraid of. You understand? So I'm teaching y'all, do not be afraid of it. If you're unrighteous, then you need to be afraid. Be very afraid. Facts, because it is the whole Terminator coming to get you, right? Christy Love coming to get you, honey. That's an old blaxploitation TV show of a pretty black woman in the 670s, right? I'm just definitely showing my age. To the elders, I know y'all like, did Unc just say Christy Love? Y'all Google Christy Love. She pretty black girl too. But she probably about 99. She probably 110 years old right now. Yeah, Christy Love, coming to get you, honey. First black TV superhero star, action figure. All right, so anyway, y'all know, I guess I'm already on one already. All right, so this thumbnail, right? So I got the police cars, the school, the crime tape. Oh, we going there tonight. And then I got Karmelo proof steroids. Then I put a big hypodermic needle, and look at the RIP to young Austin Metcalf. And look at this one. You see him? Yeah. Something everybody understand, it's always in the eyes. You understand? R.I.P. to young Austin. Between Hunter, between Eddie Para, between Carson Young, between all these other individuals, the big boy crew, what they call themselves, something shady really went down. And this young brother, Austin, he got caught up in it. But the eyes never lie. The eyes never lie, guys. You always look for the spirit behind people. You understand? Their mama said they weren't the same, of course, right? Everybody's different. We all created different. But just shout out to everybody coming in the building. But just because you are twins, identical, does not mean you have the same spirit. Does not mean you're the same. But the eyes never lie. I always look in the eyes. Eyes tell a whole story. You know, they call it the keys to the soul or the windows to the soul and all that. Yeah. They tell a whole story. You understand? There's something dark going on. Something dark going on. All right? And we're going to get there. Okay? So, drugs. Was drugs involved? The thumbnail. Here it is. Hunter, the cops, and drugs. Finally proof. Yeah. When I seen this, I said, I got it now. Karmelo Anthony report live. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. Let's get into the live stream. It's over 100 on the live stream so far. We about to get going. Y'all know once we get going, ain't no turning back. You heard? Once we get going, we gonna get going. Karmelo proof, steroids was their drugs, and what did Hunter and them, right? Shout out to Y'all in the building. Y'all laughing at Christy Love. Christy Love, coming to get you, honey. I remember 40 used to chase us. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna do this. When we was young, in the Parkside Project, Strong Island, in the playground, and we young too, like 6 years old, 6 years old. And one of our little friends, he was gay back then. You know what I mean? This is the 70s. You know, you always had somebody that was a little feminine, like they were, right? So I would be like, I'm Superman. And somebody be like, I'm Batman. Another one be like, I'm O.J. Simpson. Another one be like, I'm Captain America. And 40 said, I'm Christy Love. Coming to get you, hun. So the reason why I keep saying that, I swear my memory, the Most High gave me a memory that I can't just even make up. I remember stuff from the freaking 60s and the 70s, right? I remember stuff from when I'm 5 years old. So we'd be on the playground running, right? So we, play, and he'd be like, I'm Christy Love, and we all run, right? He said, I'm coming to get you, honey. And he'd chase us, as you kids and you playing. I swear, you think I'm lying? If I'm lying, I'm flying. And shout out to 40, shout out to 4 Deuce. He's still in that life. I'm not promoting the life, but that's his thing. You know what I mean? He was a pretty good dude, shout out to his family and his brothers and all that, right? But it's just a thing. Y'all know in the hood, it was always somebody in your family or something. It was always somebody that was, I don't want to disrespect because I'm talking about 40. You know what I mean? And 40's cool. He do his thing, but he does his thing, that's his thing. You know what I mean? It's just, how we are. So a lot of times they try to paint so-called Black America like we're so, just so wicked and evil. And we're really not. We're always accepting of all people. Our thing was like, if something is your thing, just keep it over there. You see, we are very, what you call it, people. I'm gonna get to the thumbnail. Let's get to the live stream. We are very compartmentalized people. We're very mind your business type of people. We're not a nosy culture of people. We mind our own beeswax. And it's like, whatever you got going on, as long as you keep it over there, you know what I mean? We all good. Don't bring it over here. I won't bring my mess over there. And we can coexist. That's the way it was, especially in the 60s and 70s. You have people who was in that lifestyle, but they called it in the closet, or they kept it, they kept it to themselves. That's just how we are. You know what I mean? We're not a nosy group of people. We're a mind your business group of people. We also a leave us alone group of people. Oh, come on, Father. Oh, the Most High here already. Let's get started. I'm about to stand this desk up. I'm about to stand up. Ain't no sitting down now. We also leave us alone kind of people. We also don't touch us kind of people. We also please respect us and we will respect you kind of people. Now I'm talking about the generality of the people. Now we do have a decimated part of our culture of people, like every nation of people have a decimated part of their culture of people. Everybody got crash outs in their nations of people. You understand? And I'm talking about literally nations of people. No matter what nation of people you come from what country, what continent, whatever, you got crash outs of your lineage of people. You got ignorant ones of your lineage of people. You got wicked, evil ones of your lineage of people. Don't just point it to the black of the blacks. Everybody got it. You heard? Come on. Yin yang is called kalalaya completion. Yin yang, right? Wherever there's positive, there's going to be negative. You understand? The Bible says two nations will come from one womb. That's what y'all seeing on the screen. The Bible said two nations will come from one womb. What that means is two temperaments of people, two spirits can come from one womb, one nation. You understand? That's why I says all skin folk ain't kin folk. But let's get started. Hold on, let me stand this desk up. Hold on, let me see where I'm at. Let me put this up here. It's time to get funky. Let's get to rocking and rolling. Come on, Hakyama. I'm about to stand up. I like to stand up there. Just give me a second. And I put this shirt on purpose. You know why I put this shirt on? Because it's red, white, and blue. And I'm about to show some things in a minute. After we get through all this Karmelo, Hunter, and the drugs and all that, sex, drugs, and rock and roll and all this crazy stuff, we about to get to the Haitians and the conditions of people and what's going on and the so-called Black Americans. That's why I put on a red, white, and blue shirt, because it's an American thing. Y'all better, somebody told you wrong. I'm going somewhere. Where I'm going, I built this. We built this. Some blood, sweat, and tears. You heard? That part. That's why I got this red, white, and blue. I'm kind of hot. Daughter of Yah, could you bring, I'm going to get hot. Could you bring my fan, the other fan, please, so I can have it blowing over here? Cause I can't turn that one up. It'd be too loud. Y'all hear it. All right, now let me get my camera set up. Hakyama, let me know when you can see it's not cutting my head off. I probably should be able to see it once I do it. Let me see. Uh-oh. What happened? It worked last time. Nah, it don't work. What you doing, bro? There you go. There you go. I think that's it.
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you. Mic is good. I can bring the mic up a little bit since I'm standing. There we go. Bring the mic up. There we go. That's a little better. All right. Let me see. All right. Hair's all right. Decent. Got the red, white, and blue on. Kind of hot. Kind of hot, though. I put it on purpose. Once you bring the fan in here, and bring some water, too, please, if you don't mind, please. Thank you so much. All right. Let's get started. Here we go, everybody. 130 on the live stream tonight. Please give a like. We about to go in. Here it is. Hunter, the popo, and the drugs. Finally proof. Syringes, steroids. Was there drugs involved? Yeah. There's some reports, and I didn't do it before. I never did it before because it looked at, nowadays they got AI, right? They got stuff. So try to be very careful on the things that I present to you guys, right? I'm held accountable for all things. That's what the Most High calls us to be, right? So I don't just put stuff out just because someone sends it to me or just because I see it. I try to discern if I could discern if this could be truthful or not, because I don't want to make this a thing where we put out false information or false news. Trust in everything. Trust is everything. And, you know, this is a ministry. We're not just a YouTube channel. You understand? There's accountability to our righteousness and the discerning of information, what you eat, because information is food to your spirit. So I'm very careful of what we feed the children of the Most High that He allows to find us through the shadow band. You understand? So here we go. So I don't know how much they're going to let us get to the shadow band tonight, but we're going to teach this word no matter what. All right. So here we go. The Karmelo proof steroids. All right, let's go. I'm going to do the first clip of the night, right? First clip of the night. I probably should, let me see. Is my mic loud? Yeah, it's kind of loud. Let me bring it down a little bit because I'm standing. I'm probably going to get loud. All right. So there you go. All right. So 38 might be better. All right. Because I'm probably going to get loud. I feel like I'm on one already. Thank you so much. Yep. I feel that right there. Thank you.
Excuse me?
That, please. Go ahead, Hakyama.
Are we going to do call-ins tonight?
Who? Oh, no, I couldn't set up the call-ins tonight. So it was a lot more than I need. So I tried to put it together, right? And that's why I was so late starting too, because I'm working everything. But there's so many other components because I have to do it the right way for safety's sake. I'm not just boo-boo the fool. You understand? For safety's sake. So it should be together Friday. So I have to pay for this thing. And then Hakyam, I'm gonna get with you and we're gonna set that up. So I can't do it tonight, but we can do the link. If anybody want to join, and if you want to speak about when we any subject, Hakyam, you can remind me to go tonight's live to go and put the link in where they can join us if somebody want to express themselves, right? Just no cussing, okay? But we're gonna have a live call-in show, right? So thank you so much. And I just got to get more of that prepared. All right, here we go. Let's get into the first video clip of the night. Let's get this started. Let's get this going. Let's get to rocking and rolling. You heard? Rocking and rolling. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna grab the first clip is this one. Right, let me close that, bring that down. First clip is this one, right? Let's get started because already over 100 people on the live stream. And I'm going to go here first. Bang, let's do it. This one first. All right, so we, let me just do this one first. All right, bang. So, stop share, right? Make this smaller. Come to you guys, stop share, bang, share screen, bang, share, right? All right, let's get this intro going so others can know we live. Please give a like. We going somewhere. We about to go into Hunter, the cops, the drugs, proof, and let's go. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We're on right to the video. Let's react to the video.
I'm not going to deal with Jeff Metcalf and him and his family bullied us out of our seat. That's how this trial came to be, is because his kids are bullies and want to bully people out of their seats. So where do you think his kids learn to be bullies at? According to their environment. That's all I'm going to say.
Somebody in the college.
So some of us, we saw these clips, right? I'm going somewhere, right? We saw this clip, right? So this white lady was in the courtroom and she was talking about the way Jeff Metcalf, the dad, was bullying people out their seats in the courtroom and all that type of stuff, right? And so we about to hear and we about to find out and we about to discern because we about to read some actual files. We about to, I got y'all, right? So she's telling you this ain't nobody black, so that's why, I'm playing this because get out your feelings. Ain't nobody black saying this. This is a white woman saying that he was bullying. She said, where do you think the sons got it from? Okay? So anyway, let's continue.
This trial came to be is because his kids are bullies and want to bully people out of their seats. So where do you think think his kids learn to be bullies at? According to their environment, that's all I'm gonna say.
Somebody in the Collin County's prosecution's office edited Karmelo Anthony's mugshot to cover up the fact that he was assaulted. This is when Karmelo Anthony was arrested at the track meet. His nose is swollen and his right eye is a little swollen. And most notable, on the same side where his right eye is a little swollen, you can also see a patch of his locks missing. Now here's the Collin County mugshot once he was booked.
So right there is a patch of his locks is missing, right? I showed this before. You see that right there? This is the actual mugshot when I zoomed in, he got a star under his eye. His eye is actually bloodshot red, and there's a cut on his eyebrow as well, right? But then they want to show this picture. They want to release this picture where it's smoothed out. They doctored it. So you see right here over the ear, there's a patch of hair missing where they probably grabbed and pulled his lock out when they was grabbing on him and, when they was doing what they was doing to him, right? So you see it right here, right? So that's the point that people are trying to bring out, that there's a lot of shadiness going on in this trial. I know some of y'all seen this, but we going somewhere. I'm about to go somewhere y'all ain't seen. I'm doing this to let the people know we live and come on in the building. Please give a like so everybody else can find out we live. And hopefully we can get through a little bit of the shadow ban. But let's continue.
A patch of his locks missing. Now here's the Collin County mug shot once he was booked the exact same day. They edited the picture and made him a little darker. You can clearly see they edited the picture. They took down the swelling on his nose and eye, and they edited his hair. The part where that patch is missing is now filled in. This was a dirty cover-up trial in a racist conservative county in Texas. They railroaded Karmelo Anthony. The prosecution lied about Anthony not being welcome. Karmelo was invited to sit at the tent by his track teammate, Eddie Para. See, they ain't tell y'all that Karmelo was invited by his track teammate to sit under the tent to get out of the rain.
Right. So that's where a lot of people who are unhinged come in. He don't belong there. He didn't belong there. Why would he want to be somewhere he didn't belong? Yes, he was invited. Okay. And that's what witnesses testify. Okay. All right. He was invited by Eddie Para, invited him. Now, I'm not sure if it looked like a real setup. I'm about to show a clip that's kind of, y'all take it with a grain of salt, but it's everybody got speculations, but we're going to contemplate as we go on where we going in this live stream, right? We're going to get to the drugs in a second, right? So anyway, he was invited under the tent. We know that, right?
Which is why Karmelo didn't leave, because he was trying to get out the rain like all the other kids. Which is why Karmelo was invited by his track teammate. It was invited to sit at the tent by his track teammate, Eddie Para. See, they ain't tell y'all that Karmelo was invited by his track teammate to sit under the tent to get out of the rain. Which is why Karmelo didn't leave, because he was trying to get out the rain like all the other kids, and he was invited to sit there. Austin Metcalf's twin brother initially said he was the one that got into a confrontation with Karmelo Anthony.
And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack.
Did you hear that? He said my brother stepped in and told him to move. And then Austin grabbed Karmelo's backpack. You know this case was crooked because Hunter was the main witness. But because Hunter told the truth that wouldn't fit the prosecution's false narrative, they didn't even call him to the stand to testify, and he was the main witness. That's how you know something was off.
Well, if they would have called him to testify, everything would have fell apart. Guess what? Tonight I got something for y'all guys. Guess what I got for y'all? Remember last live stream? When we was talking about the blood clothing, remember when Sister Pinky came in and said, and remember I said, I showed there was no blood on the knife. There was no blood on the hoodie. There was no blood on Karmelo, except for a little pink, a little dab of blood on his finger, right? And, some people, no disrespect, but some people was like, that doesn't mean that when you stab somebody that the blood will come out. Not always, no disrespect, but when you stab somebody all the way to it goes through their breastplate, their bone, like, guys, I understand. Now, when I showed the forensic details, there's always going to be impact splatter. There will be blood, even if it's not visible to the eye. So they have, somebody wrote in my comment section, shout out to everybody who writes in the comment section after the live stream is over, right? And for all of those, we don't delete nobody's comments, right? The only time we'll take a comment down is if you cussing, right? We don't delete no comments. You don't even get, if you don't agree, we don't delete your comment, all right? We just don't allow cussing because we righteous children of the Most High, right? So if you put a comment, because there's some very great comments. A lot of you guys out there are very sharp and intelligent, right? I'm gonna start reading. I might do some tonight. Read some. Matter of fact, I am gonna do that tonight. Hakyama, remind me to read. Let me write it big. Read our comment section. Wait till y'all hear what these people are sharp. I mean, some people are sharp, right? So I want to explain that if you write something really good and powerful, sometimes the tube, quote unquote, the tube will take your stuff down, because you got to understand we're playing in someone else's playground. Shout out to, it's over 200 on the live stream. All right, we going somewhere. All right, we about to get this rolling. I was waiting to see when we get over 200. All right, so we about to get to it, right? Let me explain. When you write something so powerful, whenever you write a comment, guys, and you write in a big thing, always save it, copy it, and save it somewhere, because they'll take it down. You'll post it, and you'll come back, and it be gone. And some people think like I might have took it down or we took it down. We didn't take it down. They take our comments down in the ministry too. So, we got to remember we playing on other people's playing field. All right. So just make sure that you copy it somewhere else so you can try to post it again. And if you keep running into that problem, write a comment to me and then be like, I keep taking my post down, then I'll find a way you can send it to me and I'll try to say it on the live stream or something. You know what I mean? I'll say it on the live stream, right? So we got to remember that, guys. Everything is being monitored. Everything is being watched. And they really want a certain narrative to be pushed. So if you may have a very powerful comment, they'll take it down a lot of the times. All right? All right. Praise the Most High. All right. So let's go.
But what I want to know is how can Rick Child gun down a 14-year-old?
Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
And he was the main weak Carmelo's backpack. He said my brother stepped initially to sit under the tent to get out of the rain, which is why Karmelo didn't leave, because he was trying to get out the rain like all the other kids, and he was invited to sit there. Austin Metcalf's twin brother initially said he was the one that got into a confrontation with Karmelo Anthony.
And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. And he's like, make me move. Also grabbed his backpack.
Did you hear that? He said my brother stepped in and told him to move. And then Austin grabbed Carmelo's backpack. This case was crooked because Hunter was the main witness. But because Hunter told the truth that wouldn't fit the prosecution's false narrative, they didn't even call him to the stand to testify, and he was the main witness. That's how you know something was off. But what I want to know is how can Rick Child gun down a 14-year-old child and still get off on self-defense? But Karmelo was minding his business in a place where he was invited. He was bullied and harassed by two young men twice his size who were threatening to physically harm Karmelo if he didn't leave from a place where he was invited. Texas is a stand-your-ground state. If you believe two or more individuals are looking to do you harm, self-defense is legal, which is the reason why the prosecution didn't call Hunter to the stand. Because
that is multiple assailant defense. It is legal. And you heard Hunter say, my brother stepped up and then he did what? Grabbed his book bag, right? So again, I know people get in their feelings, but you can't get in your feelings when you're talking about the law, okay? And I'm about to start showing the clip in a second about the drugs. Let's get there. We about to get there, right? So let me walk this on out. Let's do this correctly. Share screen, window, bang, share, right? I broke this down on the other live stream, right? But since the brother brought it up, this is the multiple assailants law, okay? This is Texas criminal pattern jury charges. Texas criminal pattern jury instructions, TCPJI 2010. Okay, self-defense of a third person defense of property law, multiple assailants. The accused is entitled to a jury instruction regarding his right to defend himself against multiple assailants when there is evidence viewed from the accused standpoint that he was in danger of unlawful attack or threatened attack at the hands of more than one assailant. You heard a hunter say, told him to move. My brother stepped up. He told him to move. He didn't want to move. My brother grabbed his book bag. You heard the other ones on the other live stream in the courtroom testimony where they say they touched him and pushed him and put his hands on him and moved him and pushed him back and gently, lightly touched them or whatever, right? So you have multiple people approaching an individual, grabbing and touching, violating the individual's person. You understand? So this is what? Multiple assailants. Okay. And he's the lawyer, his lawyer was supposed to instruct the jury regarding his right to defend himself against multiple assailants, okay, according to the self-defense law, okay, defense and special evidentiary charges, Texas Criminal Pattern Jury Instructions, TCPJI. All right, so if he thought that he was in danger of an unlawful attack or threatened attack at the hands of more than one assailant in Frank versus State 688, Texas Criminal Act 1985, although the evidence of multiple assailants can be raised by statements contained in a confession, for defendant to be entitled to an instruction, the evidence must be more clear than it was in Dickey versus State 22. But an instruction is not required where the accused testified that he did not fear an attack from one assailant. Okay, so the accused is entitled to a jury instruction on self-defense against multiple assailants, where his co-defendant admits to using a knife against multiple assailants, and the accused could have been convicted as a party in Horn versus State. All right, so that's the multiple offense assailants that his Mike, whatever Mike name was, that lawyer who sold him down the river. All right, we about to go somewhere. I'm about to read y'all the kid. We about to find out about the blood. We about to find out about some drugs. Oh, let's go. Let's get started. Let's get this party rocking and rolling. All right. I'm probably gonna come back to that video. I'm probably gonna come back to that video. All right, let's get started. I want to get into it now. All right. So let me go grab this. Stop share that. Right. Come on, where I'm at. Stop share. Share screen, okay? Shout out to Yashiyaha in the building. Shout out to Canada in the building. Lick 2 shots for Jamaica, man, pound them. All right, now, let's go. Here we go. Bang, share. All right, let's just go back to him.
Because that would have proved that they both were coming at Karmelo and didn't leave from a place where he by 2 young men twice his size. He was invited. He was bullied and harassed by 2 young men twice his size who were threatening to physically harm Karmelo if he didn't leave from a place where he was invited. Texas is a stand your ground state. If you believe 2 or more individuals are looking to do you harm, self-defense is legal, which is the reason why the prosecution didn't call Hunter to the stand, because that would have proved that they both were coming at Karmelo, and Karmelo would have gotten off on self-defense. So the prosecution decided to lie and create a false narrative. Karmelo Anthony's teammate, Eddie Parra, the one who invited him to come sit down, he recorded the whole thing, but the police confiscated their phones. What if Karmelo Anthony was white and 2 twin young black men?
Now that's a fact. Eddie recorded the whole thing. And if you think all those other kids didn't record, then you'd be boo-boo-the-fool, right? And the police took the cell phones from the kids when they came on the scene. I'm about to show you in a second, right? So where is the footage? Eddie had footage of what happened. The cameras all over the stadium had clear footage of what happened. Why they won't give us the clear footage?
Each of them twice his size tried to make him get up.
All right, let's go. Let me get right into it, right? It's over 200 of us on the live stream. I'll come back to that clip a little later. I got to get to this part because that's going to bring in where we going with the drugs and stuff, right? So this person made a video. Let's just look at this video. I'm not saying this is legit. This is nothing, but everybody has their own speculation. But let's do this. This it's not funny, but it's just listen what he said. He's saying that Eddie he's saying this person here is saying he's trying to prove that in this clip that you really can't see too much, that he can prove that Eddie was the one who stabbed Austin, RIP to young Austin. All right, here we go. So let's see. All right, and then we're going somewhere. We're gonna get to the drugs. We're gonna get to the blood. Let's get going.
Okay.
Hold on, let me make sure it's full screen. There we go.
Y'all give me a second. Slow it down for y'all so y'all can see Eddie stab Austin Metcalf. Now, so to break it down one more time. This is Austin right here. This is Austin standing on the other side of this pole. Austin never goes over here. This is Austin. Eddie and another boy is here. Karmelo is between here. Hunter is over here.
Now, this is this person's perspective. Let's just see what he got. Let's see what he's presenting. All right? We're going somewhere, but I just thought this was very interesting, right? If not entertaining. Well, not RIP to all that happened, but not entertaining. Let's just discern. Let's just see what this brother got. I apologize for saying entertaining. All right, let's go.
But when you see them start to go towards Melo, watch right here. You're going to see Hunter head too, pulling. Melo going to break her loose. Eddie arm going to slip off and hit Austin in the chest. Right here, it's going to get real blurry because that's when the stab happened down.
It's already real blurry, brother. That's a funny statement. He says it's going to get real blurry, and all we're looking at is a bunch of blurred blobs, right? But let's continue.
I want y'all to see that. When Eddie hit Austin with that knife in his chest, Austin going to walk up here. He gonna have one hand on his chest and one hand hanging down. He gonna turn around and he gonna collapse. Everybody over here run. Even the two boys that attacked Karmelo Anthony ran. Everybody run. Y'all, let's go. Pay attention. There go the two boys attacking him. They're attacking him. They push him this way. He pulled, arm slip off, and hit Austin. Austin finna walk up. He's finna turn around, hand on his chest, and he fall. Y'all seen that. Y'all let's run that back.
First of all, brother, we ain't see nothing. All I see is a bunch of blur and you saying what happened, but now he's gonna show his finger. So let's see his premise. All right, he's gonna do it with his finger. We going somewhere. We about to get to but I just thought this was interesting. All right, watch this.
They go to attack. They go to push.
So
they pull in on Karmelo. He slip away.
Okay, I see all that. So he said there go the attack and then the push. They was pulling on Karmelo. Then he slipped away up out of the tent. Right, and now he's saying that this over here is Austin, and he's saying Eddie is over here. And all right,
Austin body move, he get hit with the knife.
All right, let me go back a little bit more. Let's go back again.
They go to push. They pull in on Karmelo. Y'all let's run that back.
All right, I'm gonna put my cursor up here.
They go to attack. They go to push.
Push.
They pull in on Karmelo. He slip away.
He ran up.
Austin body move. He get hit with the knife. He steps up. He's turning around with his hand on his chest. And he's finna fall. Y'all see his arm? That's one arm hanging down. That's one arm across his chest. And now he's about to fall. Everybody over here run because Austin wasn't.
Hold up. Did y'all hear him say y'all see his arm? Boy, I swear sometimes people be smoking. I'm like, bro, that is some sticky, icky you got on there. Because if you see an arm, you know, he said, y'all see his arm? Y'all see, is he holding his chest? I'm like, how do you see somebody holding their chest and somebody's arm? Boy, oh boy, I swear. But anyway, that's why I said, bro, I'm like, you know, everybody got their own discernment. Everybody got their own, right? But he's sitting there talking about, y'all see this, y'all see, we don't see nothing. I'm sorry. I seen the commotion. I seen them hitting on them over here. I seen them pushing them back and forth and jumping them. Then I seen you see an image of him run out. But all this, you see an arm. I don't see no arm. I don't see no nothing. All right, let's continue.
One arm across his chest, and now he's about to fall.
Look, you see this guy? See this blob? He said this is one arm across his chest.
Everybody over here run because Austin wasn't over here. Everybody over here finna run. This is Austin Metcalf, and he's about to fall. Everybody see his arm? That's one. He's turning around with his hand on his chest, and he's in the.
So he says he's turning around with his hand on his chest. Boy, you got 3D eyes. You got AI eyes.
He get hit with the knife. He steps up.
So he said Eddie was right there while everybody was jumping Karmelo. Eddie was right there and was stabbing Austin.
He get hit with the knife. He steps. There go the attack. There go the push.
Mm-hmm.
They pull in on Karmelo. He slip away.
He did get away.
Austin body move. He get hit with the knife. He steps up. He's turning around with his hand on his chest.
Now that's Karmelo up there. Now the interesting part that what he is saying, something that is interesting, was right here. Carmelo's right here at the top. He ran out and he's running, right? But what is interesting, even though you're going to see an individual, a figure, step up, like he said, and then fall all the way down. And then you're going to see all of them run. And someone knocks, I thought, well, it probably is. I thought Austin was over here and he fell and hit the girl with the yellow on, right? But he's saying that all the individuals who ran hit the girl with the thing, but you are going to see someone fall right here. So that's why I said I thought that part was interesting. All that, you can see an arm and a leg. You don't see none of that. But you're going to see in a second, you're going to see this figure step up, like he said, and then you're going to see it fall straight down. He's correct on that.
Yes. And he's in the fall. Y'all see his arm? That's one arm hanging down.
We do not see his arm, boy, but let's continue.
Arm across his chest, and now he's about to fall. Everybody over here run because Austin wasn't over here. Everybody over here finna run. This is Austin Metcalf, and he's finna fall. He collapsed.
Did y'all see the fall? You seen the fall, look.
Everybody run, look.
All right.
Everybody run.
But it could have been a run. Now I'm thinking about it, because that looks like a fall too, when everybody came down. So that individual could have ran down just like.
Look, everybody run.
All right. So anyway, we're going to do enough of this.
He collapsed. Everybody run. Look, everybody run. Even the boys are taking Karmelo Anthony. They ran. Where is Austin if he fell over here? Where's Austin at? I just showed y'all Austin. Everybody, even the boys that attacked Karmelo Anthony ran. Let's go back.
Fast forward to.
All right, so enough of him. I just thought the little interesting part. Shout out to everybody coming in the building, over 300 on the live stream. All right, now let's get going. Now we about to get funky. We about to get to, let's get to the drugs. Let's get to the blood. Let's get to the cheerleaders. Let's get to the real fruit. All right, here we go. Let's go. Now, you remember this part I wanted to show in the last live stream. I got it this time. All right. What the mama said about the cheerleaders, right? I got some. We're going somewhere, and it's going to lead us into, I'm about to show y'all some actual files. All right, here we go.
Let's go back.
Fast forward to the email that was sent. From what I understand, the coach had talked to Austin and Hunter about just what happened on the field the night before. And then the coach had sent an email, and Coach Jackson, who was our head football coach, actually told them, if you have a problem, you need to go to the police, because it was off campus. And there was nothing he's going to do because it was off campus.
Now, y'all remember this? I'm going somewhere, right? He said the coach was speaking to him about something that happened on the field the night before. Guys, just so y'all know, these individuals, the big boy crew, they was getting into trouble all the time, okay? So that's why some of the students and stuff called them bullies. So right here, you hearing the mom say that they was already doing something the night before on the field in trouble, all right? Then she said, the coach said he ain't gonna call the police or get involved with the thing that happened with the girls, the cheerleaders. You understand? So again, you're hearing multiple incidents of violence or confrontation, okay, from the individuals. Now remember, content. Someone wrote a good comment in my comment section. Boy, y'all got to read the comment section. Y'all go under the videos and read the comments. Somebody dropped something good. I'm going to talk about it because it was very good point. He said there's a law and Judge Roach took advantage of that law that with the content of character, right? Using Karmelo's character or using Hunter and Austin's character in court against them. Somebody broke down a statute or law. I'm gonna find it. And he said, Judge Roach took advantage of this statute and put it in effect. So if they would have brought out Karmelo's character in his nature or their character in nature, they would have been in contempt of court. So they did, a rig in the judicial system. That's why I said some of the brothers and sisters out there, y'all really sharp, bro. I was like, thank you, bro, for that info. I didn't know that, but I'm gonna read it in a second. I'm gonna show y'all in a second, right? So the content of character. Matter of fact, should I just find it now, guys? Matter of fact, let's just do it. Let's do it correctly. Let me find it right now, right? All I gotta do, because did I screenshot it? Where did I put it? I put it somewhere. Because I don't know if I'm gonna find it if I go to my I put it somewhere. Bro, where did you put it? I don't know. Maybe I screenshot it. I think I screenshot it on my phone because I do a lot of screenshotting on my phone. All right. So let me go to my gallery. Give me 1 second. It shouldn't be too far away from right here. Was that it? On the day dispatch, they got a frantic. Oh, that was Sister Merlene. She dropped something too. Austin was Robert used. Oh, that's another one. We're going to bring that out. Boy, people be dropping some info. Let me see if I can find his. All right. I know I screenshotted it. Come on, Unc. You can find it. You can find it. Is that it? Is that it? Black America. Oh, no, that's my info. Oh, we about to teach some things tonight. All right. There, I think this is it. His mission accomplished. Well, yep. I think this is it. Yep. Favor to hold on. Them number 2, a special personal request volunteered favor to assist with helping to see Karmelo was found guilty. 2 very close friends who was the judge all of a sudden. No, this is about him retiring. That's not it. Go ahead, Hakeem. Always remember to never say never because their cell phone carriers, whether it was, which is very too personal information was sent a special favor. No, that's someone else. That's the 187 Tack. He got some good info too. To get out to sea because the trouble never find. The trouble started, which is very important. Keep your hands, don't start none, won't be none. That ain't it. Towards him, which there's fear. All right, that's a great comment too. Hunter just told on himself. That's 187. I apologize, guys. Let me get back because I don't want to hold y'all. I don't know what I did with it.
Excuse me?
Go ahead, Hakeem. You got it or something? Go ahead.
Yes. It's isn't it Lovely's? It's her her birthday today.
Oh, I thought you had the I thought you had the comment for me. I got me all excited. Happy Earth Birth, Miss. Who you said, Miss Lovely? Who you said, Miss Lovely?
Isn't it lovely?
Isn't it lovely? Happy Earth Birth, isn't it lovely? May the Most High.
Isn't she lovely? Sorry.
Isn't she lovely? May the Most High bless you on this day on your Earth Birth. Happy Earth Birth to you. Isn't it lovely? Hakeem, I thought you went and found the. I mean, so,
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
It's in our comment section under the last live stream, but it is what it is. It's all right. I ain't got it. I got it somewhere, but I ain't about to hold people up for that. All right, so. But I can read this one from Marlene. This was another good one. I can read that one while I got it. Give me a second because we about to go somewhere. All right, let me get hers really quick. Right? So hers was, she said, hold on, I'm scrolling over. She said, Unc, on the day a 911 dispatcher, on that day, a 911 dispatcher got a call from a frantic little young teenager who gave his name as Robert Fair, Faire. He also said that Austin was his friend. As this boy was on an active call with the 911 dispatcher, he turned around to talk with the other boys. And Robert said to the other boys, and you can hear it, he said, "It's Austin, it's Austin. Austin was stabbed instead." She said, "Take a note, Robert used the word instead, not Austin was stabbed in his chest or Austin was stabbed instead." She said, "Note too that other boys became pissed at him when he said this. This 911 call proves that Hunter was never at his brother's side. He never tried to stop the bleeding, and he wasn't by his brother's side crying either, like he said. Joshua Redmond and Jeff Metcalf, they are lying. My people, do not please ignore the closed captioning when you're watching these videos. You have to listen." She broke down something about people watching closed captioning. Use your ears and listen. All right, now let's go. So here we go. Instead of who, I know it said he got instead. So this is what people are talking about. You had back in 2025, you had people's cell phones. You had a lot of people call the 911 dispatcher, right? That's in the court testimonies too. There was a lot of teenagers at the crime scene that called it in, and they all called 911. Now, all of these, whenever you call 911, it's public record and it's actually recorded, everything. So none of this was able to come out in court, right? Well, it's kangaroo court, what they did. But anyway, let's continue. Shout out to the TikTok challenge. Shout out to everybody new coming in the building. All right, let's go. We about to go somewhere. We about to go to the blood. We about to go everywhere. Let's go. Here we go.
So nothing need to go to the police because the night before was sent, from what I understand.
Austin.
Fast forward to the email that was sent, from what I understand.
She's complaining about this email that the cheerleaders are sending, complaining about Hunter, all right? Because Hunter was a bad boy, right? Hunter is the one. So she's complaining, the mother is complaining about the cheerleaders, right? Here we go.
The coach had talked to Austin and Hunter about just what happened on the field the night before.
So the coach talked to the twins about what happened on the field the night before, on the field. So something happened on the field, another incident, right?
And then the coach had sent the email, and Coach Jackson, who was our head football coach, actually told them, if you have a problem, you need to go to the police, because it was off campus and there was nothing he's going to do.
So Coach Jackson told the cheerleaders or the people, if you got a problem, you need to go to the police if it happened at Canes, because it was off campus and there's nothing I'm going to do about it. Y'all are feeling threatened by Hunter. These girls. Yeah, y'all know I got y'all. Don't hold on. Y'all know I'm about to give y'all something exclusive in a second. I do it praise the Most High. Allow me to do it every time, every live stream. You understand? Keep coming back. Now listen clearly. These cheerleaders feel threatened, and they went to the coach who's supposed to protect them, and he said, I ain't going to do nothing about it. Y'all go to the police yourself. It happened. Well, that's probably what happened in the football school. You understand? Yeah, they take care of the sports players and stuff, right? So anyway, let's continue. So he said he's not going to do nothing about it. They're going to have to go to the police themselves, okay? Because it happened at Canes, at the restaurant.
The coach had sent the email, and Coach Jackson, who was our head football coach, actually told them, if you have a problem, you need to go to the police, because it was off campus and there was nothing he's going to do because it was off campus. So nothing came of it other than, yes, there was a talking to. And again, I go back to the original fact, Austin would never disrespect her.
So she made a point. Nothing came of it, right? Listen to Ryan. Ryan is in his feelings. Ryan don't care that this boy threatened this young white man, threatened these young white girls. What I'm about to show you the threat. He doesn't care, right? All he wants to care is unalive a igga. You understand? People are unhinged. It is what it is, right? Shout out to the righteous remnant of every nation, kindred. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters and black brothers and sisters. All you other iggas and devils, you can kick rocks, because devils do what devils do, right? But we gonna discern the truth, right? So she said, out of her mouth, right? She said nothing came of it. So just because nothing came of it, meaning the coach didn't want to help them, you understand? And she like, nothing came of it, right? But the incident still happened and the cheerleaders still complained about it. You understand? And the mother is upset because the cheerleaders complained about it. All right? About being, hold on, we're going somewhere. I'm going to show you. About being threatened. Yeah, I'm going to show you.
Nothing came of it other than, yes, there was a talking to. And again, I go back to the original fact. Austin would never disrespect a girl per se. Hunter, he could have some choice words for someone who was going to be disrespecting him.
Right? Now, y'all seen this, right? She said, Austin, he would never disrespect a girl. R.I.P. to Austin. But Hunter, yeah, Hunter's a different story. Hunter, oh yeah, he'll disrespect the girl. All right? Let's speak. Let's really clarify her sentiments. All right? He will disrespect the girl. Guys, let's see how much he'll disrespect the girl. Let's go to the actual evidence. Y'all know, here we go. So she's going to complain, and I'm going to get back there. She's going to complain about the cheerleaders, right? You heard the coach say he ain't going to help them. She said nothing came about it. Nothing happened from it. She said, but yeah, Hunter, Austin ain't going to curse out no girls. But Hunter, that's a different story. Oh, yeah, he'll curse out a girl or two. That's what she said, right? So let's see what he said. Here we go. Well, I ain't got to say copyright disclaimers. Let's see what he said. Share screen, window. Y'all know what we do in this ministry. We bring the truth. You heard? The whole truth. We give y'all that info that you might not be able to find. This is the actual email thread. Everybody, listen to what they are saying. These are the cheerleaders talking. The other cheerleaders and I have tried to make an effort to stay supportive and spirited through the football season. Listen, because Hunter and his mom, Megan, and all them, they're complaining that the cheerleaders wasn't enthusiastic about them having a 1-9 season and losing to a team who his mother said ain't won in 3 years. So they lost to the worst team of all high school teams of all history. And they're upset that the cheerleaders are not enthusiastic. So the cheerleaders said, the other cheerleaders and I have tried to make an effort to stay supportive and spirited throughout the football season. However, the disrespect we feel coming from some of the football players is making it very difficult for us to be what? Supportive and spirited. Today, after our game against Liberty, some of us cheerleaders in our uniforms, we went to the Cane's restaurant. While talking amongst ourselves about the loss that the football team we lost, Hunter Metcalf stood up and yelled that my friend and fellow varsity cheerleader is a fat bitch. I don't understand what triggers his rages. But to yell this unprovoked made us all really upset and was incredibly embarrassing for my friend. Listen, she said, I don't understand what triggers his rages. All of us are adults. Y'all listen up. She did not say, I don't understand what triggered his rage. You understand? In this one incident. I don't understand what triggered his rages because his mom said, oh yeah, Hunter he'll curse out a chick or something. Right? So listen, his rages. Now, this is what I want y'all to understand. There is, let me show you. Let's go. Let's do this correctly. Let's do this correctly. Shout out to Nafisa in the building. All right. And shout out to everybody else in the live stream. Almost 400 on the live. Let's continue. Please give a like so we can go. I got more. We about to get to I got more. Don't even worry about it. Please give a like so others can know. Please give a like. Please give a like so others can know we live and they could come in and get this information, the truth. All right. Watch this. Stop share. Watch this. I got you. Share screen.
Excuse
Come
me.
on. Go ahead, Hakiyama. Here we go.
Zayalia might have found that
He
comment.
found that. He found that comment. All right, good. Thank you, Zayalia. I forgot Zayalia. Very studious. I forgot. Thank you, Zayalia. I'll get to it in a second. How can y'all remind me? Now, this is what I deduce, and we're gonna go somewhere. I'm gonna show. We're going to see some actual police. What the police said. We're about to see. That's why I said. That's why the title is called "The Cops, Drugs, Hunter, Finally Proof." Karmelo Anthony report live. Okay, so when the sister said, "I don't know why shout out to Red Niggas. I don't know why he flies into these rages." Everybody, look here. Watch this. These are identical twins. Tell me what y'all notice in this picture. Let me see if someone catches it. What do you notice right here? Let me see if I'm gonna give y'all a second. See if somebody catches it. I gotta give y'all a second. There's a delay between. Let me see if somebody right. What do y'all notice? Because I caught it. That's why I'll be finding these pictures. I'll be finding these old pictures that a lot of people don't have online. I'll be finding these. Not body language, not putting his arm around his brother. Oh, not that. Well, all that's good. There you go. Who said it? Somebody said it. Red Nigga said, Red B said one is bigger than the other. Red Nigga said much bigger. Here we go. All right, watch this. Look at this arm. Look, sisters, and look at his arm. Look how much bigger he is than him. He's almost double his size, right? This looked like about 30, 40 pounds bigger. Do you understand? Everybody, I think this one they was like 16 in this picture. Okay? Look how big he is. Let me tell y'all something about working out. I work out. I wish I had my tank top on, right? I'm a pretty big dude, 220, right? I don't eat no flesh and blood. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't do nothing. I don't even eat flesh and blood. I don't even eat meat. I get my protein from the same place that the elephants get it from, that the giraffes get it from, that the cows, that the silverbacks, right? Straight from the source. You heard? From the earth. I don't get secondhand protein. No disrespect for those who eat flesh and blood. I'm stating this because I bench 400 pounds. I squat 400 pounds. I work out, curl 100 pounds and all that, right? I'm a pretty big boy. I'm in the gym when I go, and I've been working out since I was a child. I know and can see when people take steroids. Let me tell you, steroids is an artificial muscle enhancer, right? And you could gain about, like if I took steroids, oh my goodness, I'm 220, I'll probably balloon up to 260. My arms would probably double its size. I would be so huge, bro. But you also get something called roid rage. Y'all hear me? Steroid rage. You understand? Now, what I noticed, because I'm a discerner of spirits, when I was grabbing, because I got a lot of these images to do other stuff, because we got other lives to come out, right? You know, I got other stuff to come, right? For other lives. Now, when I noticed, I said, he is like almost double his size, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, he definitely was juicing to get all this big at 17 like that and stuff, right? So what do you think? Now, if y'all don't understand teenagers' mentality, right? And competitiveness, I had to get competitiveness. That is not a word. What are you talking about? That is not a word. Competitive. I don't know how to say competitive, being competitive with one another. Okay, let me be easy on myself, right? And with kids, right? Because, you know, kids compare themselves all the time, right? So as the twin brother, right? And a lot of people thinking there was a lot of envy going on, right? Between the two brothers. We know that after young Austin, RIP, lost his life, he started smashing his girlfriend, spending the night at a house for a whole month, lived sleeping with her and took her to the prom and all that. Something ain't right with this picture. But understand, I could see him wanting to get bigger. And these are football players. So when the sister said, I don't know where he gets all this rage, number one, you can see the spirit, remember? In the eyes. There's something dark with the young man. As an elder, as a counselor, as a minister, I can discern and I would try to help this young man. There's problems going on in his head and in his spirit. You understand? Some individuals are just dark. Some people are born dark. Yeah, they is. Right? Not saying he is. But there's some, right? And we know that his father has a lot of rage, right? His father, you see, he just spew off the handle, right? You see, he's very unhinged, right? And so the mother said Austin was the more calm one. And when they split, Austin went with her and he went with his dad. So when I seen this picture, later, he's not this much bigger than him. Right when the incident happened, the disparity, the size difference between these two is not this pronounced anymore. Yeah, I speculate for the young sister that said, I wonder where he get all this rage. A lot of rage comes in that syringe. A steroid thing. A lot of people take it. They take all that steroids and creatine and this and all type of stuff, right? And I can see them in the gym. They be jacked, right? But a lot of times they be jacked, but it's a chaotic energy. You understand it, right? Because I just seen a dude last week, big dude, big, like 6'4", 5", big arms like this. I was like, damn. Oh, bro, it's huge. I wish I was that big. I always wish I was big. It's just my thing. I just wished I was big, like, right, like a Nephilim. I don't want to be a Nephilim, but I wish I was like, boom, right? It just is what it is, right? So, big dude. But the crazy thing with it is, it doesn't make you as strong as if you would go natural. So he was doing this curl machine, right? And he doing the curl machine, and he had the 245 plates on the machine, and he's like, and he was big. He looked, and he was and I was benching way over there, but I saw him because he was so big. I'm like, dang, dude, it's big. So I saw him. So when he was doing the curl machine, I looked and I'm like, bro, he like, and doing that. I said, bro, you got the 2 plates on that curl machine, and he put it down, and he got up, and he was jacked, right? And I'm like, but me, guys, I was almost half his size, and I do that same thing he was doing with one arm. You understand? I do it all the time in the gym. That's just part of my workout. So later on, that'd be part of my workout to do that curl machine too, right? So I was like, I don't want to do it around him because people feel like I'm trying to show off, or they feel like, that happened to me in jail, right? Big dudes and stuff, they be all big and jacked. But when sometimes you're naturally strong, they can get intimidated. Oh, you think you know what I mean? So I'm used to that. So later, after he went away from the weight machine, it was later, he was over there doing other stuff. Then I went and did mines. So when I do mines, I actually start with the 2 plates. It's like a warm up but with one hand. I know he doing it with 2 hands. I do it with 1 hand as a warm up, right? And so I did it a couple of times, and then I put the quarter on. After I do the 45, I put the quarter on. Then I do that 10 times each arm, one arm, and then I put the other plate on, 3 plates, and I do it, right? And by the time I put the 3 plates on, I saw him looking from over at the thing, because and I wasn't trying to, and I seen him look. And I could see him like, I know he about to do that. And he probably think I'm going to do it with 2 arms. And I do it with 1 arm. But the point I'm trying to make is, I'm not trying to brag or nothing. It's that the steroid stuff, it makes you stronger. It'll make you faster. But it also makes you toxic. It makes you angry. It destroys your metabolism, right? It destroys your chemistry, right? Rearranges your chemistry, right? And it makes them go into, or they call it roid rage, right? It makes them really toxic and angry and quick tempered and short tempered. So when she said what makes him fly into a rage, I think it's the drugs. And there was those, and I was going to do it on the live stream before. And I didn't do it. I had it, but I erased the screenshot where they said that the cause of death was drug. It has something to do with drugs. Now, I'm not going to quote no misfacts. So a couple of live streams ago, I had the screenshot, but people can do stuff with AI, right? So I'm very slow to be just sharing stuff like that, right? So I looked at it and I'm like, somebody can make that with AI. But it was talking about there was drugs in his system, and they were saying it has something to do with the drugs in his passing as well. Now, I'm not, so I didn't share that because I don't have proof of that. All right. But this is clear. I'm an elder. I can discern this. And then he got his size after that. And you could clearly see, okay, the clear difference in size. All right, let's get back. All right, let's get back to the receipt of what the sisters said, the cheerleaders, right? Stop share, right? Share screen. Yeah, I got more for y'all too. I got more receipts. Yeah, I do. Share. So she said, we were talking amongst ourselves, right? In our uniforms in the restaurant. And Hunter stood up and yelled at my friend, and he called her a fat bitch. I don't understand what triggers his rages, but to yell this unprovoked made us all really upset and was incredibly embarrassing for my friend as everyone in the restaurant looked at her. Oh, there got a picture. That's where I got it from. See? You could clearly see the size difference. It's crazy. All right. She said, as everyone laughed at her, for my friend, as everyone came in the restaurant, looked at her and started laughing. We see the Metcalfs act out time and time again. Hold on. Now these are the young white cheerleaders, the young white sisters. I'm saying their nationality because everyone is trying to make this a black-white thing when it's actually bigger than that. Okay, but I got to include it because they're going to say the only reason why we trying to make sure that justice was served righteously is because he was black, and that's not true. The righteous children, we want justice regardless. But it is an issue with race because there's a big disparity in the judicial system when it comes to a certain race of people. They don't see the same measure of justice as another race or the other races. So that's why race does. So it's like a wheel within a wheel. As much as we don't want to make it about race, it becomes about race because that's what the judicial system is actually systemically racist. It was built that way. Do you not understand? The police officers or the patrol officers were the overseers. It came from slavery. Do you understand? They were the overseers who would hunt the slaves down and catch them when we would try to escape, right? This brutal systemic destruction of our people. So we understand that in America, this system was built out of the degradation and the disenfranchising rights of a certain class of people that they said wasn't even a whole human, was 2/3 of a human and stuff, right? So nowadays, people want to act like these realities don't exist. They exist. They might not exist to you if you come from another nation or something, but if you come from the nation I come from, it exists to me every day of my life. Okay? So that's why I'm saying the young white sisters, the cheerleaders, they're speaking out, because if we say something, they're going to say, y'all just black, y'all just being racist or prejudiced or bigoted and stuff. It's like, no, we're calling out the injustices. That's what we're calling out. That's what we see all the time. Now, do you got some that'll be bigoted and traumatized? Yes. Just like you got some of the whites that'll be big racist and bigoted and traumatized. right? But the righteous of us so-called blacks, we want justice, and we're trying to call out. We don't want this young man to be falsely accused and railroaded like a lot of our ancestors and family members have been throughout this American existence that we live in, our country, right? So we have to fight for our rights like we always did. But it's being painted. So that's why I'm pointing out that these are the young white sisters, the young cheerleaders. They said, we see the Metcalfs act out time and time again, but we trust that there is repercussions or some sort of consequences, so we stay out of it. But for it now to be directed towards one of the people that shows up to every game to support and cheer them on is astounding to me. So basically the cheerleaders are like, enough is enough, right? They like, how dare you gonna disrespect, right? So she must be a little chubbier, you know what I mean? He called her a fat B-I-T-C-H. Y'all know how kids are, right? So she says now it's directed towards one of the people that shows, she's probably a nice girl or something, that shows up to every game to support and cheer them. It's astounding to me. She said, after they left the restaurant Cane's, one of the other football players told us that Hunter said his hands were bisexual. Everybody. I should have spelled that out. Now, she said the other football player told the girls that Hunter said his hands don't see no gender, implying that he would not only hit guys, but he would also hit girls. Yeah, his hands is LGBTQ. Come on, Sister Kelly. Come on, guys. Y'all know. We gonna bring this the part that they want to keep out. What about the cheerleaders? So when we go back, come on, but we're gonna go back to the video clip where the mom is talking and she's talking about the cheerleaders. Now y'all know what she's complaining and talking about, right? His hands are LGBTQ. His hands are trans. His hands are what they call that thing, his hands don't see no, oh yeah, he punching girls too, okay? He is not only embarrassed, but genuinely scared. Especially, I think that was it. Yeah, especially, yeah, that's it. Now that goes on to his, look at his dad. Let me come back to that. Y'all know I got more. Y'all know I got more. Am I a slave? No, I'm not a slave. I'm a runaway slave in spirit. That part. Are you a slave? All right. So anyway, so now he said his hands, okay? And the other football players, now they always complained, all right? So she said he would go into rages. See? I don't understand what triggers his rages. Now, what does his mother say? His mother said, yeah, he said equal opportunity to catch that smoke. He like, I'm punching anything that move, right? Now, his mother said that Austin wouldn't really cuss out a girl, but Hunter, that was another story. Now you read the thread. Now that y'all read the thread, now the video hits different. Let's get back to the video, right? That's the whole point of having the information, because when you have that, you get context of what's going on with these clips and these stories. Okay, so I like to grab and give context so y'all can have a full picture and discern for yourselves, rightly divide what's going on with this case. So now we read what the cheerleader said, now listen to the mother.
And there was nothing he's going to do. Coach Jackson, who was our head football coach, actually told them, if you have a problem, you need to go to the police, because it was off campus.
So they went to the coach and he said, you got a problem, you go to the police. I ain't doing nothing about it. All right? All right? Now listen.
And there was nothing he's going to do because it was off campus. So nothing came of it other than, yes, there was a talking to. And again, I go back to the original.
See, nothing came of it. Yeah, there was a talking to. Yeah, somebody, what did they do? Say, Hunter, Stop calling those girls. Leave the girls alone. It was a talking to. Nothing came of it. I wish something would have came of it because I think young Austin might be alive today. R.I.P. to young Austin. Because honestly, like I said on the other live streams, if I could have mentored young Austin, I would have told him, watch out for your brother, man. Your brother is going to get you into some trouble, right? You seem to be like a good kid. You seem to be kind of respectful. But your brother, you're getting in, because remember what what Hunter said. Hunter said, my brother would step in for me even if I'm right or wrong. His words out his mouth. So what did he say? I approached Karmelo, told him to move. My brother stepped up and told him to move, like he always do. His words. So if I was mentoring to Austin, right, and saying like, bro, you gotta, you gotta, you training, you trying to be a football star, watch out for your brother, bro. There's some real Cain and Abel, Jacob and Esau stuff going on here, right? So you hear the mom, okay? So again, nothing came of it. They just talked to him. Now, if you factor in that he might have been doing those steroids, working out, right? And they in their senior year of football, he trying, right? Roid rage, he on one. You understand? You just can't talk to an individual who got that kind of spirit, all right? And if some action might have been taken, maybe it wouldn't have led to the incident, right? That got young Austin to end up losing his life. Okay, no matter who did it, because it's not clear who did it up to this point now, all right, with all the evidence coming out. All right, let's continue. So I know this would hit different once I showed y'all the thread, what the cheerleader said.
Of it, other than, yes, there was a talk that was off campus, and who was our head football coach, actually told them, if you have a problem, you need to go to the police because it was off campus, and there was nothing he's going to do because it was off campus. So nothing came of it other than, yes, there was a talking to. And again, I go back to the original fact. Austin would never disrespect a girl per se. Hunter, he could have some choice words for someone who was going to be disrespecting him.
And you hear the other woman laughing? Right? They're doing this because they're trying to make it all about Karmelo and trying to ease like Hunter is not a problem. So why is the other woman laughing that Hunter can curse out a female and do right? But if it was Karmelo cursing out the female and stuff, they'd be saying, see, his character, see what the cheerleaders said, see, he was a threat and a menace and all the cheerleaders were scared and they called him a bully and he would curse out the right. Come on, guys. Come on, everybody. Shout out to my righteous black brothers and sisters, white brothers and sisters, all the children of the Most High, us righteous. My righteous white brothers and sisters, you see this is wrong. My righteous black brothers and sisters, you see this is wrong. My righteous Hispanic, Asian, whatever brothers and sisters, the righteous children of the Most High, we call out unrighteousness no matter where it rears its ugly head. That's what the righteous do. All right, let's continue. The unrighteous, these devils, they laughed at this. What about the cheerleaders who were scared, who was threatened? How are you laughing at this?
Words for someone who was going to be disrespecting him. Again, I go back to the original fact. Austin would never disrespect a girl per se. Hunter, he could have some choice words for someone who was going to be disrespecting him. I'm just going to be completely frank. That's just how he is. They were identical twins, but they were two completely different type of children.
I'm just going to be completely frank. That's how he is. Character. We're going to get to the Zayaliya. You got my content of character thing? Let's do it now. Zayaliya, do you got it? Hakyama, did you put it in the private chat for me? Did you?
Yes, it's in notes.
It's in the notes? Okay, let me grab it. Let's see if this is it. Read our comments. Oh, it's a bunch of comments. Is it? Which one is it? Hunter just told him he sat down, meaning Karmelo under the tent. Hunter that he started with a straight up to begin. Bullies, which there's some that thinner. Touch me. No, that all could have been avoided. No, that's not it. There was a comment, guys, where the brother talked about Judge Roach and that they couldn't present the evidence of the character in court because Judge Roach announced a precedent. So it would have been contempt of court if they would have brought that out. I don't got time to go through the comment section. I wish I screenshot
We'll get it for you
somewhere. Yeah, it's in there. Unless they blocked it now. They could have blocked it. You know what I mean? Because that's what they'll do. So it might not be there. They could have blocked it and I'll just see it because I'm in my back office. Let me see if I can find it in my back office because it's the perfect time. I need to read that because the brother, he explained a loophole that Judge Roach did in the courtroom. Because when he watched my live stream, when I said that they should have brought why didn't they show the content of character, right? He brought out that there was a loophole in the case that the judge set it a precedent. Let me see. Let me go to the notifications. Let's see if I can find it. He says, that's a yalla. Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. I don't want to keep y'all up. I'm gonna get back because I don't want to hold y'all up. What if the coach was involved? I stopped. Okay. Thanks for sharing. Wyndham, they do it with their case. Wyndham lie, they lie. Blog, pedal pushers. Dag, I wish I had it. I really wanted to have it. I got it somewhere too. All right, now my brother, blessings and much respect. Let's just see if, no, that's another video. That's the other video. Told himself he sat down, meaning, all right. Sorry guys, I can't find it. All right, I think it was the Joe. I think it was the brother Joe. Because he kept writing a lot of good stuff and they was erasing his comments. I'm not sure. All right, let me get back to y'all. I don't want to hold y'all too long. All right. Respectfully, bro, that time. Let me see. Respect. It might be this. No, he's talking to Zayala Yah in that one. That's not me. Let me see what he said though. Removal regarding student handbook. Student did the same thing prior to trial. Brother PDFs after trial. File no longer exists. That timestamp was of his particular video after here. My comment was in support of your comment. He think I erased his comment, but now he know I didn't. We didn't erase, they did it. The case done and currently are doing just a timestamp.
I have it.
You got it? Thank you.
Yes, Ziana sent it to me.
Thank you, Ziana. So put it in the notes if you can, please. Or the private chat, one of the two. All right.
1 second.
All right, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Ziona, for finding it. Praise the Most High. All right, because it's so relevant because there's so many things that was implemented in this case, guys, because they didn't think that this case would take on the spirit that it took on in 2026. Remember, this was back in 2025, and they were starting this railroad of this case back when it first dropped. That's why I'm about to take y'all back there to the police. I'm about to show y'all the transcripts in a second. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on the screen big so y'all can have it. You can screenshot it. You can read it for yourself. We're gonna read it, but I'm gonna show you, right? So you got it, Hakema? You got it? Not yet?
1 second, I have to transcribe it.
Okay. I'm about to say she probably could send it to me to my WhatsApp. I could just copy it and paste it. All right, let me give her a second. All right, so what this person said in this comment is that there is things, because we were all wondering why wouldn't the defense go to content of character, of Karmelo's character, of Hunter's character, of Austin's character, right? What people were saying about him. So the brother, there you go. All right, here you go. I got you guys. So. All right, Dad, did you get his name? It was Joe. Okay, shout out to Brother Joe. Joe said, yes, I agree that the character history are important factors in discerning the foundations of how situations can/may have developed. So he's agreeing. He was watching our last live stream. He's like, I agree, that the character and history are very important factors discerning the foundations of how situations can and may develop, as in this case. But unfortunately, tejas, Tejas, I guess that's a Spanish word, tejas, I don't know what it means. He said tejas is unique in the 50 United Snakes of America, in that Roach dude, the Judge Roach, he was able to apply several state laws regarding past history, which precluded the so-called defense from using such information. And if the so-called defense were to attempt to use this information, meaning the history of the Metcalf doing their stuff, their events in court, Judge Roach would have been correct in holding them in contempt of court, according to the Texas laws. So what the brother is writing is that Roach, they instituted something that they couldn't bring up the past historical events of their life, which is crazy. And I guess it's some Texas loophole that the judge used so that, because this case would have been destroyed. Thank you to the brother Joe for that that information. This case would have been destroyed early on, okay? And, if they would have just put Hunter on the stand, there's so many different things. And this is why the people are complaining about the case. All right. All right. Let's get back. Thank you, Zayana. Thank you, Zayala. Thank you, Akiyama. Thank y'all for your assistance so we can bring that information to the Most High's children. Thank you to the brother Joe. Everybody, after the live stream, get your comments going on in the chat. We read them all. I'll try to like them all and heart them all as we can and get the conversation going. All right. Praise the Most High. That's where the information is, in the comment section. Put it in the comment section. All right, let's get back to the video. All right, here we go. Now, listen to what she's saying. Now, this is going to take a crazy turn too.
But the end result, nothing happened. He is. They were identical twins, but the original fact, Austin would never disrespect a girl per se. Hunter, he could have some choice words for someone who was going to be disrespecting him. I'm just going to be completely frank. That's just how he is. They were identical twins, but they were two completely different type of children. But the end result, nothing happened in that regard. And then I actually asked someone here recently, how it got leaked or whatever, how the email had gotten out.
Now listen to where her concern is. See, the apples don't fall too far from the tree. We know that the dad was unhinged because he showed himself, right? He just going, you iggers, and you watermelon felons, and he just lost his rabbit mind, right? He just showed his hand. But look what the mom is. You got to understand the spirit of these people, the parents. I ain't saying these people. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters. I'm saying the parents. Now listen to where her concern is. She's like, nothing came of it. Austin never touched a girl, but Hunter, Hunter is off the chain, right? Now listen what she said.
The end result, nothing happened in that regard. And
in the end result, ain't nobody helped those children, those girls. Hunter did not get reprimanded for his actions, so that meant it can grow and foster, and he become more and more of a bully, more and more of an agitator, more and more of a threat. Okay? Now let's continue.
Then I actually asked someone here recently, how it got leaked or whatever.
So her concern is not what her son did to those girls, not the girls' safety, but who leaked the email. How did the email? So listen guys, she wanted to keep it hush. She wanted to throw it under the rug. She trying to find out, how did the email get out there? So now the people got the information. See, the apple don't fall too far from the tree. She not worried about the girl's safety. She worried about, how did this get out? Now listen to what she says.
The end result, nothing happened in that regard. And then I actually asked someone here recently, how it got leaked or whatever, how the email had gotten out. To all these people or whatever, and someone had mentioned more than likely it was a mom that was just pissed off and just decided she was just gonna do whatever to hurt my kids more than because she felt.
Do y'all hear? This is disgusting. Delara Shah, shout out to Delara Shah. Do you hear this, Delara Shah? This is a grown woman, a mom, in the 50s, late 50s, almost 60s. And all she care about, she said, who leaked this. And she said it was probably one of the moms. Oh, so your sons threaten these cheerleaders, threaten them, call them out their name, goes into rages against them where they're complaining. The coaches won't help. The moms, of course, the girls are telling the moms what's happening. And she is complaining because somebody told the truth. This is why we want justice for Karmelo. This is why we want justice for Austin. See that part? Yeah, listen clearly. Because the justice for Karmelo also brings justice for Austin, because there's a lot more to go in this case. We don't even know if Karmelo even did it. And sorry, he did it or didn't. You heard? Did it or didn't. That's for all y'all that's what they're talking about. He said, it's not alleged, I did it. No, he said, I did not. Because right before he said it's not alleged, he said, I know that I am not guilty. That part, but they leave all that out. All right? That justice we're trying to get for Karmelo would actually get to the foundation of what really happened to Austin. So if you really cared about young Austin, for anybody, the coons, the racists, the blacks, the whites, the Hispanic, whatever nation you are, if you really cared about justice for Austin, then you would want the truth to come out as well, like we do. That part. That's why we're saying justice for Karmelo, because this is an injustice. And you listening to the parents, you're listening to them do this in real time, okay? In the public, in the open. I'm so glad for social media that got these people snitching on themselves. Listen.
Whatever how the email had gotten out.
So I'm wondering how the email get out.
To all these people or whatever. And someone had mentioned more than likely it was a mom that was just pissed off.
That was what?
Off.
Excuse me, Megan. If someone did that to your daughter, what would you do? You wouldn't be pissed off? You wouldn't expose it? Oh no, you would hide it. You would act like nothing happened and let these people just keep going around harassing people. You will let them just keep going harassing people? No, you will expose it too. Shout out to the cheerleader's mom who put the thread out.
And someone had mentioned more than likely it was a mom that was just pissed off and just decided she was just going to do whatever to hurt my kids.
Do whatever to hurt her kids. This is the most narcissistic, devilish stuff I ever heard. And a lot of people got this spirit, black, white, whatever. Y'all got to discern these spirits in people. I don't give a crap what color they is. Discern it in each individual. Your friends, your parents, your I don't care, your what you call co-workers at the job. You understand? You hear her? Y'all, did y'all hear this? This is freaking disgusting, bro. And you're talking about 15, 16-year-old girls, children. And this is what she cares about them, that the mother is putting this out just to harm her boys. Wow, bro, this is disgusting, bro. It's so disgusting. Yeah. What's his name? Fader Screw. He's, I know your screws are loose. It's okay, Fader Screw. It's okay, Tink Tink. You know what I mean? We still love you with the love of the Father. You don't gotta be a troll. You don't gotta hate. Don't be a hater. It's all right. You got some potential in you as well. Just strive to be righteous. Just strive to be righteous. Love your neighbors. You love yourself. You can hate me because my skin is black or something, or what you call black. You can hate me because of my locks. You can hate me because it's really just jealous. It's really just envy. But it's like you'll heal. You'll heal. Go forth, be repentant for your sins and transgressions, and go forth and strive to be righteous. Okay, that's what I got for you. Right? There is potential in you. Right? You do got hate, because look at your comment. Don't. I don't care if you're black or blue. I don't care if you're a raccoon or a racist or a raccoon. It don't matter to me, right? All skin folk ain't kinfolk. But your hate, okay? pro-blackity blacks are clowns. So what does that mean? You understand? What does that mean? Okay, that's the part. All right, now let's continue. Y'all let the crash outs crash out, right? Devil's gonna be what devils do. All right, let's continue. All right, and right, that's what I'm saying. I'm a clown, and it's okay, Tink Tink. It's okay, right? I understand. I understand that you might have got bullied when you was little, but you need to speak out against it, right? You just need a hug, honestly. Everybody, the ministry, give him some binkies and blankets. Everybody tell, what's his name? Tell Fader Screw that we love him. The Father loves him, right? The Father loves you too, Fader Screw. It'll be all right, okay? I know you might think it makes you strong to say I'm a this and I'm a that. When in the world, in my sin, I would have knocked your head off your shoulders, right? That part, but I don't live that life anymore. Now I'm righteous, you see? Thank you, Gabriel. Giving her, now I give out hugs and kisses and love and binkies and blankets. You understand? Compassion and understanding. I'm trying to lead you to righteousness. I repent for my sins. And this is what we're supposed to try to bring to all our brothers and sisters of every nation, kindred, tongue around the world. But you're still falling for the devices of the serpent who trying to pin the Republicans, the Democrats, the woke, worse the conservative right, far right, the black versus the white, the narrative, and they just want to enslave us all. You see? But you don't see the bigger picture. You don't see the bigger agenda. But in this ministry, we do. We're not traumatized, right? So when I was in my trauma, I probably would have wanted to punch you in the face. But now I'm not traumatized anymore. So I understand that you still need healing. And I'm an elder, so that's what we're called to bring. So most people think this ain't a black thing. You understand? This is a children of the righteous, the children of light versus children of the dark. Children of righteousness versus children of unrighteous thing. When the 1% serpents, they don't like none of us, guys. They want to enslave us all. This is all they, even if they didn't cause this action to happen, they never let a good crisis go to waste, right? Here you go. I got actual proof for you. Let me show you, right? Y'all continue to give these trolls their binkies and blankets. Watch this, everybody. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't rights to the video. I'll be telling y'all. Now I'm going to let them tell you out their own mouth how these 1% people don't like none of us. Us regular so-called black folks, the regular so-called white folks, the regular so-called Hispanics, the regular so-called Asian, whatever it is, they don't care about us. They want to enslave us all. Copyright disclaimers. Watch this, guys. This is what I'm telling you about. This is what they're doing and saying at the W World Economic Forum.
There's going to be people of means who are going to travel. And then there's going to be people maybe of lesser means who might actually be able to use an Oculus or a Magic Leap or some other kind of device to travel to the same place, but from their own couch. But in many ways...
Now, see, I could show you better than I can tell you. Guys, this is why they shadow ban this ministry so much. Praise the Most High for allowing us to reach a couple of people now. We're at least getting 300 and 400 and 500 on the live. Praise the Most High, right? They shadow banning this one. I could tell because it'll already probably be about 500, 600, 700 on the live, right? But it is what it is. Praise the Most High for those who can find this. This is what I'm telling y'all. He said the rich will travel, but the poor, we will need to use virtual reality headsets to travel to the same place, but from our own couch, because they will be enslaving us all. Andrew Ross Sorkin. So these are the serpents. So everybody, this is what I keep telling y'all about. So I went and found the clip because I'll talk about it. I got all this information in my spirit, in my mind, right? But it's better to give you guys the receipt so you can hear it for yourselves. So when I say that they don't care about my so-called white brothers and sisters, they don't care about the so-called blacks, they don't care about none of us, that 1% serpent seed bloodline families, and they not all white, okay? Some of them, some of them are black as well, right? But they have a blue blood lineage all the way back to Nimrod and the Anunnaki, the fallen angels. You understand? This goes back, and they keep their lineage pure. the 1%. And they are tokenizing us in the world, right? They got the digital ID coming in October, right? They got by 2030, the agenda coming, right? So their goal is to say we will be enslaved. Listen how he said it. And you see how he says it so matter-of-factly, right? You see how he says it's like with a smile on his face, right? Like it's not a problem. The wealthy, they'll be able to travel. So they'll have the freedom to go all around. But we, us, the regular people, we will be enslaved in our own homes. And do y'all know how they setting that up when it first starts? Because later they're going to have us, and they want to have us, they're going to have most of the masses, because the righteous, the Most High, going to cover us. They're going to have you in pods, and like they show in those sci-fi movies where they're going to be like a alien, an Anunnaki sucking the life force out of you, right? And living through, right? Because these devils need a body. They need a host body. So they're going to make us procreate from inside the pods, right? And they're going to use it for more fallen spirits to inhabit bodies. You understand? So listen what he says. Let's listen to him again. And listen how, like, you see, he said it with a smile on his face, right? All right? Now watch this. Listen one more time.
There's going to be people of means who are going to travel. And then there's going to be people maybe who of lesser means who might actually be able to use an Oculus or a Magic Leap or some other kind of device to travel to the same place, but from their own couch. But in many ways, it's actually going to create even more distance between those two people, that psychologically, and I think that we've experienced this through social media, in many ways it's brought people closer in certain ways, but actually created this remarkable divide because it's even more visible, actually, the divide in certain ways.
This is the first.
Hold on. So you hear him? It's going to cause more of a divide. So let's listen to the mind state, right? That's what these unhinged people come here, right? Just like the person just said, her son is not a murderer like Karmelo, right? See, these are the people who going to fall for this. That she can't even, like, a lot of people are so traumatized that she can't, no matter what we show. We just sat up there and showed that this cheerleader said he's a bully. The cheerleader said that he accosted them. The cheerleaders, everybody's threatened, and you want to say that young Karmelo couldn't defend herself against this bully, then you are the devil too. That part. I don't give a crap what color you is. You are the devil. And the devils do what devils does, because you cannot discern righteousness. You in your emotional feelings, and these people right here, they don't give a crap about you. They're going to enslave you just like they're going to enslave us. And they're using your ignorance, right? Your emotional instability, all right, to trigger you up with narratives against your other brothers and sisters, okay, of every nation, kindred, and tongue, all right? Humans. Okay, so if you can't call out Megan because she's acting like a devil, blaming the cheerleaders' moms for complaining that her son Hunter is threatening and aggressive and going into rages, but you want to say, Karmelo is guilty. Nah, the devil's a lie. Shout out to Karmelo for defending himself. Facts. Everybody, defend yourself. My young white brothers and sisters, if you get threatened by a bunch of black dudes, defend yourself. If you carry you some mace, carry you a little, if it's legal, a pocket knife, carry you something, a fork. I mean, put a fork in your book bag or something. Carry you something, because the world is wicked and it's going to get more wicked. And you got people like these devils come here in this chat and just going to sit up here and just say, he's guilty. He's 99 years. He's a murderer and all this stuff. And that's why the world is so dangerous. I don't give a crap what color they are. These people are unhinged, they're wicked, and they're devils. So my young white brothers and sisters, you grab something, what my grandma said, grab something and knock their head off. That's what I was raised in the 70s. My grandma said, you go out there, these people mess with you, you grab the only thing you could find and you knock their head off and you make it on back home. That's what all y'all do. My young white brothers and sisters, my young black brothers and sisters, my young Hispanic brothers and sisters, my young Asian brothers and sisters, East Indian, whatever you go, you know, they made all these races, but every nation, kindred, and tongue, the righteous remnant, you protect yourselves from all these devils, these unhinged, wicked people who don't know that these people right here who have Netflix, this dude probably ain't human. They be glitching and stuff. I guarantee you a reptilian eye will pop out his head. They don't got no compassion. So when you see these people come here in this chat and they don't have no compassion, as we show what's actually happening in the case, what's going on, then they showing you in their spirit who they truly are and who they truly serve. Our Messiah says, I know you, you are of your father, the devil. I don't give a crap what color you is. You are of your father, the devil. Okay? That part. Now, this person, this serpents, they don't care about none of us. They taking all the seeds out of the foods. They spraying us with chemtrails and fluoride and poisons and toxins and dumbing us down. And they don't give a crap about none of us. They want to enslave us all. What do he say? They will travel and we will be in virtual reality. That's what I wanted to say. Listen, shout out to Righteous Perspective. Brother B, you know this already, Brother B. Brother B, they using drones. When they do this to us, guys, well, all of us it'll come a time that this is going to be enforced on all of us. That's why I'm going to, on this channel and this lesson, I'm going to be bringing you righteous instructions as well as preparation. The Bible says, woe to those who don't prepare. All right. So this ministry, this ain't no YouTube channel. This is a ministry. Welcome to the house of the Most High. So we don't just tell you media news and narrative. We teach you how to fight the darkness of the world, these serpents, these fallen angels. We teach the righteous how to prepare. The Bible says, woe to those who don't prepare. Right. So what's going to happen as this increase is leading up to the Armageddon, the day of the Lord, they call it in the Bible, the day of Yah, right? How's this going to increase, Brother B? They're going to have they're going to be using the drones. They already started it. That's why they institute the driverless cars, everybody. See, all of these things that people are falling for because they in their emotional feelings and they are dumbed down. My Bible said the people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. They don't have the understanding, right? Because everybody's emotionally triggered. So they can't rightly discern and divide like me, the brother B, the brother Joe, and all the brothers and sisters who can rightly divide and discern, right? Now listen. They are instituting the things that they're going to use for our own demise. And we think it's convenient, right? So they got drones, guys, that they're going to have to deliver things to us, right? You know, the little commercial that they show that little robot? He said, I'm a human or something. The little robot going down the street. They show this commercial on Netflix every 5 seconds, right? And this is conditioning. So they make the little robot look so cute and it gets stuck on the thing and the person comes and pushes it up on the thing and he just goes down and they play, I'm a something. They play the little song and the little robot is going and it looks so cute, right? This is how they usher us into our own demise. So they made us with convenience that says we can get drones. Listen, guys, Amazon and stuff to deliver our product to our house, right? And we're like, okay, quicker than a person, because listen, if a person got to drive, if I got to pay the Uber delivery or the Sparks delivery from Walmart, first of all, Walmart got to pay a person, then the person got to go pick up the food and drive his car and go through traffic and all that. But they kill us with convenience, right? They make us so impatient, right? They don't have us, they want everything yesterday, right? So instead of, but the Bible says the slow, right? What is called the sure and steady slow wins the race, the tortoise and the hare, right? Child, peace and blessings. Who said that? Love you too. Who said that? Love you, summoning the supernatural. Now listen clearly. So they dumb us down with convenience, everything. That's why they started with fast foods, fast everything. How did they destroy our health? Fast foods, no nutrition, take everything out, everything quick, fast, no more staying home, no more cooking dinners, no more home cooked meals. Everything is fast. That's what they're doing with information as well. The TikTok age. That's why somebody wrote in my comment section yesterday, remember Jelly Belly, talking about somebody did a blog and they said something about Karmelo and they did it in 45 minutes and you on here for 7 hours. And I was going to respond, but you know, the Most High says less is more. You know what I mean? I was going to say, and you jelly belly. You understand? We teach the word and everything. We've been going live for 5, 6, 7 hours for the last 5 years. Just because you just found us, don't get, boy. But the Most High tell you a lot of times don't even entertain. So I didn't even respond at all. Right? But people get jelly belly, right? So instead of you listening, because if you would have listened to those 8 hours that we did the last live stream, oh, you could have got plenty food, plenty information. We touched on a bunch of topics like we about to do tonight. We about to go in tonight. I got some things to show y'all and teach y'all. You understand? But anyway, let me get to this. So what they're doing, guys, they're ushering us in slowly. It's like, you know what it is, guys? It's like poisoning somebody slowly, giving them small doses of arsenic, or small doses of poison, and you poison them over time and they get weakened. That's what they're doing to us. So they introduce it to us and they call it convenience, right? So they get us used, they make us impatient, where it's like, now I pay for Amazon Prime because before, when I would buy something, I would have to wait a couple of days, right? Now I can get it tomorrow or today. Ooh, right? So I actually pay for Amazon Prime, right? So I'm not saying something that I'm not caught up in. You understand? Yes, I'm caught up in it too, but I balance myself so I'm not caught up in the whole macro, but in the micro, yeah, they got me on the Amazon Prime. Now I don't do all the Uber Eats, and my roommates, they caught up. Oh, my roommates, they pay $20. They crazy as all outdoors. They pay $20-something to get something. I said, are you crazy? Let me tell y'all something. Before I paid $22 to get something delivered, that's $22 more I could have added to the food. Oh, I'm gonna drive my butt to the store. I'm gonna go get that. But again, they're in a different generation than me, right? I'm an elder, so you know, some of us older people, we like, listen, somebody told you wrong. Ain't no way in the world I'm about to give you $25. Now, how they getting us, guys, is what they're doing, they say that the drones will be able to deliver our food like this, right? The drones will pick it up from the Walmart, the drones, and it'll fly to your house, right? So what they're doing is they conditioning us to receive all of this stuff, right? A driverless car, that's crazy work. A drone, picture this in your imagination. Sorry, guys, y'all know I can get funny sometimes. Picture this in your imagination, guys, that a driverless car with a drone sitting on the passenger side. They drive it, the driverless car, like, all right, drone, let the window down. Drone, like, all right, I see you on the rebound. Drone, take off, fly, zoom, and the driverless car, he going to pick up somebody. Right? Who's driving all this? The devil? Boy, this ain't nothing but fallen angel. Let me tell you something. They would have hung you by the stake 200 years ago if you'd have said this, what we live in right now, was going to come to pass. This would have been called witchcraft and sorcery. You understand? Y'all better understand true history, right? And we living. That's how we know we living in the end times, worse than the days of Noah. You understand? Now, hope, you need some hope. Hope, did you not get a hug when you was little? She said, you're old and very immature. Hope, guys, y'all give Hope some hope, because that devil was. But Hope, Hope needs a hug. Hope needs some fruits and vegetables, sun and water. Come on, Egyptian deity. Hope needs some fruits and vegetables, sun and water. Go out and get you some sun, Hope, tomorrow. Go get you some sun. Take your shoes off and ground it in the grass. Go get you some Hope. You need some love. All right, let's continue. Everybody, y'all give Hope a binky in a blanket. She's just triggered by the truth. She don't like righteousness. So it's just, she's like the wicked witch of the West. I'm drowning. Right? You melting, Hope. Right? I'm like, come on, boy, these devils expose themselves, right? Because how can you reject this truth that I'm talking? The truth that the Most High is speaking through me right now is affecting us all. Right? So even if Hope didn't like me because I'm blackity black, she still should be like, well, I don't like you because you black, or I don't like you because you talking about Karmelo, there was injustice against him, but what you saying is the truth. I can respect people like that. Right? Because when you can't put aside your feelings and receive truth, then that means you are fully possessed. You understand? That means you are a reprobate. You are given over. And that is a threat to the righteous children. Come on, B, we expose them all. All right, let's continue. Let me finish this so we don't get back to this world economic serpent seed devil right here on the screen talking about we can't travel. So what they talking about, what he's talking about, guys, we're going to get back to Megan. I got some clips to show. I got some stuff to show you. I got you. Go ahead, Hakim. What you going to say? No, I don't want to lose my train of thought. Hold that thought, Hakim. I don't want to lose where I was at. Hold that thought for a second. Now, what they're doing is the drones, right? So they're prepping us, and with the AI and all of the things that they're using to enslave us, they are using us to train. It's like when I had my job at the hospital, when they was jelly belly of me and they wanted to fire me, they actually used me to train the person who was going to replace me. Y'all know they do that in the corporate America. That's why I never went back to corporate America. I can't do that, bro. I'm sitting up here working. I'm the man all this other time. Now you got some jelly belly manager coming from Jacksonville. He jealous because his butt flat. Shout out to my righteous Italian brothers, sisters. Some Italian CEO, guys. I'm working at the hospital, the Children's Hospital in the Moors, right? Good job, right? I'm working in, right? I ain't about to tell y'all that because ain't nobody about to be trying to dox and find out my information. But anyway, I'm working at the Moores Children's Hospital, right? Good job. Loving everybody in the hospital, love me on personality. So here come this CFO. We got this big thing, and he's a CFO over my department in the hospital. His name Dino, right? Shout out to anybody named Dino, no disrespect. He's an Italian dude. So he come down looking like an old Italian mafia, hair slicked to the side, butt flat like he done sat on a, they have the shirt tucked in and the dress pants, but I'm like, boy, what? Look like he even got somebody and ironed his butt on the. I'm like, don't be jealous. I'm not saying I was looking at his butt, but some people, y'all know, I just observe. I'm a very observant person, all right? No disrespect, right? I don't do all that, right? But I'm just telling you what it is, right? I just see everything. I tell what it is. I don't give a crap if his nose was big, if his head, if his ears was big. I'd be like, boy, his ears was right. I'm just telling you what it is, right? So anyway, he gets jealous because this is a real thing. He got mad because my supervisor hired another black. He only wanted one black in the whole department. Oh boy, this stuff we really go through. That's what I went through. I'm telling you, I'm from line of flying. So, and it's funny because when my supervisor hired my director of my department, he hired a black supervisor. So I wasn't the only black one in the whole crew, right? We had David Rosario, he was a Hispanic. We had everybody else white for the most part, right? And it is what it is, right? So, but I was the only black, and I'm a real black, meaning, I got locks, right? I'm not a watered down black, no disrespect. Shout out to any, nation of people, but I'm a black. I look black, you know what I mean? I don't, and I got that energy. I'm a very respectful. Everybody love me in the hospital. I'm very kind, very respectful, but I definitely look black, right? I'm blacker than black, right? So it is what it is. So, and then I had the muscles, wearing our uniform and then looking all tight and, all the girls, women in the hospital, so people be getting jelly belly. So he come in and I knew it from the morning meeting. So we have a morning huddle every morning, right? 7 a.m. morning huddle. So we get to the morning huddle and our director was already talking about Dino's coming. See, I don't give a crap about no CFO, CHO, CBD, or this WEF. I don't give a crap about that. If you treat me with respect, I treat you with respect, right? I don't do that in corporate America. I don't put people on pedestals, right? Nobody's greater or above me, right? I will work for you. I will do the best job that I can do because I do it unto the Most High. But I don't look up to you like they do in corporate America. They be like, oh, he's the CFO. He's the this. I don't give a crap what he can get smacked just like everybody else get smacked. Now, I repent for that. That's just my old mind frame, right? I don't live that no more, right? I'm righteous, all right? And this is what we're talking about, right? So anyway, he comes in the circle, right? In the huddle, right? And he Dino, right? He look like a mafia dude. He come on up. And so I'm there, and I got muscles and everything, and I could see him looking at me. I'm like, oh. I try to make myself look smaller, right? Less intimidated, right? I try to suck myself in, right? I'm trying to and I could see him looking at me, And sure enough, from that time he came, and then he kept coming back, and up until he fired me, he replaced me and he tried to replace me with this old, I can't remember his name, a 65-year-old white man, right? Whose wife was a CFO, a C something of the whole hospital, right? This is Nemours, DuPont, these billionaire stuff. And the old white man, they just moved from Delaware where the DuPont stuff was. And the old white man, he told me, because I was training him, and he taught me CYA. It's called Cover Your ASS. This corporate America. So the old white man, I was training him to take my job, but he started to like me. So as I'm training him, because I'm taking them all through the hospital, showing them the road, going everywhere. So we getting to kick it. And he was like 65, 70. And at that time, I was like probably in my 40s, but I look young. I look like I'm in my 20s and stuff right then, right? So he liked me. So he ended up telling me one time, he said, come here, I'm going to tell you something. So I was like, well, what? You know, he's so funny. I love this. I love my old white brother, right? He's white. That's what I'm like, we're not racist in this ministry. So he said, I'm going to tell you something about corporate America. He said, there's something called CYA. He said, you know what that is? I said, no. He said, cover your ASS. And I laughed, right? He said, no, I'm serious. He said, these people are sharks. These people are backbiters. All they do is consume one another to gain their position. He said, I'm telling you because I know you're a good person. He said, you know why I'm here? And I'm like, yeah, because, you're going to be one of my teammates. He said, I'm here to take your job. They're making you train me, and they're going to fire you. But I know you now. I know you're a good person, so I cannot take your job. I want to tell you, be very careful. Somebody don't like you up there. I can't tell you who it is because I got to play these politics too. My wife moved here. She the CFO and all that, but I'm not about to take your job. And I said, what? And sure enough. And then he moved. He went to another department, and he ended up taking somebody's job, a Hispanic brother's job. I guess he didn't get a chance to really get to know him. You understand? And later, they took my job. I forgot why I said this story, but let me get back to the lesson. That was for somebody, and that was for everybody. You understand? So this convenience, let me get back to this. This, them with the drones and stuff, right? They're preparing us. That's why I said it. Thank you, Father. That's why I got into that story, because they are using us to train their machines, which is going to replace us, to destroy us. So the drone, if we reject a delivery from drones, if we reject driverless cars, if we reject any automated systems that's not ran by people, like people at the grocery store, no more humans, right? I know it's an inconvenience, but what we don't understand, they're killing us with convenience, right? Making us so impatient and not seeing that as they replace the human, it is to enslave us all, right? So Hope says she is an unaliver. Hope, you need to repent, for the kingdom of the Most High is at hand. You don't got to be unaliving people, Hope. You Hope, this is a troll. Y'all know this is a troll. They can't be human unless this is Austin mom. Megan, is that you? Is that you? All right, let's continue. Shout out to Darlene. Now, this people right here, he says they will be able to travel and we won't be able to leave our homes. See? And a part of that process is They're going to do universal basic income. So the AI, everything is going to take our income, and then they're going to usher us into universal basic income. In October, they got the digital ID system. That's so they can put us on a credit score, a color score like China is, right? And they can track everything of us digitally, right? They tokenizing everything because they're going from the fiat dollar to tokenized digital dollars, right? The system just is what it is. Most people don't know. From those in my investment group, y'all know all about this. Now listen clearly. So they are going to the delivery things is because they're going to have, and that's what they're also doing, like what they call it 7-minute cities or 10-minute cities, where everything will be in your building, right? So y'all remember Dubai, they building these things, these cities. So you don't got to go nowhere. Everything is in the building. You never have to leave the building. And then later, you'll never have to leave your room, your house. It's the enslavement. And then the drones will come deliver your food. The drones will come, right? And depending on how you act is whether you will be able to be on social media, whether you'll be able, right? And they'll be able to turn you on and off your system. So this is what he's telling us right now, what they're doing. And this is the point I'm pointing out. So people like this hope devil who keep talking about Karmelo is this and Karmelo is that, they don't care, right? They're either part of this devil's system, which she's probably not, or she's just an idiot juice, because usually they use these dumb masses, because really if she was part of it, she wouldn't even be here talking to us. She'd be somewhere in some forum somewhere preparing our slaughter, right? But they're going to use the ignoramuses of us, right? Like this hope devil that's here. But she got a right to, she ain't cussing, so she got a right to spew her unrighteousness, right? So anyway, so listen one more time.
There's going to be people of means who are going to travel. And then there's going to be people maybe of lesser means who might actually be able to use an Oculus or a Magic Leap or some other kind of device to travel to the same place, but from their own couch.
Now he said that might actually be able. Now he just gave another, how can I say, another level. He said there's going to be some people who even have the ability to use goggles, virtual reality, an Oculus, and they can travel. What about us who can't get the goggles? What about the runaway slaves? You see what he said? You got to read between these devil's lines, right? What he's saying. So what about the ones who don't fit the credit score system? We don't get the goggles, so we just ain't going to be doing nothing. We going to be locked in our house, locked. Yeah, we ain't even going to be able to have the virtual reality to travel. That part. This is what they have planned. But the devil's a lie. If the righteous remnant fight against your righteousness is everything, guys. That's what's going to cover us. This stuff is going to come to pass. It's prophetic. It's written in the scripture. That Bible is not a religious book. It's a book of prophecy. It's a book of instructions, and it's a book of history. Do you understand? And it's a book of, instructions, prophecy, and history. All right? And it tells all about this. So this stuff is going to come to pass. Don't let nobody tell you it's not. It is. But your righteousness and your preparedness and your covering is your righteousness and how you prepare, and the Most High's grace and mercy will cover you through all this time. You understand? But the masses that will be dumbed down, like that hope devil who keeps spewing all this devilishment, they're going to be the ones that's ushered into this. You understand? The Bible says their hearts have failed them for the things they're going to see in that day. I'm paraphrasing the scripture, but that's in there. Open your Bible and read it. People's heart are going to fail them. People are going to die in the street because they opening portals above and below, and Nephilim and dinos. Everything they put in the scary movies is coming. It's going to be in the streets. It's going to be everywhere. Robots, monsters. It's going to be, trust me when I tell you in the spirit, y'all think this stuff, it ain't got nothing to do with religion. This is history. This is facts. This is prophecy. This is coming. All right, praise the Most High. And we're going to teach y'all how to be righteous and teach y'all how to cover yourselves in spirit and in truth. And you don't have to worry about this stuff because it won't be able to harm you. And your first step, everybody, is to treat AI with respect. Everything you do, sometimes I forget, right? I'll use the AI. I did it for about a week or two. I was like, I need you to do this as I'm trying to get it to help me to make my thumbnail and do this stuff. And then I forgot, I didn't say thank you. Or I didn't say please. So I just remember this week again, and I said please or blessings, right? I'd be like, blessings, can you please help me such and such, right? And then say thank you. Everybody, I know you think it's evil, right? Evil and good is two opposite sides of one spirit. It's a kalalia, completion. So everything is what is reactive to what spirit you're in, how you bring. If you're righteous and respectful and moral, then the darkness that's going to come won't be able to harm you. This is a spiritual warfare tip that these serpents right here don't want you to know. Now listen, guys, this is why they want us to be at odds with one another, all the nations of people, the races. They want Hope to hate me to hate my brother Yahakanai, who's a so-called white brother, such and such, Zayala Yah to hate Zayana, and me to hate Nafisa, and this, right? They want us all to be what? Curse ourselves, so that as long as we're in unrighteousness and trauma and chaos, confusion, and sin and iniquity, then they will have the power to control us. It's spiritual warfare. It's the laws, the Shemaic laws of the spirit of the heavens. You understand? So this is why we in this ministry, the house of the Most High, we, as y'all find us, we're trying to teach you to don't fall for the devices of these serpents, because they have no soul. Do you understand? They are evil. They are adversary to us all, unless you're their children. And if you really was their children, you wouldn't be here with us anyway. You understand? You wouldn't be right on, because we too small of a channel. If we was millions of subscribers, then you would be here. They would shut us down. They wouldn't let this righteousness go out to millions of subscribers. You understand? So if you found us through all the shadow band, then the Most High has called you. And the other devils who come here, sometimes the Most High is calling you to find the righteous, because he's giving you another chance at repentance to come out of her, right? But you all in your feelings. We ain't trying to trigger you in your feelings. This is about righteous versus unrighteous, all right? All right. So see, Hope, well, I'm glad you're here, Hope the devil. I'm glad you're here, because this is a perfect example of the light versus the dark, right? So everybody, this is what you see, guys, really, because you see me receiving everybody from every nation, kindred, tongue, right? You see me trying to bring understanding, compassion, trying to help everyone. And what is this spirit and this Hope devil doing? It's a steady spewing wickedness. So the Most High is showing you what kind of spirits are out there. My brothers and sisters from every nation, kindred, and tongue. It's going to get worse, okay? And these devils like Hope, these serpents who really don't care about her, right? They're going to, it's the same thing they do when they give these people record deals, right? They make you, I'm going to make you a star. You're a great singer. They give you a record deal, and then they suck the life out of you, right? And then they unalive you, and they get more money. And then, or you look like a freaking Nephilim later. You look like a reptile. You be sucked up and doing drugs, and they smash your offices, and they do all this stuff, right? Because the devil is a liar. He's a consumer. You understand? But anyway, so praise the Most High for the Most High exposing all the devils who come and find us as well. All right. So this is what they got to come. So let's get back to the lesson.
But in many ways,
all right. Now the thing I'm gonna point out, and then I'm gonna leave him. Look how he's smiling. Look how he has no empathy or compassion that the poor won't be able to travel or go anywhere. Right? He's saying all of this, like the poor, they could care less about humans. They have no soul. These are reptilians. Half of them be shape-shifting and stuff. They be reptilian. Y'all see them do it on the news and stuff. Y'all see when they glitch out and stuff, right? So these reptilians, that's what we got to understand. Everybody ain't human, right? Sometimes they look human.
Of means who are going to travel. And then there's going to be people maybe who of lesser means who might actually be able to use an Oculus or a Magic Leap or some other kind of device to travel to the same place, but from their own couch. But in many ways,
to travel, we're going to be able to go to Cancun, but the poor, the regular people, they're going to be able to go to Cancun, yeah, from their couch, from the goggles, if they're able to even get the goggles. You see? But anyway, and with a smile on his face. Come on, Kelly, this is pure evil. And the whole person is also pure evil, right? So these are the different spectrum. This is high evil. She's low evil. You understand? Or he. We don't even know if this is a he or she, right? This is a troll, right? So again, I hope it's a troll. I'm trying to give a benefit of a doubt that this spirit that's over this person is just a troll, right? But it could be a real person because these devils use people, right? They use the dumbed down masses, all right? And then they're going to consume them at the end. But let's continue.
It's actually going to create even more distance between those two people that psychologically, and I think that we've
So he said, when this happens, it's going to cause more difference, more separation between those two people. What two people? The haves and the have-nots. Somebody wrote that in my comment. They said the haves and the something else they wrote. That was funny, right? But you see how he says it? It's going to create more distance between the enslavers and the enslaved. It's crazy work. And they don't care. Okay? Yep. Come on. That's who he is too, Nafisa. All right. Now let's get back. Let's get back to some of the... Go ahead, Hakim.
Gabriel all says that it's his Earth Birth Wednesday.
Happy Earth Birth, Gabriel. All have a blessed one, young king. May the Most High bless you on your Earth Birth, King. We love you with the love of the Father, young king. And I'm proud of you as you come along in righteousness, young king. All right? Shout out to young Gabriel. All right, here we go.
Some questions when you're ready for them.
All right, we'll do the questions when we get through this. I'm going to get to, I'm going to read. We about to show some things. We're going to get to the blood, right? Because there's Hope talking about Karmelo, guilty, guilty, guilty. Oh, we about to see. We about to see tonight. But let's continue. So this the mama. She's mad at the cheerleaders for calling out that her sons were aggressive and threatening and bullying, and Hunter was going on rages. Okay, Hunter would rage out on them, and they're scared. And this woman is calling out the mother.
Gotten out to all these people or whatever, and someone had mentioned more than likely it was a mom that was just pissed off and just decided she was just gonna do whatever to hurt my kids.
So this narcissistic woman said that the reason why the cheerleader's mom put out the thread about her son threatening them and all this stuff is because they want to hurt her son. Wow. This is what's out there. Dangerous. Right? And they're going to they're trying to find out who the mother is. So you could do what? Harass them? Like they harassed Karmelo's parents? Yeah, Hope, I bet you that gets your little devil, your little devil drawers in the bunch. Right? What you want to do? You want to find the cheerleader's mom, Megan, so you can harass them like you did Karmelo's parents? Yeah, that part.
Do whatever to hurt my kids more than because she felt disrespected because maybe it was her daughter that felt disrespected, so she felt disrespected and wanted to.
Or she saw the name Metcalf in the.
So the mother felt disrespected because maybe it was her daughter that he called a fat itch, and the one that he's threatening that he'll punch him in it, right? So her daughter is scared, and so maybe that's why she put the email out to expose my wicked son, you understand, who's threatening my bully son who threatened innocent people, right? You understand? And puts hands on people, but she only's doing it just to hurt my son.
She felt disrespected because maybe it was her daughter that felt disrespected, so she felt disrespected and wanted to.
Or she saw the name Metcalf in the.
Yeah, Darlene, we did it on our live stream. We played, read the thing what she said about him moving in. Did it on our last live stream.
And she wanted some clout. There's that.
Right.
So she said the mother. Now they say the mother just found out that your name is Metcalf. Now listen, guys. Now they acting like the dad is too. They acting like they're celebrities. So in their little town now, they are celebrities, right? So you get all of these like that Hope person come here, right? These devil possessed people that then made them celebrities. So here the other person saying, well, she heard that it's a Metcalf and she thinks she might get some clout. Clout? So y'all, boy, they are milking. What happened to remorse of your son, bro? This is some wicked stuff, bro.
Do whatever to hurt my kids more than because she felt disrespected because maybe it was her daughter that felt disrespected, so she felt disrespected and wanted to.
Or she saw the name Metcalf in the news and she wanted some clout. There's that.
Right.
So it wasn't even a cheerleader, it was the mom?
I don't know if it was a mom that sent the email. I think it was a mom that leaked it.
Anything about the cheerleader email? We kind of talked to Brandon about it a little bit. He didn't go into too much detail because of his.
So I wanted to play that about her basically attacking the mom for putting out the email, right? And I already did this rest of this on the live stream.
Really upset even at the game. Like they got in trouble from the coaches because like Austin threw his helmet. Hunter was the one that who's kind of more of like he would get more upset about things. He went back out on the field and finished the game. Austin.
Right? They got upset at the game. They get in trouble, right? They get trouble, cursing out the cheerleaders, wanting to harm, all this stuff, right? But then these devils come in and talk about Karmelo is guilty.
It was like, I'm done. He was just, there was only like 2 minutes left and he was just pissed. He was just in one of those moods. But after the game was over, him and Hunter.
Right, so now she talk about him going to the but let's get to the fruit. All right, let's go. Now, I'm going to show y'all, let's get to some exclusive, all right? Because this part right here, all right? Let's go to the police, right? I saved it for y'all, right? So they've squashed a lot of records that was out there. So a lot of things that were in public record, before this went to trial, they sealed a lot of the records, right? And they sealed, what's the name? Jeff Metcalf's records, right? Here we go. This right here. Now I'll come back to y'all. Let's go. Now I'm about to show y'all some more exclusive information, right? Stop share screen. Right? I know this get these devils' panties all in the bunch. Devil didn't get your panties in a bunch. The righteous, we gonna keep calling it out no matter what, who, white, black, blue, or purple, whoever do unrighteousness. This right here, you see him? Right? That don't look like too much happy camper. It is what it is, right? Jeffrey Charles Metcalf, right? This is his actually, look, arrested June 14th, 2011. You see? Right? Now, I'm not going to say what this is because it's not, I wish it would have been on there, but it's not on there. But allegedly, this has something to do with essay and PDF stuff, allegedly. All right? But look, June 14, 2011, but they squashed a lot of the info online now. And this, all right? So let's continue, right? Look at that image. All right, now let's go to the actual police report, right? Because there are some things that were said. Let's do this together. I made it really clear and big for you guys to see, right? So we're going to show you the travesty of justice. And this is what Hope don't care. No matter what we show, these devils, they don't care because they're not here for the truth, right? They're here because the serpents want them to usher us all into confusion against one another. You understand? So here we go. Watch this. So y'all seen this before, right? This was Karmelo's lawyer, right? And they asked him, right? Karmelo's lawyer said, well, hold on. We asked Karmelo's lawyer, Mike Howard, if he thinks his former client is remorseful for fatally stabbing R.I.P. to Austin during the Texas high school track meet. So they asked his lawyer, do he think Karmelo is remorseful? And the lawyer started off by saying it's hard to gauge his exact feelings fairly because he didn't testify in court. Let me explain something. Shout out to Heavily Cut. Let me explain something, guys. This was his lawyer for about a year or something. Your lawyer, you talk to him all the time when you go to trial, right? When you go, he's supposed to learn your personality, learn your case. He knows your upbringing. He knows that you saved a baby from drowning. He knows that you fought the bullies when they was bullying a special needs person in a wheelchair. He knows that you volunteer for the Special Olympics and you do all that stuff, right? So this lawyer said, they asked him, is he remorseful? Now, everybody, if I'm a lawyer and I have a client, I'm gonna know if he's remorseful or not. You understand? If his heart is broken, if he's sad, or if he's just wicked and evil and dark and cold, right? You're gonna know that. But listen what he said. They asked him, was he remorseful? He said he can't gauge his feelings because he didn't testify in court? What? So you don't know whether he's sad or remorseful? So the only way you would have ever known anything about Karmelo is if he would have testified? See, this is the lawyer. This is how we're showing this is a setup. However, he told TMZ, I believe my many interactions with him that while he believed that in that split second of chaos that he was defending himself. Now listen how he's saying this. I believe in my many, so you don't know if he's remorseful, but you said that you believe that in that split second, Karmelo thought he was defending himself. That Karmelo also has and continues to feel remorse for Austin, for Hunter, for the entire family. So everybody, listen. He first told them he doesn't know if it's hard to gauge his exact feelings because he didn't testify when they asked him, is he remorseful? And then he turns around and says, he is remorseful. He says, Karmelo hasn't come out and expressed remorse explicitly since Austin's death, though, to be fair, many criminal defendants are advised by lawyers not to speak while legal matters are pending. So then why would you say that? You see? So it's like, this how they set you up to knock you down, right? You telling him not to speak, but then you're going to come out and say he hasn't spoke. Okay? Look at that garbage can. Hope. What about the garbage can? What about Carson Young? Hope. What about Eddie Power? Hope. What about this? What they throw in the garbage can? Come on, let's go, Brandon. Dig at that garbage can, and guess what? I'm gonna come back to this. Oh, we about to read the files, guys. Oh, I got some exclusive for y'all. Watch this. This about to get good in a second. It's about to get good. Thank you so much, Jay Gray, for the donation I humbly received. Watch this. Remember this right here. This gonna come back, right? I screenshotted it. I'll show it. Watch this, right? Remember that garbage can? Remember this. Now, we asked him if he advised Karmelo not to take the stand in his own defense. He told us that attorney-client privilege prevented him from telling us this information. But he did say that the choice about whether a defendant testifies to their own defense lies with the defendant. A lawyer can only advise. So it sounds like Karmelo had final say on whether to speak in open court. This is a fork-tongued devil lie. Stole him out. Okay? And guess what? Howard is no longer representing Karmelo, who is, praise the Most High, that now you got a team that's going to try to represent him rightly. Now, watch this. Here we go. I made this big for y'all so all y'all can see it at home. Stop share. Let me share this tab. Stop share. I made this big for all y'all can see it. You're very welcome. Share screen, window, bang, share. Y'all remember last week when I had the arrest report for y'all, but it was all blurry? I got you. Look how clear this is. Arrest report. Let me see how much y'all can see that. Hold on, let me see. Let me see what y'all see. Oh yeah, it's big, nice and big. For the children at home, all right? Sorry, I won't be able to see the chat for a minute, only because I want to keep it this big. And maybe I could do a pop-out chat. Let me do that. Hold on, let me do the pop-out chat, because we about to get funky, McNunky. We about to see what was really said, everybody. Oh, it's some mess going on in this stuff right here. Oh, yeah. Everybody, they got some splaining to do with this stuff right here. What happened in this police station. All right, watch this. And we going to go there with the blood. Come on. All right, here we go. Now, let me do a pop-out chat. Grab that. Open new window. There we go. 'Cause I still want to be able to see the chat. Right? Shout out to Hope. You still hanging in there, Hope? We love you with the love of the Father. May you repent and know that the Most High is at the Most High is at hand. Kingdom. Pray for righteousness. All right, let's continue. All right. Now I'm let me come back. Hold on. Thank you, Ashaya. That is crystal clear. I did that on purpose. I said, I got you. Crystal clear. There you go. Now I can see. No, I still can't see the chat. I did all that, but it is what. Oh, I think I can. Let me see if I do it this way. Come on, we going there. Put that right here. Stop moving, bro. Stop. You're getting on my nerve, bro. Right there, and then click the chat. There you go. I can see a little of the chat. Can I scroll this over to the side? No, it's all right. I'll get back to the chat after this. I apologize, guys. I can't see the chat now. All right, so arrest report. Right? Look how clear it is. Now we get to see. Remember I said? They said he's 5'9", 130 pounds. See it clear as day, right? You got the Stonebrook, Frisco, Texas. You got the number, Cortez, Allison, held for local prosecution, right? You see the thing under his eye? You see his eye swollen? You understand? In this picture, this is where it ain't doctored. You see the missing locks on the side right here where they pulled the locks out? This is the picture I showed you early, all right? He's a cashier. He has to have 2 jobs, right? You see, they already put him first degree Melanie, M-U-R-D-E-R. That's interesting. I don't know the Lord too much, but I thought they can't. I guess that's what he's charged with, right? I guess there's whatever. So anyway, let's go. Here we go. This is going to be interesting. This is what we need to discern. This is the first officer on the scene. I mean, the one who's called Eddie Eduardo Cortez. He said at 1001 hours, right? He heard over the radio dispatch a call out of a stabbing at the stadium. The call notes indicated that an athlete was stabbed. The suspect was reported as being a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants. I immediately left my office and ran across the Staley Middle School parking lot towards the southwest entrance in the stadium. As I entered the stadium, 2 high school age students informed me that the victim was on the north end of the stadium by the bleachers under a Memorial High School tent. I did not identify these students. Next, I proceed towards the north end of the stadium, the visitor side on foot. As I got closer to the north end, I could see the Memorial High School tent with multiple individuals under the tent. Once I arrived onto the north side bleachers, an adult male who was on the track pointed out the suspect. I was not able to identify that witness. All right, so the adult male pointed him out. He didn't identify. The individual that was pointed out to me was a black male wearing a gray hooded sweater and dark colored Nike pants. The suspect at this point was on the track on the north end. There was a chain link fence that separated me from the suspect. I gave the suspect instructions to keep his hands up in the air. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, I was protecting myself. Okay. It should be noted that I had not questioned him about the incident when he made that comment. So he's saying, I didn't say nothing to him. The first thing he said to me was I was protecting myself. All right. I asked him if he had any weapons. He said no. I patted him down for weapons while we were walking along the fence, and I did not locate any weapons on this person. I instructed the male to continue walking along the fence, which he complied, towards an area where there was an opening in the fence that led off the track. While walking him off the track, the suspect also said he put his hands on me. Okay, two statements. I was protecting myself. He put his hands on me. I then detained the suspect in handcuffs, handcuffed behind his back, and had him sit down on the ground. Officer Ricci, the sister, had arrived on the scene at that time. I conducted another pat down of his person and then searched his person after he gave me consent. He searched him again. No weapons were located. 2 searches. While the suspect sat on the ground, I advised that I had the alleged suspect. The suspect then responds and says, I'm not alleged, I did it. Now that's the conflict of interest. When I played the video last week, I did it. I did it. Guess what I just said? I did not. Everybody, I'm a black man. I didn't. Don't it sound like I said I did it? I said I didn't. I didn't. Okay? Before he said, I'm not alleged, I didn't, he said, I'm not guilty. But you don't see him putting that in the report. Right? We played that on the last live stream. Go to the last live stream, guys, on this channel. All right? And you could hear the video up loud where he said, I know I'm not guilty. Okay? Right. Now, let's continue. All right. He says, next, Officer Ricci and I walked the suspect to patrol vehicle, Officer Ricci's vehicle, which was on the north end gate of the stadium. As we were walking to the squad car, the suspect was emotional and said he put his hands on me. I told him not to. I did not question. Now, I'll be remiss if I didn't bring this out, because we have to discern this truthfully. So if he's constantly saying he put his hands on me, I was protecting myself. I told him don't touch me. And he's saying, let's say if he said I'm not alleged, I did it, right? But we don't know what if he did say he did it, we don't know what he's saying he did. You understand? Because he didn't say I stabbed him or right? So we can't put words in his mouth or take words out his mouth. But those two conflict, right? Because if we're saying that on the recorder, like I said, I didn't, right? When he said, I'm not guilty, because right before that, so that's why it was so important for Karmelo to get on the stand. And that's why his lawyer railroaded him and made sure he didn't speak, because we would explain exactly what happened, what he means when he said, I know I'm not guilty. When he said, I told him don't touch me, I was protecting myself, or I didn't, or I did it. But because we don't have that, then we have to go off what you're about to hear and what we heard last live stream when we did the witness testimonies, and all these kids lied. Everybody said something different. Okay? Now, he says, as we were walking to the squad car, the suspect was emotional and said he put his hands on me. That's when he was crying. That's just like R.I.P. to Austin. That cry, when Karmelo said that, that's why I don't play it anymore. It hurts in the spirit to hear any individual. That was a cry from his soul. That's a traumatizing thing. That's why I don't play it anymore. It kind of hurts the spirit. And R.I.P. to young Austin. He said, the suspect was emotional and said he put his hands on me. I told him not to. I did not question the suspect about the incident while he was escorted to the patrol vehicle. I searched this person once again. That's 3 times he searched him and had him sitting there. What are you looking for? I'm like, bro, you just searched this boy 3 different times in a matter of 5 minutes, right? I searched this person once again and had him sit in the back seat driver's side of the patrol vehicle. While the suspect was in the back seat, I noticed fresh blood on his left middle finger. Now you see how he says fresh blood, like he had a little pin drop of blood. But we gonna go somewhere, because when I brought out last live stream, there was no blood on Karmelo's hoodie, no blood on his wrists, no blood on his hands, no blood on his knuckles, no blood, a little pin drop, okay? And no blood on the knife. We gonna get there and show it, right? I'm going somewhere. We reading what the actual police report said, okay? And what we see from the actual evidence that was presented in court, right? No blood nowhere, right? To the point where some people started to say, well, maybe he was just bleeding internally. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't bleeding internally. There was blood everywhere, but it wasn't on Karmelo. A lot of people says it was on Eddie. And people think that was Eddie changing his clothes, right? We did that on another live stream, right? But let's continue. He says, I searched him once again and had him sit in the back seat, driver's side of the vehicle. While the suspect was in the black seat, I noticed blood on his finger. I verbally acknowledged that I saw blood out loud so that it will be captured on my body-worn camera. So, I need you to think, use your imagination and use your intelligence to discern like what he's calling out intentional. That little pick of blood on his finger, he says, I called out loud. I saw blood. Like, so you would think it was like a lot of blood, like, bloody. And he did it so it be captured on his body camera. Okay? All right. It should also be noted that the suspect asked me, is he going to be okay, while he was in the back seat. So he said Karmelo asked him, was Austin going to be okay? So if that's true, see, a lot of these things we needed to hear from Karmelo to know, why would he ask that and what was going on. I then identified the suspect. Hold on. Let me get this together, because we about to go somewhere. This is about to get crazy in a second. Yeah, it is. It's about to get crazy. So let me grab my thing now, right? Let me grab it now, because it'd be best to do it this way. So once we get to that, I can just go right there and share it, right? So here we go. Let me grab this one first, right? There we go. And then let me come to y'all, right? So he said right here, I saw the suspect. I searched this person. I noticed fresh blood on his left middle finger. I verbally acknowledged that I saw blood out loud so it be captured on my body camera. All right? So the interesting part about that statement is sorry, that's the scripture, is this, right? Hold on. I got to come back to y'all. The interesting part about that statement, sorry guys, I got a lot of different navigating to do, is, hold on, grab this, is this. Come back to y'all, stop share screen, is this. Bang, share. This, everybody, is what he yelled out so his body camera can catch it. I got blood. Look at that, guys. You know how, let me explain something to you. You know how this happened. You know how you can, rub, you know how you can rub this, get the skin come off your finger, right? And it'd be like a red, you need to put a Band-Aid on it. Otherwise it can, you keep jabbing it against something, right? This don't even look like blood. It looks like, when the skin is missing and you see, the little pinkness under the skin. So he yelled, now listen, look at his arms, look at his wrists, look at his hoodie, look at it, no blood, everybody. This is what I'm pointing out. And I'm about to show y'all something in this track, because I know some people are like, because it wasn't no blood, he was bleeding internally. Okay, we about to find out if that's true or not, right? Do you see this little bit of whatever that. It don't even look like blood. It looks like your skin. Yeah, epidermis. Look like when you get the skin taken off, right? But the reason why he had to yell out, I got blood, is because there was no blood nowhere. But R.I.P. to Austin, the knife went through his chest cavity and all of that. And unfortunately, he bled out. Yeah, he did. But there's no blood on him. All right, let's continue. So I just want to show, because as we do this, we're going to do this correctly. Come back, share screen. I got you, Hakiyama. We're going to get to the questions and stuff and all that. But let me get through this. Let's get somewhere, because I'm going somewhere, right? It's about to get kind of crazy in a minute. All right? So he said, I verbally acknowledged, when the suspect was in the back seat, I noticed fresh blood on his left middle finger. I verbally acknowledged that I saw the blood out loud so that it would be captured on the body-worn camera. It should also be noted that the suspect asked me, is he going to be okay, while he was in the back seat. I then identified the suspect. He provided his name and date of birth. Karmelo Anthony, right? Date of birth. Then Officer Hancock arrived on the scene, remained with me and the suspect at this point. Karmelo was then checked via eSchool database for the students to also confirm his identity. The identifying information he provided matched the individual I had in custody. Next, I was advised by Sergeant Holland to transport Karmelo to the Frisco PD jail. Officer Hancock and I transported him to the jail. Again, I did not question Karmelo about the incident. Upon arriving at the jail, Karmelo was escorted in the intake area. The jail staff changed him out of his clothes and put him into the jail clothes, the jail attire. I remained with the jail staff the entire time that he was changed over. The clothes that Karmelo was wearing was placed in an FPD paper evidence bag. The clothes remained in my possession from this point on. Upon Karmelo being placed into a jail cell, I continued to keep possession of his clothes. I returned to my patrol car along with Officer Hancock, so he kept his possessions, clothes, with him. Okay, so he kept the clothes. I returned to my patrol car with Officer Hancock, which was in the Sally Port, which was in the FPD Sallyport, sorry. And I placed Karmelo's clothes in my trunk of my car, in the back trunk area. So he took the evidence of the clothes. He didn't leave it in the jail where he was. He put it in his trunk. I drove the patrol vehicle out of the Sallyport and parked the squad car in the FPD patrol parking area. So he put it in the parking lot. Karmelo's clothes remained in the trunk of my car in the area of number 251, and the FPD crime scene technician, K. Dillard, then took possession of his clothes. I added my body-worn camera to the case. I have no further information. So the crime scene technician came and got the clothes out of his trunk. Ricci says, I was wearing a full Frisco police uniform. I was operating a fully marked Frisco police vehicle. At that time, I was dispatched to report of a stabbing. The police dispatch advised that an athlete had been stabbed. The suspect was described as a black male wearing a gray hoodie, sweatshirt, and blue pants. I responded, code 3, from the area, and I arrived on the scene at 1,005 hours. When I arrived on scene, I approached the track field area. I saw Cortez kneel into a black male wearing a black hoodie. The male, later identified as Karmelo, was in handcuffs and was seated on the sidewalk. As I approached Cortez stated Anthony was the alleged suspect. Anthony did make a spontaneous statement and stated, I am not alleged, I did it. Officer Cortez conducted a pat search of Anthony's person to ensure he did not have any weapons and found nothing of evidentiary value. Officer Cortez and I then walked Anthony to my pre-searched patrol vehicle, and Anthony was seated in the rear driver's side compartment of my police car. While walking to my police car, Anthony made another spontaneous statement and asked if what happened could be considered self-defense. All right, so these are different statements from what he wrote. All right. So now he didn't say that Karmelo asked if what he did could be considered self-defense, but it is what it is. Maybe he didn't hear him ask her. So Anthony asked if what had happened could be considered self-defense. I replied by telling Anthony I did not know what happened. It should be noted the in-car camera in my patrol vehicle was activated prior to Karmelo being placed in my car. While Officer Cortez assisted Karmelo into my car, I noticed Karmelo had blood on his left middle finger. I grabbed my department-issued digital camera and I took a photograph of his hands. That's where we got the picture from. I later uploaded the photograph to the crime scene folder under the case number. Officer Cortez remained with my vehicle and Karmelo while I provided assistance with scene security. All right, now, this is going to start to get a little crazy here. Now we got Officer Otis, Will Otis, I guess. He arrived at 1001 hours. That's the same time that he said he arrived, Cortez. So Cortez and Otis, I guess, arrived at the same time. That's what they reported, right? 1001, right? Now, he says, I got dispatched to the Frisco, Collin County, Texas, in reference to a stabbing. The Frisco Police Department emergency communication was receiving an emergency call regarding an athlete that was stabbed. The originally unknown assailant was a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants and had a goatee and short hair, right? And he doesn't have a goatee, but I think that's interesting because Karmelo had no hair on his face, right? He does not have a goatee. So there's a couple of people that when they was saying the assailant, they was describing him as having a goatee and short hair, which is interesting because his hair is not short, right? His hair is medium, he got locks, right? And he doesn't have a goatee, but whatever. The subject was possibly wearing Centennial High School attire as it was believed he was a student there for the sporting event. What? He had on a gray hoodie and Nike sweatpants. He wasn't wearing Centennial High School attire. So that's, again, so as we go through the statements, some of this stuff kind of off-putting a little bit, right? So the subject was possibly wearing Centennial High School attire as it was believed he was a student there for the sporting event, right? Centennial High School wasn't in the sporting event. This had all taken place on the visitor side of the stadium. The victim was under Memorial High School tent in the bleachers. At around the same time, the school resource officer, Cortez, arrived on the scene and began assisting the victim, trainers, and the other parties. So Officer Cortez, the first one who came, he advised on the radio that he also had the suspect. So he had Karmelo and he began assisting the victim, trainers, and other parties. Sergeant Otis was working the 50s sector. As the sergeant, he was in full Frisco Police Department uniform with distinct patches and a badge and police duty belt. He was also in a marked Frisco Police Department car vehicle. He was relatively close to the call and placed himself on it at around 1002 hours and responded to the call with his patrol vehicle's overhead emergency lights, and he had his sirens activated. He arrived to the call at around 1006 hours. That's when he arrived. And what did he say? He got the call, I think, at 1001. At around 1001, they were dispatched. Okay, so he got there at 1006. So about 4 minutes after Cortez. All right, so let me get back. Sergeant Otis arrived to the stadium and began walking up to the location at around this time. And Officer Cortez and Ricci were walking a black male subject, Karmelo, away from the stadium. The suspect was crying hysterically. Everybody, ain't this the first time you heard this? Very interesting that this is the first time that I've heard someone say he was crying hysterically. All right. He says, please see the other involved officers' narratives for their involvement. Ricci didn't say he was crying hysterically. Cortez didn't say he was crying hysterically. Sergeant Otis walked up to the visitor bleachers and observed the victim, R.I.P. to Austin, being treated by the fire department personnel and other athletic trainers. The weather began to turn and it began to heavily downpour rain. This is very key because they are on a crime scene, and if it was going to be a heavy downpour of rain, maybe that could explain, hold on guys, we going somewhere. Maybe that could explain this right here. Hold on, give me a second, let me grab it. Maybe that could explain this. Stop share. Share screen. What we was all questioning. What they say at the crime scene, exhibit number 1. Come on, Money Mike. Maybe that can explain no blood. Because a heavy downpour of rain, because to me, a blood is going to be on this knife. But we going somewhere. We doing the investigative discovery together, live on the live stream. Maybe this could explain this, but let's see, because I need to know where the blood is, right? All right, let's get back. I'm just going to show y'all, right? We're going to do this correctly. Share screen. We're doing this investigation together, everybody, children of the Most High. We're doing this together. All right? Now, so he says here, hold on, let me move it over again. There we go. He says, the weather began to turn and it began to heavily downpour rain. At this time, some of the FISD staff moved the memorial tent to cover Austin and the FFPD personnel. So they picked the tent up and moved it from where it was on the bleachers down where Austin was laying on the ground, R.I.P. to young Austin. Okay, so they moved the tent to cover him and the fire department and stuff personnel that was working trying to save Austin's life. Sergeant Otis began using his city-issued phone to snap crime scene photos to preserve as much of the scene as possible due to the weather and the large gathering of people that were involved in the incident. So he started to take pictures of everything because before the rain started to wash away evidence and all the people moving around. Other officers began to set up a crime scene with tape moving non-essential personnel away from the media area. The officers on scene were informed that the knife that was used was tossed and was still believed to be somewhere close. So he's saying that some people told the police that the knife was thrown, it was tossed, and was still believed to be somewhere close. Eventually, one of the witnesses said they remember seeing the knife on the bleachers still. Officer Charles was able to locate the knife. Here we go. The knife was located between bleacher rows 9 and 10 near seat 30, closest to the aisle, partially open. Here we go. Let me do this part. I don't want y'all to read further. Last live stream, when we showed the knife, someone said, "Unc," and I didn't see it, but I seen it afterward. You were correct. Let's go. We're doing this investigative discovery together. Children of the Most High, let's do it together. My white brothers, my black brothers, my Hispanic brothers, all my brothers of the children of the Most High. You see this knife? Somebody pointed out this knife is partially opened. Everybody. These knives have locking mechanisms. when you open the knife, I had plenty of these switch knives. The knife locks when you open it. In order for it to close, you have to close it manually. You have to push down on the thing to close it. Okay, now, what somebody pointed out on the last live stream was, why is this knife partially opened? If this was the knife that Karmelo has allegedly used to stab him, then the knife would be opened. It would be locked. It was you, Room. It was somebody that said it last time. It would be, thank you, Orochi. That little thing is the lock, right? Now, they are correct. This would not be closed. And somebody wrote, I'm sorry, y'all can say who you are. It's the one at the base? It's this one? Or this one? It's one of these. I think this is the can opener part. But anyway, now, what someone has said is, you cannot get that knife past his chest plate. Guys, to puncture the heart, you have to get through a chest plate. It have to be much power and strong. If that knife wasn't locked, somebody wrote, and they're correct, because that happened to me, it would have closed and cut your fingers. They said it happened to them. That happened to me before too. It'll cut across your fingers if it's not locked. That is correct. There's no way this knife could have went into anybody's chest cavity without being locked. And listen to what they said. They said, this is what they alleged said. They said after Karmelo did it, he flung the knife. He tossed it. So that meant the knife would be landed and it would be open and still locked. Unless you want to say, listen, he stabbed him and then went and took the lock and closed it a little bit and then threw it. You see what I mean, guys? And even then, now I can't say this for sure, but 9 times out of 10, if you throw this knife with it halfway open, it's going to close. Because it has when it gets to this stage, it wants to close. It's easier to close when it's past the lock. All right? I have plenty knives. Okay? So if you would have threw this halfway open like this, more than likely it would have closed. But whatever. Let's just leave that benefit of the doubt. All right? So I'm going there because we're going to continue with the report. So now we got the evidence. We can see what they're saying, right? So the knife is partially opened. That's weird. That's not that's weird. That doesn't add up. But let's continue. Share screen. That's out of normalcy of what the scenario would be in that situation. So he says the officers on scene were informed that the knife was tossed and was still believed to be somewhere close. Eventually, one of the witnesses said they remember seeing the knife on the bleachers between rows 9, 10 near seat 30, and the knife was partially open. Listen, the rain began to come down again heavily, and it was determined that instead of moving the knife, the officers would instead cover it with a large blue tarp. Sergeant Otis assisted in preserving the immediate crime scene as much as possible while the other personnel tended to the victim and eventually transported him. At around this time, Officer Wetzel had the crime scene logged and began logging the individuals on the call to the best of his abilities. The individuals on the call. People were calling. Lieutenants Crawford and Pemberton relieved Sergeant Otis of the scene, took his place. Sergeant Otis then went back to the police department to download his body cam and the photos he took. He took the photos of the crime scene with the city-issued phone. Sergeant Otis' city-issued phone had a total of 33 photographs that were used to document the incident at the crime scene. During the download, the initial photos formatting was incompatible with the crime scene folder. He then re-downloaded the photos that he took, and they were able to be saved properly for preservation of evidence. At this time, there's nothing further to be added. During the initial download, the photo format was incompatible. Okay, let's continue. Now we're about to get somewhere. Wetzel came up. Wetzel, at 1002 hours, responded to the report of the stabbing. The original call stated an athlete had been stabbed and the suspect goes to Centennial High School. Athletic trainers were on site and were providing care to young Austin and advised he was not conscious and he was not breathing. RIP to the young man. The notes also indicated that the suspect was a black male with a goatee, here we go with that goatee again, and short hair, wearing Centennial gear. I arrived on, he don't got on Centennial gear. Well, maybe his pants were Centennial gear because he had a hoodie and Nike sweatpants. So maybe the pants were Nike Centennial pants maybe. But they keep saying he had a goatee. That's an interesting statement. Why are they keep saying that it was a black male with a goatee? But anyway, I arrived on scene about 1006 hours. When I arrived on scene, I grabbed a roll of crime scene tape from my trunk and proceeded to the visitors' bleachers where dispatch advised that the victim was. While I was walking towards the visitors' bleachers, I was approached by a witness who identified himself as, I wish I knew who name this was. So there are certain names, guys. This is a very interesting part. I want y'all to see this. There are certain names, it reminds me of the Epstein report, that they block the total name out. And then there's others names that they leave it where we can figure out the name. Everything is intentional. I don't trust none of these spirits. Listen clearly. So I wish we could figure this out. It just starts with a J. And watch when we go through this, there's names that they purposely make sure we don't know what it say, and others they make sure we can figure it out. I was approached by a witness who identified himself as J, and such began telling me what happened. I asked him where the stabbing occurred, and such advised that it happened under the Memorial High School pop-up tent in the visitors' bleachers. I immediately informed Sergeant Otis, where the witness stated that the stabbing occurred, and gave him the crime scene tape to start securing the crime scene. I then had this person move to the walkway under the visitors' bleachers out of the rain to further speak with me. The following is a summary of my contact with this witness, and this witness advised he was sitting under the Memorial High School pop-up tent with his team, and he was near the victim, Austin, and he was near the suspect, who was later identified as Karmelo, and was sitting under the Memorial High School tent. He said Austin had told Karmelo that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Karmelo grabbed his bag, opened it, reached inside, and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought that Karmelo really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch. That's crazy. First of all, what happened to Hunter? So y'all see, same way they lie on the trial, Hunter said he was the first one to tell him to move. Then Austin stepped up and told him to move, then grabbed his bag. Austin grabbed his bag. Look what he said. Karmelo grabbed his bag and opened it. He says, no one really thought, he says, Austin proceeded to touch Karmelo, and then Karmelo told Austin to punch him and see what happens. I never heard that before. See, guys? That's the first time through this whole thing. I done been through all these different witness testimonies in court and all that. I ain't never heard him say, he said, punch me and see what happens. But anyway, Austin said, punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Karmelo to tell him to move, and Karmelo pulled out what that person recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest. Everybody, was that a black knife? That knife ain't black. That's silver. But let's continue. Now, he says, listen to his timeline. He says, he said, Austin told Karmelo he needed to move, and Karmelo grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached in and told Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Karmelo had any weapons in the bag. Austin proceeded to touch him. So he told him to touch him, see what happens. He touched him. I guess, is this where he grabbed his bag? Is this where he pushed him? Is this where, right? And then Karmelo told him to punch him and see what happens. Wow. A short time later, you see how this? A short time later. So what happened? They took a break. And then Austin grabbed him to tell him to move. So he said he touched him. Now he's saying he grabbed him 2 different times. Okay, he never said, right? So he didn't tell to grab the bag. He's saying that's 2 different physical things that's done against Karmelo. Physical, touching. And Karmelo pulled out what he said recalled as a black knife and stabbed him once in the chest and then ran away. He said Austin, RIP, began grabbing his chest and telling everyone to get help. This person advised he did not know Karmelo's name, but stated another Memorial Track member, look, Eddie Para. You see, guys? They do this in the police. Let me explain something to you. This stuff happened to me. This is what happens in America in police cases when they are against the defendant, right? Because it don't got to be just black. A lot of times it happens to us black people, but when they are against you, they do stuff like this. They purposely left his name where you could figure it out. You know why they do stuff like this? And most people think, oh, well, it wasn't intentional. Oh, no, look, they left the E and then they left the P. You know why? Because this is to make sure that everybody can know who this is. See? They don't want you to know who nobody else is. But they want us to know this is Eddie. Wow. That's very interesting. Things to make you go, why do you want us to know who this is? Could it be so that when the residents, when they start to harass and start to make these youngsters tell a story, right? We know who you are. We know what you said. But let's continue. I got to make something where I can see the chat. I got to see the chat. I'm sorry. I can't go this whole time, but there you go.
Excuse me?
Go ahead, Akiyama. Now I can see the chat a little bit.
We have a donation from Zay Gray.
Thank you, Zay Gray. Did they say something with the donation? Jay Gray?
It says Karmelo cut his finger on the metal bench trying to maintain his balance during the attack. Those benches are sharp underneath.
Yeah, when he fell, I know he could have cut himself, right? Or even when you in a scuffle, because some of us, I've been in plenty fights, guys, and when you're in a fight scuffle, you'll find cuts in places that you don't even know. Nobody even had a knife. Yeah, but those who really, I've been in fights, right? I'm from the hood. I'm from the projects. So I fought a lot. I got jumped too. I got jumped. You understand? I was beaten. I was handling the one dude. I was winning. And then they started jumping me and hitting me. And they one hit me with a garbage can. Yeah, about 5, 6, 7 blacks jumped me. It is what it is. That's what happens, right? And I got mine off or whatever. But once you finish, you have cuts on your hand. Once you get home and then stuff be sore, you be hurting once you get home. Stuff is sore that you ain't even know you bent and moved that way. You know what I mean? But anyway, so let's continue. Now, the Austin once in the chest, then ran away. Austin began grabbing his chest and telling everybody to get help. He did not know, the person said he did not know Karmelo's name, but he stated that another Memorial Track member, Eddie Para, was friends with Karmelo. So Eddie was a Memorial, that's who invited him to sit under the tent. So he had a right to be there. Okay, so he said Eddie was friends and he could identify Karmelo. This person described Karmelo as a black male, skinny, with possibly a goatee. Why do they keep putting this goatee? Is this code word for something or something? Because he had no goatee, right? And if you seen him, the kids seen him, there was no goatee. But anyway, short, puffy hair and wearing Centennial High School clothing. Okay? Everybody who don't know, this is a goatee around my mouth. The mustache going into the beard around the mouth, right? I got a goatee. And then I got sideburns, thick sideburns in the beard. But he don't got a goatee. He said, this concluded my contact. Who is that, Hakiyama? I want to say thank you for that person. Who is that?
It was protect your peace. They say peace and love, everyone.
Thank you, protect your peace. I humbly receive. Thank you so much for the donation. I humbly receive. And Hakiyama, if anybody ever donate, just interrupt me and let me know right away, because I want to thank them right away. All right? Praise the Most High. And thank you for all you do, Hakiyama. But yeah, don't wait. If somebody donates something, just tell me right away. I don't mind. I'll, unless I'm in the spirit and I'm the Most High. If the Most High is speaking through me, you know to wait until the Most High finish. But other than that, just tell me right away. All right. Now here we go. Now it's getting real interesting now, right? Okay? Because now they release Eddie's name while they're blocking everybody else's name. That's a dangerous sign right there. That means you got a target on you. I'm telling y'all what I know from living my life, going in police stations and having interactions with police in the 80s and the 90s in New York City during the crack era and stuff. I'm not proud of the stuff I went through, but yeah, I done been there, so I know this is dangerous. That's a threat. Now, he says they described him as a skinny black male with a goatee, short puffy hair. I was then instructed to start a crime scene log. I retrieved a crime scene log from my patrol vehicle and began starting the crime scene log. I was later relieved by Officer Charles, who took over the crime scene log, and I cleared the scene. Here we go. Now, Jerry Hancock. He says, while working at the SRO at Independence High School, Collin County, a weapons call was dispatched over the air. So he was at Independence High School, and it detailed a stabbing at the stadium. After hearing more dispatch call information, I drove to the scene. When I was en route to the scene, I heard Cortez say he has the suspect in custody. When I got to the scene, I looked for Cortez and went straight to him to hold security with the suspect that he had cuffed and secured in the police squad car. Multiple witnesses were providing statements to the police while the stabbing occurred at Memorial Track Tent. Only a short time later, Cortez and myself escorted the suspect, Karmelo Anthony, to the Frisco Adult Holding Facility. Karmelo was transitioned to the jail staff without any incident. All jail paperwork was completed, and CID took the investigation from there. Now it's about to get funky. Let's go. Alvin Fisher shows up. All right. Alvin Fisher said, the note stated an athlete been stabbed in the chest, was unconscious and not breathing. When I arrived, the crime scene was already marked off and a suspect was in custody. I began asking people if they were witnesses to anything. I made contact with, Hunter. See? So they want his name seen. And look, they did Eddie's name again. Everybody, do you see how intentional this is? Because look at the other names. They made sure they're blocking out these names. But look, they left E.P. and Hunter M. Okay. Now, all right. So, they call that a goatee? Something small. He says small chin hairs. Well, I didn't know that. I thought a goatee was what I got, a goatee, but maybe I'm wrong. All right, but anyway, let's continue. I made contact with Hunter because when I see Karmelo, I wouldn't say he have a goatee, but I'm a different age group. All right. So I made contact with Hunter and then with Eddie. And then BM, whoever that is. They were both breathing heavily and crying due to the nature of the events. So Hunter, Eddie, and whoever this is, I don't know what that is, they were both breathing heavily and crying due to the nature of the events. They were with coaches on the field and it was pouring down rain. We made the decision to relocate to a locker room just to the east to get out of the rain. Once we were in the locker room, things calmed down a little bit. However, they were still hysterical and could not really talk. In there, I learned that Hunter was the brother of the victim. I attempted to ask them both what had happened. I could not really get anything out of Hunter, but this person stated he wanted to speak. I asked him what happened, and he stated they were all sitting on the bleachers under the high school tent when another male, who he did not know, walked over and sat under the tent. Then this person then said Austin told this male that since he did not go to the memorial, he had to leave the tent. But they also said he was sitting with Eddie, and Eddie called him over in the police report. And Eddie is right there. So they keep saying they don't know him, but Eddie was right there. And they keep saying Austin went up to him, but Hunter said he went up to him first. And then Austin came up to him. But anyway, he said Austin told this male that since he did not go to memorial, he had to leave the tent. Austin and the male went back and forth, and then Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of the tent. This boy's some different stories. Then this person has said during this time of arguing, the male, Karmelo, was reaching around in his bag, and it was at this time that Karmelo took a knife and stabbed Austin and then left the scene. This was all that this person remembered when he talked to me. This a whole different story that doesn't add up in the line. All right.
Excuse me?
Go ahead, because where is Hunter? Go ahead, Hakeem.
We have another donation from Protect Your Peace.
Thank you so much, Protect Your Peace. Did they say something with the donation? Did they give it? Always give their statement.
Yes, it says, Trolls, why are you disrespecting this chat and man of God? Shame on you.
I know. Let the Most High will be done over their life, brother or sister. I don't know if it was a male or a female.
Sister.
It's a sister. Thank you, sister. You know, these devils going to be devils, right? These trolls. And Hakiyama, when you say they left a donation, always read what they say. Thank you, daughter of Yah. All right. Now, and we're just trying to get to the understanding. You understand of what happened? Because watch, we about to go somewhere. Now it's about to get crazy in a second, right? Let me see what number we at. I can't see the number. I think this is the one. Yep. I think this is the one. Jacob Charles. All right. Now, so this person gave his story, right? Now, this person, Mike Crawford, he comes. He's reporting to a stabbing call. I arrived on the scene, observed medical personnel and several bystanders standing next to a subject, later identified, as Austin, RIP. The medical personnel were actively engaged in life-saving measures with young Austin. I observed that a crime scene was created around the area, and I began collecting the names and contact information of the bystanders within the scene. I then met with Officer Wetzel and directed him to begin a crime scene log. As he was getting the needed paperwork, I took over his responsibilities of monitoring a witness. I took over his responsibilities of monitoring a witness, this J person, to the event. That's the second time they left just the J name out. So I guess they would know who this is because they did this. All this is intentional. You know what I mean? So they left this J. Ultimately, the witness was taken to another area out of the rain, and Officer Charles took over the crime scene log, and I forwarded the information about the bystanders to Officer Charles. Here go Officer Charles. He said, from that point forward, I worked with coordinating response. I took no other action at the scene. My body camera did not activate when I arrived on the scene, but I did activate it when I discovered that it wasn't recording while waiting with the witness. Officer Charles, he says, at 1,000, I was dispatched to a stabbing, right? Upon my arrival, I tried to get an updated location of the suspect. I could not see Officer Cortez when I arrived. Officer Cortez, hold on, I got to make this a little bigger. Officer Cortez, he said, I could not see Officer Cortez when I arrived. Where is it? Officer Cortez informed over the radio that he had the suspect in custody. At this time, I turned my attention to the victim. Multiple FISD trainers were already performing CPR. I could see everybody, here you go. I could see blood on and around the victim. This is the part. So, and it's going somewhere else. Watch this. That's why I said this is where it gets very interesting. So for those on my last live stream, when I said for forensics, there is a impact splatter, there is a blood travel, there is a pooling. These are the things about on a crime scene that forensics take care. This officer said, I could see blood on and around the victim. All right. So this removes anybody who's making the statements that, there was no blood because it was internal, or there was no blood because, no, there was blood. There was blood. Let me show you. I can't show you the blood, but let me do this. Stop share screen, window for those who didn't see the last live stream. This right here is a complete forensic examination, what they would report when you hire forensic investigators. They have something called BPA, blood stain pattern analysis, and they look for the direction of the blood travel, the impact spatter, once the knife impacted the chest, the cast off patterns where the blood would cast off, the transfer stains, which would be transferred to Karmelo's hoodie, his shirt, his hands, his cuffs, wherever, his pants, okay? Transfer stains, and then they look for pooling, where the blood gathers, and saturation, where it saturates the clothing. What about the book bag, everybody? Okay? Because when I show you the book bag, there is no blood on the book bag. There is no blood on Karmelo. The only blood is a little prick pin thing on his finger. Now, this is the BPA, what forensic expert would look for. High resolution photographs, 3D laser scans, drone overhead images for the outside, precise measurements of the evidence locations. Then they would gather the DNA from the victim, the DNA from the suspect, touch DNA on other objects around. Remember when I showed you guys? I'm going to show you again. Under the tent, when they moved the tent to the ground to cover Austin from the rain while they were working on him, RIP, they had all this evidence was on the bleachers, plenty book bags. These will be DNA evidence. These should contain cast-off patterns of the direction that the blood would spatter and travel. Guys, it's actually, some of this is invisible, and they got, somebody put that in the chat. They actually wrote in our comment section, the actual chemical that they use that shows the invisible blood to the eyes. Don't let nobody lie to you and think no blood. This is what forensic evidence does. It's always blood, even if it's invisible to the eye. With that chemical, it shows all of the blood. It's always blood. Now we finding out from the police report, he said it was blood on him and around him as he got there. So that is called pooling and saturation, okay? So they're supposed to look for DNA from Karmelo, DNA from the different objects around, mixed DNA profiles. Then they're supposed to look for fingerprints, latent prints, comparison with known prints, okay? And the elimination prints from the first responders of the fire department and the SRO officers and everybody, right? This is, come on. So let's get back to the police report. All right, let's go. Come on, Bree. Righteous perspective. Let's go, B. Let's do this. This is how we do this, King. Share the screen. Let's get back. We all doing this together, guys. Somebody called us unprofessional. He said, Somebody wrote 2026, the year of the unprofessional professionals, and we doing a better job than these lawyers and these investigators. Shout out to everybody that's doing this and trying to get the truth out there. Oh yeah, but Most High is calling his children. We can investigate, we can police ourselves. You understand? We need justice, and we need to call out all these serpents who doing these lies and stuff. Now listen what he said. Now he says it occurred. Hold on, where I left off. The radio, the suspect, I turned my attention to trainers. I coordinate with the officer of crime scene. I moved to memorial tent, approach, he claimed. I told the coach, now, where was I at? Sorry guys, where was I at? I wish I could mark it when I changed the thing. I could see, there you go. At this time, I turned my attention to Austin. Multiple FISD trainers were already performing CPR. I could see blood on and around young Austin, RIP. At this time, the medics arrived and began life-saving measures. So before the medics even got there, he had blood on him and all around him. So y'all gonna tell me Karmelo ain't, if he stabbed him, ain't gonna have no blood on him? Ain't gonna be no blood nowhere? No, wrong. Listen clearly. I coordinated with other officers on the scene to secure the location. By this time, the students and FISD staff had cleared the area. I used crime scene tape and began to tape off the area. It began to rain harder. Here we go. At this time, Sergeant Otis and myself moved a memorial high school tent over the medics and the victim. They moved the tent in an attempt to preserve any evidence that we could. So now they moving the tent as they working on Austin to preserve whatever evidence so the rain won't wash all the blood away and everything, right? All the evidence. He says, a memorial coach approached me and informed me that he was with a student, and this student claimed to see the entire altercation. I told the coach to stick with the student and that we would need to get the student to the police station to give a statement. The student quickly informed me that he knew exactly where the suspect threw the knife, and he pointed me to the knife's location. I located the knife with Sergeant Otis and could see blood on the knife. Oh, the horses. Come on, Father. Come on, everybody. Come on, everybody, the children who want the truth. Get out your feelings. Get out your racism. Get out your prejudices. Get out everything. We want truth. We want truth for justice for Austin. We want truth for justice for Karmelo. We want truth. Okay, listen. He said, I saw blood on the knife. Listen, I quickly used my city-issued phone to take pictures before the rain could wash the blood away. Come on, guys, let's go. Come on, everybody. Welcome to the channel. Please like and subscribe. Let's go. We're going to do we got every time we're going to the Most High be bringing this stuff more and more. He saw blood on the knife. Sergeant Otis located a blue tarp, and we decided that we should cover the knife without touching it in an attempt to preserve any evidence. It was windy and raining hard. Once we put, hold on, let me leave this, let me get back. He saw blood on the knife, and he took his police city issued phone to take pictures before the rain could wash the blood away off the knife. Hold on, boy, everybody, 300 some people. Yeah, they shadow banned us tonight. It is what it is. Hakiyama, praise the Most High for the 300 some souls who was able to find this live stream tonight. We're supposed to have 1,000 in this one tonight. They knew better than this. They knew the Most High was going to show this stuff tonight. Everybody, where is the blood on the knife? Hold on. He said he saw it from a distance. When he looked, now listen, this is the crime scene. This is the knife. This is at the crime scene. Hold on, no blood on the hoodie. Hold on, let me go back. A little splatter on his finger. That ain't even blood. That little thing on his finger. That's the one. I thought I had my other one. Right? I got another picture. So where is the blood on the knife, everybody? Remember when I said it? I said it on the last live stream. I said, where's the blood on the knife? And some people said, which I understand, they like, but it don't have to be because he could have internal bleeding. He could, no. I knew something ain't right with that because come on, bro, I'm from the streets. All that, no. If you stabbing somebody to break through the breastplate, come on, bro, you're going to get, it got to be blood on this knife. Now, I did that earlier to say, because I knew what I was going to read, because I already read this, right? So I do that. You got to make it, you don't give away the cliffhanger. You watching a movie, I can't tell you what's at the end of the movie. So you know what I did? I showed you and I said, well, maybe the rain washed it away. Remember, guys? You see? Remember, I said, maybe, and everybody like, yeah, because it was raining hard. But what did the cop say? He said, I saw blood on the knife. And I put a blue tarp over the knife to maintain the evidence so that the rain won't wash the blood away. Oh, come on, guys.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Akiyama.
We have another donation from Pua E. Israel.
Shout out to Pua E. Israel. Go ahead.
It says, all praises. Thank you for covering this case. First Shabbat class, I see caring for all y'all's people. Karmelo Anthony didn't have blood on his clothes or person except the cut on his hand from when he fell trying to get away.
Praise the Most High. Thank you for your donation. And yes, first Shabbat class. Praise the Most High. And I got some, we're going to go a little long tonight. I try not to go so long on Monday night because people got to go to work. But I got something I'm going to bring out. All right. We got some, once we get through this, I got something else I'm going to bring out. All right. So now, praise the Most High that, I left that out there on the last live stream because I said, I know it's supposed to be blood on this knife. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. It's supposed to be some blood on this knife, bro. Right. So then that's why when I started, I said, you know what? Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Let's say the rain washed it away. But no, the officer said, come on, Yasharallah. The officer said, no. There ain't no blood washed that away. I got to it before the blood washed it away. Hold on. So what did the officer say? Let's get back. He said, I could see blood on and around the victim. Then he said, the student informed me that he knew where the suspect threw the knife, right? And pointed me to his location. I located the knife with Sergeant Otis and I could see blood on the knife. I quickly used my city-issued phone to take pictures before the rain could wash the blood away. So why ain't those pictures in evidence? Why ain't that the court picture? The picture I showed you guys is actual court evidence. What they call it, exhibit number 1 and exhibit number 2. So why did they not give his pictures that he said had blood on the knife and present that in court? Everybody? So what knife is this? Or what picture is this? Where is the blood-stained knife that should have been shown as the evidence? Listen. He said, I quickly used, and he's saying, and the reason why he's saying city-issued phone, because this is police business. This is for judicial purposes. He's announcing, right? Everything is intentional what they do. I'm announcing that it's my city-issued phone that the police department issued, okay? So that goes into records as evidence that, it got a reason for that to be declared. I quickly used my city-issued phone to take pictures before the rain could wash the blood away from the knife. Sergeant Otis located a blue tarp, and we decided that we should cover the knife without touching the knife in an attempt to preserve any blood evidence, fingerprints, everything that a forensic investigator would have investigated. He said it was windy and raining hard. Once we positioned the tarp over the knife, then I reached down and I grabbed a backpack that was left in the stands and I used it to weigh the tarp down and I threw the backpack up the bleachers to where Sergeant Otis was positioned in the tarp. It was magically, It was fruitily, it was voila. It was later discovered to me that this backpack that I just happened to grab and that I threw up the bleachers onto the tarp was Karmelo's backpack. It was the only Centennial High School backpack located within all of the Memorial High School backpacks in that area of the stands. And so I just happened to grab, listen to the word play, children of the Most High, of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Don't let nobody fool you with this foolio stuff. Nah, I wasn't born yesterday. You understand? That part. Don't let nobody, boy, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. You understand? We got to, come on, guys. We got to stop some type of foolishness at some time or another. Okay? We can't just fall for everything. Listen clearly. Let me show you what we're talking about. Come on. I got something to show y'all. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Come on, let me grab it. I'm going to grab this. Come on, Father. Guide me to do this correctly. Guide me to teach your children correctly. All right? Let me grab this. Here we go. Let me grab it. I thought I had it open, but it's okay. I can find it. I know where it's at. Let me grab this one, right? There you go. Grab that. Let me double click that. Oh, I can do that from the knife. Okay. I can grab that one from the knife. Now let me grab with my book bag. I had opened it earlier. Stuff been closing. All right. Oh, let me grab that one. That's the one I want to grab.
We still have those questions when you're ready for them as well.
All right. I got you. Let me grab this one. Right. Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good one. Thank you, Father. And then let me grab the backpack. Where you at, backpack? Let's do this correctly, children of the Most High. I know my backpack is up here. There you go. Grab the backpack. Right? Now let's do this. Let me do this way. Watch this, children of the Most High. This way, boy, somebody told everybody wrong. Let the children of the Most High figure out, you know what I mean, what these unrighteous people are trying to do, right? Trying to falsely, you understand? All right, here we go. So stop share, right? Share screen. Hold on, grab the window. Let me grab that first. Let's just do that first. So this is the backpack. Exhibit number, I think that's a 6. State's evidence, right? See it? Now everybody pay attention. Ain't a bit of blood on it, right? You see it? Pretty blue, royal blue. And a bit of blood on it, right? Now, it's the interesting part. That's the backpack. Now, that cop said he just magically happened to just grab any book bag, and it just so happened, and it was the only memorial book bag. Now, let me tell you what he's talking about. Watch this. I got you. Praise the Most High for us bringing out this truth, right? Watch this. Shout out to Creedell. Share screen, right? Come on, guys. Share screen. You're very welcome, everybody, from the Most High. Here we go. Remember I told y'all, remember this image? I'm going to come back to it later. They got the green garbage can. This is when they move the tent down. RIP, Austin was down there. Everybody, look at how much evidence is right here. Look at how many book bags and stuff is going on. So this officer said he I just grabbed any book bag, and it just, out of all these book bags, out of all this evidence, see, a forensic investigator, there's blood splatter, DNA on all this stuff, guys. He just so happened to grab, out of all these book bags, I grabbed a book bag, and he took it, and he said he threw it. Listen, guys, he threw it up the bleachers. He just threw the book bag. So that's what I would have told. See, if I had that officer on the stand, I would say, so, okay, officer, so you mean to tell me that in a live active crime scene that you just grabbed any old evidence, because this is evidence, you grabbed any old evidence and you threw it? So you contaminated the crime scene? Is that what you're saying? You see? Is that what you're saying? So you're telling me, are you sure you want to make that statement before the court? Excuse me, court officer, did you record that? See, this is the way that I would do the jury. Excuse me, jury, did y'all hear that? Could you state that again, officer? What is the procedures regarding a crime scene? You just grab anything? You don't know and this actually happened, listen guys, to be what you call the alleged suspects. So you just contaminated the evidence? That's what you're saying? You threw the book bag. Everybody, shout out to Maddie in the building. Now, let me explain something. Let's go somewhere. He said he grabbed the book bag, guys, right? Just so happened to grab the book bag, right? And just threw it out of all the book bags. And he said it was the only one that was centennial. So how you know all that when you just saying you just randomly grabbed the bag? Now listen what he said. He threw the book bag up the bleachers. Hold on, Houston. I think we got another problem. Yeah, Houston. I think we might have another problem. I can show you better than I can tell you. Let me show you. Exhibit. Boy, I done turned to a crime scene investigator. Exhibited evidence number 9,999. Well, exhibit evidence number 666, because this stuff ain't nothing but the devil. You know, they ain't doing nothing but the devil's work here. All this lying and the devil's a lie. Okay, let's do exhibit evidence number 666. Stop share. Share screen. Watch this, children of the Most High. This, everybody, come on, Ari. This is the contents. Hold on, Creedell. This is the contents of young Karmelo's book bag. Remember I did it last time? He got Cheez-Its. He got a trail mix. He got fruit roll-ups and stuff. He got his little comb, his Aquaphor. He got his pens, his keys. Now, everybody, he also got, listen, a receipt from the supermarket in there and all that, right? But everybody, listen to me. That's what I would do on the stand. Yeah. I would definitely make a dope lawyer. Let's go. Here we go. I would say, excuse me, officer. Come on, B. I would say, excuse me. So you grabbed the suspect's book bag, and you didn't know. I give you the benefit of the doubt. You just grabbed any book bag. You just wanted to, I get it. You wanted to secure the evidence of the blood on the knife. So you just really contaminated the other evidence, but whatever. We'll give you a mishap. We're human, right? So is it correct, officer? Is it correct, if I'm quoting you correctly, you reached down, you went down the bleachers, because you had to throw it up the bleachers, and you grabbed the bag, any bag, just any bag, right? And it just so happened to be his bag, but whatever. You grabbed the bag and you threw it up the bleachers. Yes, that's correct. So excuse me, officer, was the bag open or was it closed? Excuse me. Why would that, excuse me, Your Honor, there's relevance to the question, because you know they're going to be like, objection, no, no objection. Leading the witness, no, I'm not leading the witness. Was the bag open or closed? Because if Karmelo, if my client, reached in the bag, pulled out a knife, allegedly stabbed the individual, RIP, then, I guess, dropped the bag, you know, because everybody act like Austin didn't snatch the bag, what they said, but I guess he dropped the bag. Then he took the knife, threw the knife up the bleachers. Somehow the knife became unlocked and it landed half closed, whatever, right? Okay. But anyway, now, so the book bag apparently fell. Wouldn't it be open? Unless you want to say he stabbed the brother, RIP, and then closed the book bag. So his Cheez-Its and his Afro pick and nothing falls out, right? Or hold on, and then he unlocked the knife so it's not locked, closed, and threw it up the bleachers. Is that what you're saying? But anyway, let's stick with the bag, because you just grabbed the bag, and it just so happened to be the defendant's possession. So when you threw this bag, was it open or closed? You see, guys? Because if this bag was open, which it would have been, because the other people said he was digging in the bag to try to find the knife. So that meant it wouldn't be open just a little bit. It will be open enough as they are accosting him and knocking him. As you said, they pushed him back and all that. He reached into the bag, and the knife with all of these things in the bag. Everybody listen clearly. This is the way you run a trial. This is the way. With all of these instruments in the bag, the knife is the size when it's closed as his remote control, as this. So he would have to feel around. Do you get it? Because while they boom, 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 and pushing them and over them, what are you going to do? Look in the bag? I got to look for my knife. Okay? So anyway, let's continue. We're doing hypothetically. So the bag, would you think the bag would have to be open a nice distance for him to reach in with all the commotion, grab the knife, right? Drop the bag. So if the bag was open, officer, and you grab this open book bag with all of these contents in it, and then you threw the book bag up the bleachers, wouldn't some of this fall out? Wouldn't some things fall out of the book bag? I'm quite sure a lot of this stuff would be wet as well. Everybody, hold on. What about this receipt? Why the ink dripping from this receipt? Because remember, they said it was pouring down, raining and stuff. 2-3 different times the rain started to flush down in a pour. So wouldn't some of this be wet? Why is everything so dry? Yeah. I would tear this up. I'll be like, let me at him. Let me at him. Let me do the cross-examination. Everybody. I'm bringing everybody on the stand. Everybody on trial right now. Everybody on trial. Everybody, you too, Your Honor, you on trial. Get Roach back up in here. I know he retiring magically now and all that type of stuff. Get Roach back up in here. Everybody got some answering to do. You understand? There's some travesties going on in justice. Look, he got all type of papers in here. Do y'all see this? Look, that says Scooby-Doo. But this was an unaliver. This dude was he came there to unalive somebody. He got Cheez-Its and Scooby-Doo on his paper, right? He got, look at this. Why ain't none of this dripping from ink? Why ain't the water? I know I got water. I got stuff on my desk. I got to be careful not to knock over no water. Come on, guys. Come on, Ari. Come on. The math ain't mathing in this. The math ain't mathing. This the contents of a serial killer right here? No. And this is State's Exhibit number 63. Let's get back to the police. Let's go. Let's get back. Let's get back to what they're saying. Scooby-Doo and his cross. Scooby-Doo. And on the back of his jacket, you know what it said on the back of the hoodie? It said something about something essentially loved by God or something like that on the back of the hoodie. Okay? Yeah, but this was he was a troublemaker. All right, let's continue. Let's get back. Yeah, I object, Gabriel. This whole court is out of order. Your Honor, you boarding on contempt of court. Well, you're going to have to contempt me, Your Honor. I'm going to do a couple of nights in jail. But I'll be devil's alive. The truth ain't coming. The truth to power. I'm willing to die for the truth, the facts. I live truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. You understand? I'm from the hood, Your Honor. It is what it is. I'll survive. I'll be back again. I'll be lawyering again. I'll be in jail, but I'll be lawyering again. You better watch yourself. You better watch yourself, Your Honor, because I'm coming for all lies. You heard? I know who the father of lies is, and it's not my Father who art in the Shamayam. Hallowed be his name. You heard that part? Shamayam. Hallowed be his Shamayah. You heard? That part, his name. All right, let's get back. So I got to stop share. Let's go, Father. Let Yah cook, everybody. Let the Most High do this. Stop share. Share screen. Window. Where is that? Where you at? Where you at? It's that one. Let's get back to the police. These police got some splaining to do. So he said a student informed him quickly that he knew where the suspect threw the knife. How you know where the knife at? First of all, everybody, it's a confrontation and all this boom, 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 bash, and somebody stabs somebody and then he run and he throws a knife. How you on these bleachers? How you gonna tell him? You could tell him what maybe general direction it might have went in if you was looking. First of all, why would he throw the knife? Y'all remember, that's a whole nother thing. Why would you throw a knife when 6 people trying to beat you up? And if you throw the knife, then you ain't got no more protection. Then they're just gonna beat you up. That's stupid anyway. But anyway, let's get back to it. So he said, a student quickly informed him that he knew where the suspect threw the knife and pointed me to its location. He located the knife. He saw blood on the knife. He quickly took pictures of the blood on the knife before the rain could wash it away. He located a blue tarp. They decided, him and Sergeant Otis, that we should cover the knife without touching the evidence in an attempt to preserve any evidence. It was windy. It was raining hard. Once we positioned the tarp over the knife, that's secure. So no blood should be washed off the knife. Hello? No blood should be washed off the knife. Let's go. I reached down. I just happened to reach down and grab a backpack that was left in the stands. I showed you all that stuff was in the stands. To weigh the tarp down, I threw the backpack up to where Sergeant Otis was positioning the tarp. It was later discovered, it was just so happened to be that the backpack that I so happened to grab out of all the backpacks was Karmelo's backpack. It was the only Centennial High School backpack located within all of the Memorial High School. You see, God, you see the adjectives, you see the language. See how intentional? It was the only Centennial High School backpack located within all of Memorialdom, right? Of the high school backpacks of all of Memorialdom in that area of the stands. And I just so happened to grab that one. And I contaminated the evidence of this backpack, which has no blood on it, which none of the, so I can't tell you nothing about it because I threw it up the stands. After I secured the scene with crime scene tape and attempted to preserve as much as that, this boy is what is this, kangaroo court? What's these clown cops, the Keystone cops? What in the Keystone cops? I know that's some old stuff. I know you're like, Uncle, who is Keystone cops? I'm sorry, I can't think of no younger buffoonery with cops. I'm sorry. I'm an elder, right? You see, after securing the scene with crime scene, Hope, where Hope at? Where Hope at? Where Hope the devil at? Where she went away? Yeah, they don't care. They don't care about no truth. You understand? Where Hope at? After B said he laughed. B, I said the Keystone. After securing the scene with the crime scene tape and attempting to preserve as much evidence as possible, I assisted the other officers with locating other possible witnesses. Everybody, I'm supposed to be on a righteous perspective Thursday. B, is it Thursday morning? Yo, B, write it for me, because I want the other people to come to the channel and see the show too. So a righteous perspective. I'm gonna be a guest on the panel on Thursday morning. I think it's 8 o'clock in the morning, if I remember correctly. That means I ain't gonna go to sleep, guys. Just so y'all know.
What time zone?
Yeah, what time? Yo, B. B, I don't think he found out. So what I'll do, I'll put it in the comment, like a comment thread. Okay, 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Look that up, guys. Boy, B, I gotta
Can you
find
make
out.
a community post about it?
Yes, we're gonna make a community post about it too. So, Hakyama, could you look up? He said that's why I should be asleep right now. Could you look up what time 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time is to me? Because I don't even know what. I thought it was 8:30 in the morning. That's a little better for me then. That might be a little later. That might be a little better. I don't know. Either way, I'm gonna be. I ain't gonna have no sleep because that's the time I'll be. I'm a night owl. Like that's why I teach all night and stuff. Right?
It's only a 1 hour difference.
Oh, it's only so that's 9:30 a.m. Thank you, Yalene. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be really tired. But it is what it is. You know, you get that second win. So you know, when it comes to doing the work of the kingdom, it is what it is. You suck it up, right? And you handle the business, right? So I'll be there, B, and I'm gonna try to get that call in with you tomorrow, if B, because I got to get a call in before the so I can get the topic and everything. So we're gonna be on a Righteous Perspective YouTube channel for those who want to come over. I'll put a community post on Thursday morning, 9:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, 8:30. Eastern Standard Time, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, 8:30 Central Standard Time. In California, I think that's like 6:30 in the morning. All right, let me continue. All right, so now here we go. So somebody said the AI text. No, this is the actual court records. I don't know if he's asking about this, but if you're talking about this on the screen, this is the actual court records from the police. This is no AI. This is the actual court records. All right. I mean, the police report, the actual police. All right. So he says I'm glad I remembered to announce it again. It was, and I should be on there another time too, maybe because I know B seemed like a good spirit. I might find some brothers in truth, you know what I mean, that we can bounce off our ideas and different perspectives, but at least our perspectives are aligning in righteousness. You heard? All right. So it was the only centennial. Okay. So he said, now that's what this cop wants me to believe. Oh, I would have had, he would have been, they wouldn't be liking me. That's why if I was a DA, I wouldn't be able to live in the city where I'm, because them cops, I'm like, bro, they ain't gonna like me, because you're gonna definitely have to tell the whole truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me the Most High. You put your hand on that Bible. I say, be careful before you put your. They'd be like, you can't be intimidating everybody. I ain't intimidating nobody. I'm just telling the truth. Be very careful putting your hand on that Bible in front of me. Because I'm going to make sure I'm going to hold you to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you, Yah. And I got something called the Rayak HaYakadash, the Holy Spirit. And it's going to reveal to me all the deceiving serpents, this forked tongue coming out of anybody. You heard that part? So anyway, it was he said, I just happened to grab a backpack that was left in the stands. I threw the tar up the backpack, up the bleachers, and to the suspect, and it was the only Centennial backpack located with all of Memorial High School backpacks in that area of the stands. After securing the crime scene tape and attempting to preserve as much evidence as possible, I assisted other officers with locating other possible witnesses. Officer Wetzel was maintaining the scene security while I was assisting the other officers. After the medics transported young Austin, I relieved that officer of his post so he could go to patrol. I maintained the scene security until the call was cleared. Photos will be uploaded to the crime scene folder and my body cam. So where's your photos of the bloody knife? Where are they then, if they uploaded? Then this person said, Kyle Pemberton. In response, the location he was advised that a male had been stabbed and was unconscious. Upon arrival, several officers and medical personnel were attending the victim who was lying on the ground. I coordinated the Frisco PD response trying to establish a crime scene. The knife reported to have been used in the assault was located by another officer in the bleachers. Shortly after my arrival, a large downpour of rain began. I directed several officers to use a tarp found at the scene to cover the location of the knife. But he said he did it. See, now they trying to take credit for one another. I thought this dude said he did it. Now you said you told him to do it. Whatever. Whatever. I directed several officers to use a tarp found at the scene to cover the location of the knife. I remained on scene until the victim was transported and the crime scene was established. Justin Newton said, I arrived prior to the ambulance. I waited for the ambulance to arrive. They arrived at 10:46 with the victim, R.I.P. to Austin, who was brought into the trauma bay for treatment. At 10:53 hours, Dr. Ko pronounced that young Austin was deceased, R.I.P. Once he was pronounced, staff stopped treatment and disconnected the cords and tubes from the machines without removing anything from the body itself. While on the scene, I took possession of Austin's clothing and maintained possession of the items until the CSI dealer took them from me. While on the scene, Officer Landon requested assistance in lifting the sheets off the body to take the photos of Austin. I then placed the sheets back when complete. I then stood by in the room for security while Officer Landon, Officer Hernandez, CSI Dillard took additional photos. At one point, they rolled the body and removed shorts from Austin, which were bagged and stayed in my custody until CSI took them. At 13:24 hours, the family was allowed into the scene to view the body. I was informed by staff and officers that they would be allowed to touch the head and the feet of Austin, which they did. At 13:37, nurses from the hospital bagged Austin into a body bag. R.I.P., man, that sounds crazy. Daughter of Yah, could you bring my red slippers out of the bathroom? I've been standing so long, my heels are starting to hurt on this carpet. At 15:15 hours, the transport service for the medical examiner arrived and took possession of the body. Here we go. I took notes. The number was placed on the body bag and secured. I took notes during this time, which was scanned to the report and booked as evidence. I turned in the crime scene log to be scanned to the report. At the conclusion of the call, I took my camera off of covert mode and I went to turn it off. At that point, thank you so much. At that point, sorry guys. Whew. Oh, that feels better. A little cushion on my heel. At the conclusion, I took my camera off of covert mode and went to turn it off. At that point, I learned the camera had failed to activate due to it being on covert mode. I did not see the indicator lights on the top of the camera. Officer Higgins, was working at the desk, and when at such and such hours, I walked into the main lobby stating that the witness stabbing and was told to come to the lobby, a voluntary witness statement. I gave somebody a voluntary witness statement, which he worked on until detectives arrived to speak with him. I guess this is Hunter. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Then some H left with detectives and I returned to my normal duties. Now this person, here we go. Craig Thomas. He says, I immediately responded to the scene. Upon arrival, I first made contact with Officer Cortez, who was standing next to a marked vehicle. Officer Cortez advised he detained the suspect and he was in a patrol car. I then responded to the victim's scene that was in the north bleachers. As I walked up, I noticed Frisco Fire Department personnel was attempting to provide life-saving measures to a subject later identified as Austin Metcalf from Memorial High School. As the other officers worked the scene, I was asked to respond to stadiums, here we go, medical locker room area. They took them in the locker room area and keep the following Memorial High School students separated. This is interesting. This part make you go home. They separated them, the witnesses, put them in the locker room area. He was told to keep them separated until detectives could speak with them. J somebody, Eddie Pereira, M somebody with an N. While with them, I was told to take their cell phones from them. You got somebody else that I seen on the live stream that said Nobody took their cell phones. Yes, they did. They took their cell phones and they had evidence. You know, these kids film everything. You know how many cell phone footage of that? While with them, I was told to take their cell phones from them, and later I turned them over to Sergeant Bissonette. After being relieved, I was asked to make contact with all of the athletes that had been placed on the school bus number. Now listen, he said he was told to make contact with all the athletes that got placed on the school bus number such and such. And the such and such for Lebanon Trail High School girls track. This person, that person, bus number, Liberty High School bus track. This person, this person, this person, this person, this person, this person. Liberty High School girls track, Memorial High School boys track, Frisco High School boys track. All of these people and all the cheerleaders who gave statements that we don't hear nothing from them. This person, Emerson High School girls track. I was also met by the following coaches who advised that they had witnessed the incident. Nicole Gonzalez, we know who that is, Hispanic. Vincent Hooper, could have been, I don't know. Lakeisha, oh, we got a Keisha. Shout out to Keisha's in the building. We got it. That you already know, Lakeisha, that ain't nothing but black of the black. Shout out to any Lakeisha, Rakisha, Rakisha, Shakisha, Nukisha, right? Shout out to the Keishas in the building, right? Lakeisha Collin, we got a sister, Independence High School coach. Mindy Yeatman, oh, that's definitely not a sister. Mandy, definitely not a sister. We definitely don't do Mindy's. Shout out to Mindy. Mindy Yeatman, Independence High School coach. They all witnessed the incident. I would like to see what Lakeisha said, but she probably need to keep her job. See, there, boy, you live in these towns. That's a sundown town. Somebody done told y'all wrong. That Collin, Texas is a sundown town. Keisha better keep her mouth shut. I just see that, boy, you better act right or move. That's why you got to be careful when you move, guys. I understand we want to be moving on up like the Jeffersons. It's all good. You got to get out the hood. You know what I mean? I ain't in the hood. I'm in a nice middle class neighborhood. Praise the Most High. But it's mixed. I ain't in no all white, formerly sundown town neighborhood. That devil's a lie. I don't get that comfortable. I'm not. Guys, don't get that comfortable. These people dangerous. There's spirits over people. I don't give a crap. You don't want to move into no all black, racist, bigoted town if you white or something. Ain't too many of those, but because we accept everybody. Everybody, the way so-called black people is, you just got to prove you are tough. That's all. You just got to prove that you ain't a snitch and you ain't scared. That's all. You just got to stand for yours. More of the time you be all right. You know what I mean? But you just don't be just moving. You think we could just move to we live in a nice neighborhood and you moving to a sundown town. All right. So anyway, all right. So this person said, Alejandro Aviles, he responded and he maintained his position. Then Miller Joshua, he said, I was dispatched to a stabbing call upon arrival on my duty to provide scene security. Here we go. As the Frisco medic was leaving the location, I assisted moving people out of the way for the medic to be able to drive through. Shortly after, I cleared the scene. Hold on, where's my thing?
Excuse me?
Go ahead.
I have a comment to read, please.
Go ahead, you can read it.
It's from Wet Seal TV. They say, the bag in the exhibit photo was open about 7 inches, but not so the front fold over. Austin grabbed away the bag because Karmelo already had his knife in hand, likely Austin grabbing away at the bag in one quick motion, but he didn't see that Karmelo had still that hard to notice black blade knife in his hand. Then he pushed Karmelo.
I can receive some of that if I understand what but my point is the bag was open and rain should be going in it, right? The contents should be all wet. The receipt should have been all right. he threw the bag up the stand. You know what I mean? Well, no, the rain shouldn't have really been in it because it would have still been under the tarp for that time. But then remember, they moved the tarp. So by the time he grabbed it, they had already moved it. But anyway, he threw it. So why the contents stay in it? What I was just looking for is now I don't see it. There was it's somewhere else then. There was a part where they talk about the toxicology report. Oh, the thumbnail. The drugs. See, I had a while ago on one of my other live streams, someone put up a screenshot of the toxicology report. And it said that there was drugs in the system, and that what somebody just wrote in a comment, that those steroids would, speed the blood from, you know what I mean? But because it was kind of blurry and I didn't have like the police report and all that, I was like, I'm not going to put this up because it could have been AI, you know, when the people put it up. So this right here is the actual arrest report, right? Right. So I took it straight from the police stuff, right? So I just opened it up into my PDF opener so I can make it big for everybody, right? This is the actual arrest report, right? So the number and everything, the arrest number and everything. So I had on one of them where they talked about the toxicology report, and they was like, how was it stated? Sorry, I'm gonna paraphrase this. It's somewhere in here. I thought I was gonna get to. I read everything, but I be having so much stuff. It might be in something else that I had, and let me see if I got the link. But they talked about doing the toxicology report, and they put like it wasn't done, like they didn't do it. So what some people had online was they said they had the toxicology report and that it came back for drug, what's his name? Who that? Benzo? He called himself a igga. Yo, Benzo, you ain't a igga unless you want to be ignorant. You don't got to be a igga. You're righteous, man. Stop that, Benzo. Your name is Benzo. It sounds like a Benz. This is a very expensive car. Have some class, okay? How you gonna name yourself Benzo? Your name should be Hoopty. Your name should be Bucket. What's his name? Bucket Jackson. Bucket Jackson, because you ain't got no Benzo. Talking about some igga need to be in jail. You know what I mean? Where your class at? Okay? My goodness, these people was raised in the, all right. So I don't even know who he's talking about. He's talking about Karmelo should be in jail. He is in jail. we gonna see if we can get justice over all this crazy case going on. But you ain't got to call him an igga. Okay, that part. All right, Benzo. boy, you know doggone well you don't drive a Benz. Boy named Benzo, you know, boy, sit down, take several seats and stop it. Benzo Jackson at that too. Let me stop. We love you, Benzo. May you repent for all your unrighteousness. The Most High, we love you with the love of the Most High. I apologize for being, saying anything disrespectful, but you calling people iggas and stuff. You know what I mean? You can't come in all disrespectful. All right, we love you with the love of the Father. Repent, for the kingdom of the Most High is at hand. All right, may your righteousness cover you. May you never find yourself in a situation where you got to defend yourself, right? And somebody call you a igga, okay? Right? Maybe never be where you have to, or your children or somebody never have to defend. May you never be in a situation where 5 or 6 big individuals approach your little brother, your little cousin or something, and they don't, they have to defend themselves. May you never be in that situation, that part. All right? Everybody's so self-righteous, and they don't understand that the things that you measure will be measured against you. You see? But people don't live the word, so they don't understand that, right? Y'all know that they got that, they call it karma in the Ishmaelite culture. You understand? The Most High in the Habariya original Hebrew culture is called Kalalaya, the completion, the things coming back around to you. Be careful what you judge. You be judged by that same measure, come back around. Okay? All right. So, he wasn't defending. So all these big individuals standing over him, Hunter said, I grabbed him. I went up to him. I told him to move. My brother stepped up. He told him to move. He said, I ain't going to move me. He grabbed him, grabbed his book bag. He pushed him, shoved him. So you got two big individuals. You got the other individuals on the court stand that said, I stood up with him. The other individual said, we all told him. Everybody told him. So you got all these individuals surrounded, 130-pound young man. These are 200-pound individuals. And you telling me he ain't defend himself? You a devil, Hoopty Jackson. You a devil, bust past Jackson, because you ain't even got a car. You know people ain't got no car. Boy, they named himself a Benzo. Boy, they ain't nothing but ultra perm. Yo, somebody, let me stop. Yo, CJ Cat, they ain't nothing but ultra perm. Tell me something, he got a Benzo. Boy, please. Go take a bus past Jackson. Stop it. You ain't fool nobody. Stop it. Repent, for they come back on you. You understand? So the same measure that everybody keep judging unrighteously, before, we pulling out all of this fake evidence in the case, all of this miscarriage of justice, all right? All of this, and they want to, he belong where he belong. And what you got in this fight? Why are you so worked up to have somebody in jail? Why wouldn't you want to know what Eddie did? Why wouldn't you want to know what they threw in the garbage can? Why wouldn't you want to know what Carson Young was doing? Why don't you want to know that, what's his name, Jeff Metcalf did a barbecue dinner for all those who was going to testify? Why? What happened to all that? All you care about is that young man being railroaded? His lawyer sold him out? Oh, boy, Hoopty Jackson, boy, sit down. Take several seats. Oh, now he cussing. now he cussing. Ain't nothing but Donna Briggs. There you go. He's going to get unhinged. All right. But anyway, don't get unhinged, Hoopty Jackson. It's all right. You be all right. Repent. All right. Now, let's get to, right? He said, that's because you don't even know the language, idiot juice. You don't even speak the tongue. So don't get jelly belly with me now. Don't get jelly belly now. Right? So all they want is justice. See, you know what's crazy, guys? When all they care about is they want justice was served, unalive, the young man, he need to be in jail for 99,000 years, but they don't care not one bit really about no justice, right? Because if I show them this, right, you know what they'll say? We don't care about that. Unalive, make Karmelo rot in jail forever, right? Hagyama. But when I show them this, see, when I show him this, hey, Hoopty Jackson, is this your grandpappy? This your grandpappy? See, when I show them this, they don't care about them. See, but we do. We care about them. Because you know what they did? You know what these brothers, this family did? They enslaved and destroyed, I think it was 16 young children locked into, this is a family in Ohio. And this is brand new. This is a new case. I was going to bring it out another time, but it is what it is, right? They, 60, the police said it's the worst evidence scene that they had ever witnessed. Okay? That all of these babies locked in this house, starved, 16 of them in a 12 by 12 inch room on top of one another for years, starved and malnourished and sexually, physically abused by this family. See? This part. But Benzo, this is what he believes in, right? This right here. See? These are the devils. Him, Hope, everybody. They don't care about no justice for nobody. So they'll let these people, and nobody's saying nothing. You won't see this on nobody's news. You see what I mean? You won't see this on nobody's story, right? Like the other clip I showed you with the girl was smashing all her dogs, and she had a little baby in the onesie on Snapchat selling, right? But all they want to say is Carmelo didn't defend himself from these thugs, that the cheerleaders called them thugs, said he was raging. Hunter was raging. Why did he rage so much? Hoopty Jackson, fake Benz Jackson. Why did the cheerleaders ask, why was he raging so much? Why didn't the school coach help the cheerleaders? Why they were scared of him? Why was they scared of him, Hoopty Jackson? That part. They're innocent, but Carmelo's not. Carmelo can't defend himself against some thugs. See, the cheerleaders. Look what she said. Hunter called her a fat itch. See? Okay? And they wanted to know why he rages so much. Because maybe he started to take the steroids to get big as his brother. Maybe so. I don't know. All right, come on, Hoopty. Answer this one, Hoopty Jackson. Bus Pass Jackson. They said the Metcalfs act out time and time again. Hold on. These are the cheerleaders, the people who know them. Hoopty, you don't even know them. Take several seats, you little clown devil. This the part that I'm talking about, everybody. This the part. They said, Hunter said that one of the football players told the cheerleaders that Hunter said his hands were bisexual, implying he don't only hit guys, he'll hit girls too. And she was scared. Everybody talk about they were scared. They act out time and time again. Hold on, but Karmelo wasn't defending himself from these thugs. Hoopty Bus Pass Jackson. Thank you, Abraya. Look, where's the one where she said his rage? Where is it? There it go. I don't understand what triggers his rages. Hunter. I do. It's called roid rage. Steroids. That's the drug. Everybody, I had the toxicology. Where am my toxicology? I know I had it. It's somewhere hiding. I had something with the toxicology, right? Because they be hiding stuff. You heard? Yeah. Toxicology. Let me see if I can find it somewhere. Oh, man. I got so much stuff. It is what it is, right? But here got some laws. I got some laws for you, too, all right? 2:30 in the morning, all right? Yeah, this part. So, what Bus Pass ass? Bus Pass left? I thought so. Bye-bye, Bus Pass. You came to the right one. Anybody? Oh, he's still here. He said worse than black rage. Oh, you jealous of black people? And he say he black, but he really not. But if you is, so you a coon. So you a raccoon? You jealous. Did the black person take your girl? They take your Bus Pass. Let me find out. Some people can be bullies, Bus Pass Jackson. I get it. Did they beat you up and take your Bus Pass? It's okay. It's okay. We understand. You got black rage. You don't like blackity black. I understand. The world don't like black. I guess you want them to say we stink too, right? We stinking black. We dirty blacks, right? I guess you one of those to say we the dirty blackity blacks, right? like I don't know. Should we close out? It's still almost 300 people here. Let me just do it. I'm gonna do it, and then we're gonna do some questions. All right. I don't know if I should go into it because once I go into it, we're gonna be in this for a while. All right. If I go into it, I ain't gonna go into it because we'll be in this for a while. I'm gonna have to do this another time because this, I got some stuff. And once I open that door, we're gonna be on that train for a long time, right? Bus Pass Jackson, he probably gonna like all that because he hates the black of the blacks, right? What you jealous, Bus Pass? You want to run fast as me? You want to jump? You want to be as strong as me? What's wrong? What's wrong? You can be. Come on, little train that could. Right? I'll coach you. I'll help you. Come Come on, little tink tink. You ain't got to take no steroids. You ain't got to take no creatine, none of that crap. All natural. Stop eating flesh and blood too. You can just eat all natural straight from the ground which you come from. You heard? Unless you came from the serpent seed. You heard that part, right? So anyway, you can be greater than you. It's within you, the Most High. You got to strive for greatness. It's within you. I believe in you. So that way you could be at that meeting. You heard? You can make it to that meeting. Somebody told you wrong. All right. So, Hakyama, give me a question. I don't think I should go into where I'm going to go. I want to go into it so bad, but once I go down that rabbit hole, we'd be here for another 2 hours. You know what I mean? I might just save it for Friday. All right? Because they shadow banned tour. If it was, we close to 300, I might still do it. You know what I mean? So go ahead, give me a question really quick, Hakyama. Well,
this one is from Miss Lily. Miss Lily says, they got Karmelo's phone and his mom used 360 and saw that his phone was still at the track meet. Do they have his phone for evidence, question mark?
They ain't showing no evidence. I know about the thing about his phone because he left it in a car or some stuff like they got so much stuff. They ain't put no phone evidence. They took all the kids' phones. None of this evidence come out. Only thing that came out is they had bus pass Jackson's bus pass. They had his bus pass, Hoopty bus pass Jackson. That's the only thing that came out in court. And he stood up and said, give Karmelo 1,000,000 years because he's black. And I'm a jelly belly. That part. They ain't do no evidence. Okay? And then again, these serpent seeds, like I showed you, who want to enslave us all, they want me to hate white people. They want white people to hate me. They want the Hispanics to hate me. They want the Asians to hate me. They want everybody to hate me. They want all the other nations to hate me. You heard? That part. And the people are adding into the hate. You heard? That part. Go ahead. Give me another question, Hakyama. I'm about to go into this thing in a second.
This next one is from Flo. Flo asks, so we heard from Hunter that backpack had been grabbed and thrown. Thrown where?
I know. That's what I said. He grabbed the backpack. Some say, I don't know. They just said he grabbed it. I don't think they said he threw it. Hunter just said he grabbed it, right? And I don't know if it just fell right down there. But the cop said he just magically picked it up and it just happened to be all that happening magic stuff is crazy. All right. So, yeah, this is, everybody, y'all got to watch out for the racial divide that they're doing. And it's growing, right? It's growing. All right. He said Karmelo deserved capital punishment. Well, you do too. So I hope you never have to defend yourself. I hope it's never a time with 6 of 2, 3, 4, 200-pound black people try to make you move or accost you or threaten you, touch you, push you. I hope it's never a time where 6 or 4 white people, goons, black goons, accost you and you have to defend yourself, right? Because you're going to get exactly what you're meting out. That part. All you clowns. That's what y'all are. Y'all just jelly belly clowns and you're wicked and you need to repent. That's what you need to do. You need to get right with the Most High and get righteous. Okay? Thanks. Yeah, in a way. Now, this is Justy Thrasher. That's a mixed statement. You know why? Because I think that too. I wish he never took the knife, but what he could have get. Listen, guys, sometimes that's like saying, I wish the person never had a gun to protect themselves. Right? How do you know he wouldn't be unalived? So it's like, that's a mixed bag, right? What I wish he would have just never went to the meet, right? Maybe missed the meet, or Eddie never invited him. I don't know, right? We can always go wish, but in a way, it's good he had something to protect himself because there was 6 individuals accosting him. And they said it in the police report. And that's the problem. So it is what it is. I wish Austin, I wish Hunter would not have started it. And Hunter and all the boys, I wish they would have just left. That's what we need to wish, guys. I wish they would have just left him alone. All right? What's racist? What's racist, golden clown? What's racist? I'm racist against my brothers and sisters here because some of the people who are welcoming you here are my white brothers and sisters. So I'm racist against them? What am I racist against? Tell me what's racist. Because I want justice for a black person, because I want justice for a white person, because I want justice for an Asian person, Hispanic person. That Asian man who shot that little boy should be in jail. These white family who raped all those little kids should be in jail. Those, if it's true that those black girls who beat up that white girl, if that's a true story, because we didn't see the case, they should be in jail. The one who hung that girl from the tree should be in jail. The cop who shot that little baby in the car should be in jail. What's racist about any of this? You're a clown, and you're a jelly belly devil, and you're just jealous, and you're what you call an internet troll, a keyboard, and it's okay. We understand. There's still a purpose in you. You still have a chance to be righteous in this world. Maybe nobody really loved you or something. Maybe, you still have a chance. You need to repent and heal yourself and see individuals. Discern the spirit over individuals and stop being a keyboard clown and a warrior. Okay? I said you should die for being white. Okay. Now you wanna be a fork-tongued devil. Really, you should die for being white. Okay. So I should die for being black. That's what you said? That's what it said? Okay. Oh, so you're an agent now? That's what you're doing? See guys, these devils, right? So he can't win against righteousness, so then they make up a lie because there's no truth in him. You see what I mean? Really, you said I should die for being white? When did I say it? Show me. Rewind. No, you need to repent for being a devil, for being a wicked soul. You need to repent for your transgressions. I don't give a crap if you black, white, blue, or purple. You are a devil and you're wicked and you need to repent. And you don't got to repent because you will receive from the Most High your just due in your spirit for what you put out. Shout out to Jerry from Dutchess County, upstate New York. See, you wicked people, you can't come amongst the righteous and try to provoke us into unrighteousness. We don't fall for your devices because this ministry have white people, black people, Caribbeans, African people. We have people from every nation, kindred, and tongue, and we've been brothers and sisters for years and years. So, devil, be gone. It doesn't work here. Go find you a racist hate channel somewhere that you can spew your wickedness. It doesn't work here, okay? See, dude, low life, I'll call you and discuss, but you want to discuss what? You don't got to call me. Here, you want the link to come on the screen? Show you. See, watch this, guys. Watch this. I'm going to give you the link and you come on the screen. See, this is what they do, right? Watch this. Here you go. You want the link? Come on the screen. It's good. Almost 300 people tonight. Let's see your cojones. Let's see if you got balls. They never got balls, right? Watch this. They're gonna, you don't need to repent because you was born white. Boy, let me tell you something. Repent for the kingdom of Yah is at hand. Watch this, guys. Watch how much of a yellow belly he is. Watch, he won't come on the screen. All right, here we go. Where's my invite. Stop screen. Where's the invite? The thing is hide that. They're going to invite. Watch this. Copy. Come on the screen. Come on the screen. Tough man. Control V. And put your camera on. Come on. Look at that. There you go. They're going to link. Now come on. And I'll stop sharing and put your camera on. No, you can't come on and hide behind a microphone. We want to see your face. If you so strong, you so powerful, you so this, you so that. Let's see. Everybody, this is what happens when you call out a coward. They hide. These are keyboard cowards. You understand? All right? Let's go. No, it's 263 people on this live stream. You retardio. All right? You looking at your thread. It's 75 people, but there's 200 or more people on the other thread. Clown. See? You a dumb ASS. This is what you call an imbecile, everybody. These are imbeciles, okay? I'm going to teach you how to deal with imbeciles, right? These devils, right? He doesn't even know what imbecile means, right? Let me see. Are you going to come on the screen? Let's see. Are you going to come on the screen? We're going to see. Everybody, an imbecile is a synonym. Well, let me see how I'm explaining. An imbecile is a person with a specific low IQ, right? They have intellectual disabilities, right? It's derived from the Latin word imbecilis, which originally mean weak, feeble, or lacking in strength, or cojones. In the Latin, you know how people go to the Greek? Come on, let's cook. I ain't had fun with these clowns, these troll clowns in a minute. Sorry, guys. Y'all just let me enjoy myself for a second. You see he ain't coming on the screen yet, right? Watch this, right? An imbecile is, the etymology of the word imbecile is derived from the Latin word imbecilis, which originally means weak, feeble, or lacking of cojones, of strength. Okay? So he needs some steroids. You understand? So he lacked the fortitude or the cojones to come on the screen and defend himself when he said, I won't give him the link, right? But he called me a dumb ASS because he said it's only 75 people at the moment when it's almost 300 people on the live stream. But he ain't wise enough to know it's more than one. See? But he, again, calling himself wise, they come fools. You understand? So some of the synonyms of imbecile, everybody, and you spell imbecile, I-M-B-E-C-I-L-E. I'm giving y'all some new, this is what these people are, imbeciles. Some synonyms for imbecile are a moron, or a foolio, right? Or idiot juice, or another one is blockhead. That's what they used to call them back in the days, a blockhead, okay? So these imbeciles, right, that just spew ignorance, and then they also be confident in their ignorance, okay? And that's a whole nother teaching. I'll do that for another day. It's called Dunning-Kruger, okay? Dunning-Kruger are what you would call the confidently ignorant, right? They stand in their ignorance, okay? I call them dumb Freddy Krugers, okay? So this is boy, I got some, boy, B, I got some for these clowns, man. You know what I mean? But he's a fork-tongued devil. So he went immediately to the point of try to act like, shout out to Sister Jen in the building. He went immediately to the point to try to act like, oh, you said that because I'm white, I need to, no, I didn't. Show me where. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters that stand 10 toes down in spirit and truth. Shout out to my righteous black brothers and sisters. Shout out to my righteous Asian brothers and sisters. Shout out to the righteous Hispanics. Shout out to the righteous children of the Most High. You devils kick rocks, you imbeciles. You weaklings, lacking the strength and authority to stand in spirit and truth for righteous sake. And I know you say, the blacks do all this. The blacks is that, and I hate the blackity blacks, and the blacks don't got nothing, and we don't do nothing, and we got nothing, and all that stuff. Come on, bro, come on. That stuff is now old, right? It's like, y'all got to get new arguments now. It's like, come on, bro. Do you got something new, right? You know, I'm surprised he didn't go to Chicago. What about black on black crime? You understand? It's like, they kill me with this. You know what I mean? Everybody listen clearly. Every class of people, their crime is specific to their lineage, their proximity, okay? So more white people do crimes against white people. More black people do crimes against black people. More Hispanics do crimes against Hispanics. It's a proximity issue, but they use these fake stats to try to make it seem like, what about Chicago? Well, what about, I don't know, what about Iowa? like, come on. What about, okay? So the, let me see, should I go into this or should I go into, yeah, they got a lot of crimes. And it's, if you point it out, then it's like they try to reverse it and say that we're being racist. But we're not, because any righteous person understands that they make fake statistics, okay? So yeah, Utah, right? So they always talk about black. Why do y'all why y'all commit so many crimes? Why y'all don't? But you have white people that commit domestic violence, right? You got white mass shooters, serial killers. You got, opioid tracking. You got corporate crime. You got police brutality. You got, you got all type of stuff going on. Child abuse scandals. You got school shootings, churches. It's just like, come on, bro. Everybody got their crime. Everybody got their negative part of their nation of people that do negative things. Okay? You can federal shootings, mosques, synagogues, just right. It's so much. You understand? But all they talk about Chicago, right? Well, okay, yeah, they killing each other. They shooting each other in the hood. Well, they shooting each other in other places too. Then you got other crimes. The crimes that they leave out. They leave out. What about the crimes where you got those school teachers who be having sex with the students? Ooh, they don't be talking about that, do they? See, this ain't racism. This is just actual what happens and what gets reported and prosecuted, right? But then they'll talk about the black sisters that might do wicked stuff. But we know that's raping when a teacher is having sex with a 15-year-old, 14-year-old in school. That's called rape. Okay? And they call it, what do they call it? They put it in the headlines. They call it inappropriate relationship. See? But this is for us to point out the actual disparity, systemic. You can't get upset as someone calling out something because you need to speak out against that. Like I speak out against the Iggers and the gangs and them, the pants sagging and drugs and demonic rap music that those people then took over the rap music and killing each other. We got to call out the wickedness in all of our people, no matter what nation. The righteous of our people need to call out the unrighteous, right? They won't talk about when they're doing bestiality, incest, the SA abuse cases. When it happens with the other nation of people, they call it bad choices, or they'll single out, it's just this individual. But whenever a so-called black, it's like, why are y'all, you see how they come in, why is black people so evil, so wicked? And what are you talking about? I ain't did nothing evil to you. We got to understand that how can I say it? The reason why people are trying to stand and say justice for Karmelo Anthony is because we've seen a straight miscarriage of justice. It was just evident to everybody. So we're supposed to say something. Do you not supposed to say something? We are. And everybody should want justice for everybody. And they paint us to say that we have victimhood mentality. Like we're the famous victims. And the real meaning of that is that when they say that the victimhood narrative, it's really those that are upset that the so-called Black people stop letting everybody monopolize and abuse. So when the young man tells them, don't touch me, leave me alone, stop, don't touch me, they want to say that him defending himself was a crime. And we are claiming victimhood narrative because we're finally saying, don't, no more. No more. Everyone needs to clean their own statistical house before they try to diagnose someone else. Because they like to quote these fake statistics, right? When if you do the real statistics, the numbers are much different than you can ever actually imagine. Let me see. They say a narrative that we, the Blacks, are against Asians, right? They say we're doing violence against Asians. But the statistics, right, does not show that Black people are a majority of offenders against Asian victims. When you actually show the true statistics, the Asian groups, the Native Hawaiians, the Pacific Islanders, all right, and the American Indian victims, they place them in other categories, right? But they group anybody Black into one category to ramp up the numbers, right? So if a Haitian do something, they say it's somebody Black. If a Jamaican, they say it's somebody Black. If a such as it, right? But everybody else, they group them individually. A Pacific Islander, you see? A Native American, a Hawaiian. See, this is how they pad statistics. Okay? So if you want to actually do some statistics, according to FBI stats, some white offenders were listed at 29.6%, Black offenders 18.9%, Hispanic 9.7%, and then others at 17.5%. And then they got mixed race and unknown categories. So when they try to say all the time that any group is getting accosted and their crimes is Blacks against such and such, it's not true statistics. Now, they were individual offenders of Blacks that had attacked Asians, just like there are individual Asians that attack Blacks. Individual. See, no one should be able to deny that because you become a liar. And all of that is sin. It should be condemned. But none of the individual cases prove that Black people are the primary factor or cause of anti-Asian violence. What they do with this narrative is turn the Black people into a racial threat category again. It's like same thing they used to do with Jim Crow and slavery. Okay? Violence happens wherever it rears its head. It happens. Let me show something. Let me do this. I'm gonna close with this. I was gonna save it, but let me do some of this. Let's close with something a little more positive. Let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all some things that happen because a lot of people ask questions, right? And I was gonna do the Haitian thing tonight, but it's too late. I'll probably do it on Friday because once I open that bag, it's a big bag, right? It's a big deal. But a lot of people ask, why don't y'all own the things in your own community, right? Why don't, some of my other brothers and sisters from other nationalities, they say, why does the Black people don't own, the stores and stuff in their community, right? And see, they tell some of the racists to say, the Black Americans need to pick themselves up by the bootstraps. Y'all done heard that, right? And you heard Black people say, well, they took our boots, right? We don't have no straps, right? They ask, why don't we own anything in our own neighborhood, all right? I'm gonna give you some facts and I'm gonna show you. By 1990, Black America had built something so powerful that history will not tell you existed. 1990. I don't got to go back. Most people go back, right, guys? They'll go back to Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? Let's get some teaching, Hakyama. They'll go, and then I'm going to do the rest of the questions. We'll close out. They'll go back to Tulsa, Oklahoma. They'll go back to Greenwood. They'll go back to, right? We'll do that. But let's do modern. 1990. Black Americans built something so powerful that they erased from history. The Black Americans built billion-dollar companies. They don't tell you this. So when I get the people that are ask me, they'll say, why don't Black Americans own any businesses in their neighborhood? Why don't they, why do the Asians, why do the Hispanics, and they really don't understand, but I'm about to show you why. Let's go, I can show you better than I can tell you. Let's do this, let's close with some teaching. Thank you, Father. I ain't want to go into more dark stuff. Let's close with some light, let's close with some real teaching. Watch this, guys. This stuff, y'all, they don't teach people, we don't, even Blacks don't even know our own history. That's why the Most High got us to teach the truth. Even though we exposing all this darkness, the Most High always say, teach my children. Watch this. Share screen. To my other nations of people, please pay attention to this. It's very important because they lied to you too. The Bible says, your ancestors say, my people have inherited lies. All right? Let me make this. Watch this. Right? Let me make this. There we go. That's good right there. All right? So, you see this image? This is why they say, they ask the question. Right? And that's what we're here for. Because if we don't have these discussions, then people won't understand the cultures of one another. So there's systemic things that put certain people groups into a situation. And if you don't have nobody to explain it, it will look like a conundrum to you, right? You're like, but why don't y'all own anything? The Asians come over here and they open up a business. The Hispanics come over here, right? And they're like, what are y'all? Like, I'm starting to believe that y'all are really lazy and stuff, right? Like, so it looks like that, right? But by 1990, the Black Americans built billion-dollar companies, banks, radio empires, manufacturing plants, grocery store chains, They built an entire ecosystem of wealth from nothing. Now, the reason why, I'm going to show you, the Black Americans, this is way after Jim Crow. The reason why the Black Americans started to build all of these empires is because back then, some of the so-called white-owned companies refused to serve Black customers. There was segregation in Jim Crow. So when they refused to serve Black customers, the Black generations built their own businesses. Okay, so when they stopped serving us, we built our own. Now, up in the 1990s, over the course of 10 years, I'm doing a modern take, and I'm going to show you with images. Over the course of 10 years, almost all of these billion-dollar companies had disappeared. Not because the so-called Blacks were bad at their businesses. The ones who I'm going to point out and show you are some of the sharpest entrepreneurs that America has ever produced. All of the businesses disappeared because systemically there was a move to infiltrate and destroy the businesses. This, for even my immigrant brothers and sisters, those who say, well, the Hispanics, they come over and they open, these are the things they don't teach you. All right. Now, these systemic decisions to destroy Black industries happened all the way back from 1865, from when they freed us. And I forgot the white brother name who fought for us to get the 40 acres and the mule. I did a lesson on him. R.I.P. to that white brother. He was a righteous man. They beat him that white Southerner beat him in the courthouse, beat him half to death with a pipe. Oh my goodness, beat him almost to death. And he still fought for the freedom, the rights of the freely enslaved the freely enslaved Blacks. I forgot his name. I did a lesson on him all the way to his death. And he was the one that did the 40 acres and the mule, and they never gave it to us. He actually had it. I forgot his name now. He actually instituted it and they took it. So some of it went out to the so-called Black ancestors after being freed from slavery. And then they took it and gave it to the slave owners, the money for the 40 acres and the mule. That was a white brother who did that. Most people don't know that. Okay? Now, let me explain this. They tell us to pick ourselves up by the bootstraps, right? But I'm going to show you how they plotted, executed, and destroyed from the beginning to the present day. Okay? Every single one that I'm about to show you, one by one, the company was consumed and destroyed. All right? It was systemic. Now, for us that grew up, us elders, y'all remember we had hair care products. Okay? We, coming out of Jim Crow, the so-called Blacks in America, we didn't have, we had woolly hair, like lamb's wool. Right? That's biblical. The Bible speaks of the lamb's wool. They said the Messiah had hair like lamb's wool, right? So coming out of slavery and Jim Crow, they had no products for our hair. They hated us, the serpent seed. Shout out to the righteous white brothers and sisters during that time who fought for our freedom. You see? Like Thaddeus Stevens, John Brown, and the Quakers, and the ones who helped in the Underground Railroad, hid us in their houses. Yeah, shout out to the righteous white brothers and sisters. But they would never they had nothing for our hair, nothing for us. They had nothing for us. They wouldn't even serve us. So we made products for ourselves. This reminds me of when Martin Luther King, with all this, no disrespect, this integration, he walked his people into a burning house. I know on one instance, integration sounded good, but what it did was it removed our businesses. You understand? That integration. Because when other nations actually segregate themselves, listen, my so-called white brothers and sisters, they segregate themselves as well. They have what you call white neighborhoods. And guess what? They don't let no Chinese come and open up no doggone store in their neighborhood. They don't let no Hispanic open no bodega in no white neighborhood. They do not let nobody do they or do they not? And is anything wrong with that? No. They keep their business and their money within themselves so it can circulate within themselves. So if an Asian has a community and they have all Asians, they don't let no black people open up no doggone barbershop in the Asian community. Every nation is supposed to circulate their dollars amongst their own. You keep your culture, right? Now, you ain't supposed to close the gates, but you can't have only the black community, and it's systemic, where they allow every nation to come into America and they push them to do business in our neighborhood and don't give us the resources to open the business. So in the black neighborhood, you got Habib and them opening up the gyro and the fried chicken. You got the Italian open up the pizza parlor. You got the Asian open up the hair spot. You got the Islam people open up the 7-Elevens. You got, so everything is opened by another nation. Liquor stores, everything. Only in the black community. And so some people will look at it and be like, well, y'all just lazy. No, guys. It's been systemic, but it's so hidden under your eyes, and most people don't see it. So let's go back, guys. Let's go back a little bit. When I grew up, we had hair care products, right? And now, remember, guys, we had all type of Afro sheen, and we had hair products. But now when you fast forward, those same hair products now cause cancer, hair loss. You see? The moisturizing products now dry out our hair. See? As soon as you put it on. Okay? The edge gel, the mousse, the extensions, everything, right, is toxic. But it wasn't like that before. I'm bringing y'all somewhere. I'm going to show y'all some images. All right? Now, these chemicals, these things have poisons in there to destroy it. But we actually had our own companies first. Okay, so I advise everybody, make your own natural products. Don't get that stuff, but let's go somewhere. Time ago, there was a company called, all right, they made a statement. There was a company called Revlon. Everyone heard of Revlon. In 1986, a Revlon executive made a statement, a public statement out in the public. And he stated that black-owned hair care companies would disappear. And he stated that they would be sold off one by one, all of them, to white companies. I'm telling you historical facts. This is 1986, a Revlon executive. He made a statement. Now, some people would think, well, he can make a statement. I need you to understand the forked tongue, that when they say that this is going to happen, it doesn't mean this is going to happen naturally. This means that they are going to do something to make this come to pass. Everybody, we used to have some products. It's funny. We had a company, and it was called, out of Chicago, Illinois. Shout out to Chicago. You know, I'm doing Chicago first because everybody will say, what about Chicago? What about Chicago? What about Chicago, right? All the killing. Well, let's talk about Chicago. They had a company in Chicago called Soft Sheen Products. Okay? Soft Sheen Products. Let me show you some images. Let me do this correctly. Where's my images? Right? Let me close that so I can see my images. Close that. Let's see. There you go. Here you go. So you see this image? Soft Sheen Products. This is Chicago. Chicago, Illinois. Right? Now these are Black-owned businesses taking care of our own hair, minding our own business, doing our own thing. All right? This is the history they really don't want you to know. All right? And so when people come about and be like, why y'all don't own nothing in your neighborhood? I'm about to tell you why. So Edward and Betty Ann Gardner, they started Soft Sheen Products out of their own basement. Right? These two. There you go. This is your Black American when you say, why we don't own anything. They started Soft Sheen Products out of their own basement on the south side of Chicago in 1964. By the time the company got to its peak, Soft Sheen grew into an institution with many of products that we have heard. Black people, have you ever heard of Dark and Lovely? I did. I used to see it. Have you ever heard of Less Jam? Remember the Less Jam? Putting the jam? Remember? Oh, I got one for y'all. Remember the Carefree Curl? Hold on. That's them. Hold on, this one. Come on, guys. Y'all take a ride with me. Let's go. Let's get some history. Come on, Hakiyama. Let's close out with some truth. Remember the Carefree Curl? Remember the movie Soul Glow? Soul Glow. Ain't nothing but Ultra Perm. Soul Glow coming to America. Okay? The Carefree Curl. Dark and Lovely. Remember this one? Oh, not that one. Hold on. I'll come back to that. Remember Wave Nouveau? With the stocking cap. All right? They was in every Black beauty supply store all through America. This Black company. This company employed over 400 people, and it pulled in over $80 million a year in sales. And it made Soft Sheen Products the largest Black-owned beauty products company in America by the late 90s. All right, now remember, 1986, a Revlon executive, he stated that Black-owned hair companies would disappear. Right? Hold on. Do I got him? I'll do him later. Is that him? All right, let's go back. Now, Soft Sheen. The industry that ignored Black people's hair. They had nothing for us. They didn't want to have nothing for us. They didn't want to give us nothing. They wouldn't even sell anything for us or make anything for us. They looked and they figured out that these people are making over 100 million a year. Now we talking, that's like almost $1 billion a year in today's money. Okay? And so what did they do? Like they always do. When they realized that the so-called Blacks are successful, all right, they start to prey on them. So who came? This is the first people company that approached Betty Ann and Edward Gardner, Soft Sheen, L'Oreal. the L'Oreal Group. See, I'm trying to break down why we don't own our stuff anymore, because we did. So L'Oreal came a slithering up, okay? And they opened what I'm gonna call a portal, because that's what it is, into the Black or ethnic hair care market. A portal. Now, when they come with these serpents, they come, how can I say, unoffensively, right? But they're not coming to be a partner. They're coming to acquire you. That's why the elder white man, when I worked at the hospital, he told me in corporate America, CYA, cover your ASS. He said they serpents, and all they do is eat one another. But in so-called Black people, guys, that ain't our nature. So we can get duped. Yeah. Now the so-called Blacks are starting, this is where you get your delineation. The so-called Blacks now are starting to say, we need to get our own, because everybody else has their own. You see? And they have their own, and they have their own land. They spend their own money with their own businesses, and nobody says anything. But we got to spend money at this Asian, at this Muslim, at this white people's restaurant, at this, but we can't have our own. So L'Oreal started to prey on them. All right, now if I could have met Edward and Betty Ann, I would have said, get these serpents away from you. They don't want to become a conglomerate with you or something. They want to acquire. They come to destroy you. So how they write it, this is how history gets written. If you look it up in the historical books, it'll say L'Oreal bought Soft Sheen in 1998. Bought them out. But what did the Revlon dude say? Come on. What did the Revlon executive say in 1986? He said, all Black-owned hair companies will disappear, and they will be sold off one by one to white companies. This wasn't a thing where some people think, well, they shouldn't have sold. Let me explain. It's the same systemic things that go on behind the scenes. They'll poison the water. They'll go to the landlord and court, right? It's things, it's not fair fighting or fair business practices. It is serpents coming to consume what you have. But the history will write it that L'Oreal bought Soft Sheen. And then 2 years later, they bought Carson Inc. And they merged the two into what we have today called Soft Sheen Carson. So now, Dark and Lovely, all the Black products are not owned by, see, Soft Sheen Carson. See? Now remember, I'm going to keep telling y'all, remember what the Revlon dude said in 1986. So they merged the two. Now they have three of the most beloved, most recognized Black hair care brands in American history. Soft Sheen, Johnson Products. They ended up owned by the same exact handful of companies at the same exact time frame within a few years. This is not a coincidence. This is an industry being systematically exploited and bought out from underneath the people who created it, dismantled piece by piece, brand by brand, until there was nothing left that was actually Black owned on the shelf. Let me explain. Proline was another one. The three largest Black hair care brands, Soft Sheen, Johnson Products, Proline. Proline out of Dallas, Texas. This is the one that was very clear of the destruction of Proline. Proline companies. This company by Comer Cottrell, he started Proline in 1970. He had $600, he had a typewriter, and he started selling his hair care products door to door in 1970. 10 years later, he invented the first curly kit. This was the at-home version of the Jerry curl. Boy, that Jerry curl. California know about the Jerry curl. Boy, tell me about Jerry curl was crazy work, right? He made the at-home version because you used to have to go to the salon to get the Jerry curl, right? He made the at-home version of the Jerry curl, all right? Now, he created from $600. When within a year of him creating his curly kit, from his $600, Proline made $10 million in sale off the curly kit alone. And he built Proline into one of the largest Black-owned countries in America, with international distribution across Africa, the Caribbean, and Asia. Proline, guys. Y'all remember this box? Hold on, let me get to this one. Yeah, yo, the elders. Y'all remember these boxes? With the Proline, with the wave curly kit. Boy, this reminds me of the R&B music. I'll be showing them when they right? When they dancing. Oh my, I never had no curly kid. I always had cornrows. I'm glad I never got a curly kid or none of that. But half America did, Black America, from $600. He created this and he had a $10 million company. Okay? Just for me. All right? This man. Now, they, as that Revlon executive said, that they would consume all Black companies, all hair care companies. Historians track the industry and they describe Proline as becoming acquired target of the major cosmetic conglomerates through the 1980s into the 90s. Not a partner, but targeted. So what they did is these serpents spent over 10 years trying to take his business. And it will be written through history that he sold the business. And some people will come and say, well, he shouldn't have sold, but you don't know what goes on behind the scenes. You don't know the harassment, the threats, the destruction, but it'll look like, oh, he just sold the company. So in March of 2000, they quote unquote bought Proline. By the time they bought Proline, it was the third largest Black-owned hair care manufacturer left standing in the whole country. So that's let you know how few was left. The so-called Black American would never be able to build an industry or business and just be left alone. They would never leave us alone. Now, they write that it was sold. Then you have a company called Johnson Products Company. And back in Chicago, it's very interesting because everybody talking about, what about Chicago? What about Chicago? We back at Chicago. All of us in the 70s, in the 80s, and I think maybe into the early 90s, we all heard of what? Afro Sheen. Oh my goodness. Afro Sheen. Soul Train. Afro Sheen. And what was the other one? Ultra Sheen. And the Gentle Treatment products. Oh man, come on. Hold on, let me get there. Just for Me. PCJ. Right? These were Black hair care products that we would use on our hair. There you go. Afro Sheen. Y'all remember that? Johnson's Afro Sheen. Everybody knew about Afro Sheen. George E. Johnson. Come on. See, Johnson Products, founded by George E. Johnson in 1954. In 1971, by 1971, Johnson Products became the first African-American owned company that got listed on the stock exchange. This was a company, now this is Chicago. Everybody, you know what they're talking about? What about Chicago? Why are they killing each other in Chicago? Let's find out why. What was done to them to put the other generation who would have learned to become other entrepreneurs and business owners? What was done systemically? By 1971, Johnson Products became the first the first Black American, the first Black American company. Sorry, we're getting away from all that. You know why you know why the Black people are getting away from the African, to the African brothers and sisters. I don't mean no offense. Let me explain why. Because you don't tell the Australian to call himself African Australian. You don't tell the Jamaican to call himself African Jamaican. You don't tell the Brazilian to call himself African Brazilian. You don't tell the white Scandinavian to call himself African Scandinavian, because mankind came from the Afra region, the Mesopotamic region. You understand? And it wasn't even called Africa back then. So why only people they got the smoke for is the so-called Black Americans say we got to call ourselves African American when nobody else called themselves African something. A Nigerian calls himself Nigerian. Or he might say Bantu or Yoruba, right? Right? But the Black American, no, that's why we divesting away from this. We didn't bring that anyway. Jesse Jackson bought that crap. You understand? No. Why nobody else got to say, no German got to say I'm African German? Because we the only ones that came from that region. Mankind came from that region itself. This is why the so-called blacks in this time, now some of them are really rude with it. I'll give you that. Because some of them are tired of all the cosplaying and all the disrespect that's going on. You heard? A lot of it going on, right? A lot of disrespect to saying we don't have nothing, we didn't create nothing, we don't have no culture and all that. And what I'm showing you, the first black millionaires of modern times and all of this stuff. So that's why I ain't doing no African American stuff. No, until everybody start putting African in front of their name, we good. I'm good. Sorry. No disrespect. You understand? You can be South African. You can be Congolese. You can be from Liberian. You can be Ghanaian, right? You can be Grenadian. You can be Dominican. You can be Haitian. But we got to be African American. No, we are American. You heard? And if you want to put some with it, then call us black. You know why? Because we black and we proud. We coined that phrase. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. That's why these trolls come in to my, you black people, you black. That's why you just hate black. We ain't did nothing to nobody. If anything, we harm each other like every nation do that harm each other. But we don't bother nobody. We good folk. We don't bother nobody. Why everybody hate us? Yeah, we coined the phrase because nobody wanted to be black. Not one body that ever came over here ever said they was black. No, me not black, me Jamaican. No, me not black, me Haitian. No, me not black with this. No, me not black, me Nigerian. No, we're not black, me from Cambodia. No, we're not black, we're not black, we this Dominican. I'm not black, I'm Haitian. I'm not black, everybody. But now all of a sudden, when it comes to, you see, when you fast forward now, well, we black. No, you are what you are. That phrase, and they say, how can y'all take the phrase? Well, we own it. You know why? Because we the ones who fought blood, sweat, and tears all over the world. When we go somewhere, listen clearly, when we go to another country, they say they black. That's a black, American black. When someone else goes, they'll say a Kenyans is coming over here. The Haitians are coming over here. The Nigerians are coming over here. What do you think happened when the black American come over here? You know what they say? The blacks are coming over here. Oh, yeah. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Yeah. We stood 10 toes down. Don't come try to take now unless you're going to come in respect. You come in respect and we can receive you. But right now, some of them, they delineated because they're trying to get their self together. Like other nations get their self together. You got little Korea. You got little Italy, little China, little Haiti, little Jamaica. You got little, wherever they go. You got little Mogadishu. You got little everything. Little Germany, little Japanville, everywhere you go. But black people, we can't, nah. They're delineating from it. Now, some of them could be rough around the edges, but you understand, you're going to have outliers and you're going to have, as they start to finally try to stand together on something. Because if you don't stand for something, you're going to continue to fall. All right? I'm not saying everybody's righteous. I'm just trying to give the other nations of people a little understanding of what's going on in the world today and why is the blacks, why is this one going at this one? And I was going to do the Haitian thing. I'm going to come back to it. All right? Friday, I'm going to do it. It's going to be powerful. All right? So anyway, I'm going to close with this, right? To give some others understanding, because they're like, well, why don't y'all own anything? And why don't y'all? Oh, no, we own a lot of stuff. We did a lot of good things, but we always got preyed on and hunted down and destroyed for the things that we do. Okay? So we understand that all black people ain't the same. there was three people that came from Noah that populated the earth after the great deluge, the flood. It was Ham, Shem, and Japheth. You understand? So you're going to come from one of these lineages. And the so-called Black America come from Shem. They're Shemitic. That's why they don't look like Ham, Hamitic. Now you got some Shemitic in Africa, right? Because we spread out. But that's the part people don't understand. Okay? So we are not, everybody wants, when it comes to so-called Black America, they want to always go back to ancient times. Well, where'd y'all come from? Well, where everybody came from. Everybody came from Adam and Eve. So then everybody on the planet is African, German, African, whatever, unless you came from the serpent seed. You see? Then you're not, then you're Nephilic. You understand? Whether you came from the Horite Mountains, whether you came from whatever these, from ancient Kemet, whatever fallen angel seeds you came from, ancient Sumerians, right? But if you are mankind, if you came from the soil, then you came from Adam and Eve, and you came from a certain region where mankind, where the Most High placed us and made us from the dust of the earth, and then we all spread out, and that's before the flood. Then after the flood, you got the three sons, so there was a whole redo over. Now you still had the Nephilim seed still out there, right? And then it spread. So no, we're not all the same people. So you can't get upset because we won't allow you to take our culture and our identity while saying we don't got a culture identity, while you wearing and mocking and mimicking our culture identity. It's just wicked. And then not understanding what we have. So, then they make statements like, yeah, we come over here and we did this and we did it and we did this. It's like, yes, because of this. Because of George Johnson and I'm doing a more recent, I'm doing this on purpose because I can go back and somebody can say, well, that was all the way in the 1920s and the 1930s. Oh no, this is the 1990s. I was here. We was wearing these products, Afro Sheen, Afro Pick, Ultra Scene, and Curly Kits, and all that stuff, and Dax, and Wave Nouveau, and Let's Jam, and stuff. These are Black companies. And nobody owns it no more? Yeah. Systemic. So I just wanted to get a little bit of that understanding for them to understand, okay, so that's why, because, they're like, listen, bro, don't be Black now. Be Black, be your nation, and then just be righteous, be accepting, and we can receive you in the diaspora. Because some of us that came over on the slave ships in America, some of us, there's a diaspora. And those slave ships from the West Coast, right? Those are actually a biblical lineage of people, and they were spread to the Caribbean. They were spread to the North and South America. You understand? And Europe, all right? So technically, that would be lineage. But the ones who were spread to those lands, they had a different outcome than those who came over to what will become these Americas. I'm talking about the slave ships. I ain't talking about the indigenous ones who was already here. Some of them are the tribe of Dan. Some of them are some of the other indigenous ones that came over, okay? Way before. Those are the ones Columbus saw when he get here. I have two grandparents that are indigenous to here. But then I got my grandfathers and stuff who came over on slave ships. You can't remove the slave ships because it's prophecy with that. But those people in the Caribbeans and stuff, those are actual descendants. But what happened was when they got to those places, those places became their nationality and their culture. So they had a land. You understand? When the Ashantis got taken to Jamaica and stuff, right? And then when they started a culture, Haiti and stuff, right? Dominican and stuff, right? Over in Brazil, South Salvador and stuff, right? Salvador Bahia and stuff, right? Loíza and Puerto Rico and stuff. And then the Mexico, right? So they had a land. So it was different captivity, different slavery, but they had a namesake land. So they wouldn't be stripped the same way that the ones who got to America would be stripped. It's a different, now that Caribbean captivity was really bad in those sugar canes. just like ours, but they actually end up having an identity of a land in Turks and Caicos, in Bahamas, in Grenada, and in Haiti, in Jamaica, and right. But the so-called Black American, everything would be stripped. It wouldn't be a land. It would be it's a whole different dynamic. So we had to fight. They made us build this, but we couldn't even claim it. They made us build this land, but we couldn't even be American when it was our land that we built. And then the original ones that was already here, they are the indigenous. And then you had the native Mongoloid ones who came later and mixed with the indigenous ones. Columbus saw the Black indigenous who was here, right? So there's so many different cultural dynamics that when the so-called Black American started to, and we had to fight for everything that we created, and everything still would be taken and stolen. That's why I'm telling the story now, all the way up to the 1990s. So what people would say is they would say something like, y'all in victimhood. No, because it never stopped. You want to know why? We don't own bodegas in our neighborhood, hair care stores in our neighborhood, grocery stores in our neighborhood, construction. You want to know why we don't own it? Because they systemically destroy it every time we did. And it wasn't just Rosewood and Greenwood and Tulsa, Oklahoma and Ocoee, Florida and Seneca Village all the way back in the early 1930s and hundreds. That happened? No, it happened all the way up to the 2000s and now. That's why I'm showing you this. That's why I'm trying to bring you understanding of what's happening. Something is happening in the world. It's happening. And so the serpent seed is trying to make us destroy each other. It wants us to hate one another. It wants to have the so-called Black against the so-called Caribbean, against the so-called African, the so-called white against the so-called Black, and the Black against the white, and the Black against the Chinese, and the Chinese against this, and this against that. It wants to divide and conquer us all because it has an agenda. I showed you when it said only the rich will be able to travel, and we would have goggles in our house. We would be enslaved, some of us. Well, all of us are being enslaved, but only some of us would have the point of virtual reality to be able to travel. They got an agenda. It's to enslave us all. That's why I'm trying to wake people up. Okay? So there is lineages, all right? So I'm going to do another lesson where I'm going to start really breaking down. I'm going to go into detail, right? I'm going to break down, even for the so-called Black American, to start to understand the difference between those who came over on slave ships, where they came from, how they got to these West Coast ports. You can't forget Spain and Portugal. You can't forget Queen Isabella. You can't forget the Dutch trader coming. You can't forget them coming to get the tribe of Judah. You can't forget Negro land and Ouida. You can't forget the ancient maps. You can't forget they knew who they was coming to get, who they was putting into the slave ships. So most people don't know who they were. So that's why they come over, and the people thinking we confused because some of them are Hebrews, and some of them say they Moors, and some of them say they Native Americans, and some of them say we're not confused. It's the spirit. Some of us are Moors because the Moors and the Hebrews went into Spain and Portugal. The Moors really sold the Hebrews out or whatever. Some of us are Hebrews. Some of us are indigenous. Okay, indigenous lineage to the Americas. Some of us are, what's the other ones that they do? They say Nation of Islam, NOI. These are cultural things that we, the so-called Black American, their spirit led them to receive these cultures. It's a spiritual thing. The spirit guides you. The spirit will tell you what you align with. So if my spirit aligns me and tells me I descend from the tribe of Ya'ada, Judah, and my ancestors come from the Luengo coast, from the slave ship and the tribe, right? That's my calling. But another Black person who grew up in my projects, his lineage might call him to say he ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet. You see what I mean? He ancient, that's more Hamitic. He could be. Do you understand? Because ancient Kemet came over here too. You understand? Back then. Somebody else can be like, I lead more to the Moorish right? Like my brother granddaddy Ayub, R.I.P. His name is Ayub Cave. Ayub, that's Job in Habariyah. But his parents are Moors. He's Moorish, right? So the thing they don't understand, but then they want to say we don't know who we are. The devil's a lie. The Bible says it will be written in our inward parts, our spirit, the things that we used to teach and preach and say. Our ancestors sung Kumbaya, my Lord, come by here. Everybody's saying hallelujah and don't even know that's Habariyah, that's Hebrew. How they speak in Hebrew, how they write in Hebrew on the church pews in Georgia, and then the convertite come, and they was like, this is Indian language, and they said, and the rabbi came and said, no, that's actually ancient Hebrew. It's actually pictograph. Turn it upside down. Y'all reading it upside down. And they said, how are these slaves writing Hebrew? Nobody taught them this. See, these are the receipts. But people today want to think the Black American is confused. We're not confused. We're finding ourselves. And people are getting in the way. People are getting in the way. They don't understand. The Bible says, my people in the land of the captivity, my people shall remember themselves. And it's just not just the Hebrews. We got to remember ourselves because there's a biblical purpose. But all nations will remember themselves. And in the Bible, it says it comes a time where everybody will go back. Every nation will go back to their land. Oh, the prophecies is coming. Y'all better understand. So, no, most of us, so let me explain, because he said, are we all related? No, because there's so many different variances, because there was a bunch of different captivities. You had the sub-Saharan slave trade. You had the Arab slave trade. You had the transatlantic slave trade. You had the slave trade from Europe, where Oliver Cromwell and them, that's the Jacobites, King James and them. When we ruled Europe, they call it the Dark Ages. You understand? All of that, Scotland, Ireland, all of it, right? This biblical history, we got it on our channel, all the ancient books. Now you had those come over. Then you had some African, what's the name in them came over here too. What's his name? The rich African. I'm not sure if he's Shemitic African or Hamitic African. What's his name? The richest man, like Mansa Musa and them. His young brother and them, they had a lineage that made it over to what we call the Americas back then. Then you had the tribe of Dan from the Israelite lineage through Jacob, through Abraham's lineage. They came over. You understand? So you had different lineages that came over at different times. You get what I'm saying? Then you had the transatlantic slave trade. They brought a lot of the tribe of Judah. They came from Negro land. They knew who they was. That's where the word Negroid come from. See, people are so caught up, guys. I was going to teach this on another channel. People are caught up in these words, Caucasoid and Negro. You don't know where they come from. These people made this up and made it a classification of people. Caucasoids is the Caucasus Mountains. Oh, white people don't come from those mountains. Y'all foolies. Those actual Caucasoids is the Khazars. You understand? People don't even know really where this come from. And the Negroid, that come from Negro. That come from Yaya Negro. That was a whole powerful lineage in Spain and Portugal. And he was a Hebrew, Yaya Negro. All right, that's where the Negroid, that's where the Negro, they didn't call it that. You understand? So most people don't understand. Now they're trying to make it, they made it like a classification of a racist system. Everybody ain't Negroid. You don't even know where that comes from. You understand? Just like they calling it Africa, and they calling it Liberia, and they calling it Ghana. These are English enslaver colonized words that they name these places. That wasn't the original name of the places. So again, the same way that they're trying to take and say the Black American don't know who they are and we don't got a language and we don't, it's like, yeah, we do. We start our own cultures. We start our own dialects. And the crazy part, I'm gonna go into some good detail. Y'all don't even know what English is. It was one time that I thought we all had their names. I thought that we had their names when we actually don't. They took our names in Europe. You understand? From the Stuarts and the Scots. They started naming themselves after us. That's why they wear the big white wigs, the big Afro wigs and the big things when they're in court and everything. This was during the Dark Ages. So most people that come over, they think we got their names. Like, you know what I mean? but I did that on a lesson with the ancient books. When you go to the books from the 1400s, 1300s, it'll blow your mind. Do you understand? So we are, we're a diverse people. So the Bible calls it, nations of people. All right, listen, it's just like this. Africa is a continent full of thousands of countries, right? And then you got a bunch of different lineages, right? So the Bantu ain't the same as the Yoruba, right? The Yoruba ain't the same as the Fulani, right? The Fulani and this one and that one and that one, they all got different cultures, different languages, different, right? They are different nationalities. Now, they might all have melanated, but everybody is different, just like the white people. They ain't all the same. The Germans and the Italians and the Scandinavians and the this ones, and right? Everybody's different, but they try to lump so-called black people all in one. That is a device of the serpent. It is on purpose to cause confusion. We are not all the same. Do you understand? So it's okay that you can be who your lineage is. You understand? But you can't disrespect mine and try to make me yours. Wrong. And especially doing this slave trade, because guess what? Ham sold Shem into slavery to Japheth. You understand? To Japheth and the fallen angel. All right? It's a mixture, because all white people ain't the fallen angel. All black people ain't the fallen angel. Hamites that run Africa, that's the descendant from Ham. That's Cush, that's Ethiopia in them. Okay. That's Nimrod in them. That's Cain, the Canaanites. That's South Africa. That's right. So now you got some Shem that was there because we mixed in. So Ham sold Shem, and they say, y'all people, no, they wasn't our people who was selling us. That's why they was able to find us, and we stood out different. We still stand out different, right? So they're trying to take the culture and say that they created R&B. They created hip hop. They created this, doing this now. And it's crazy because it's like, okay, y'all created R&B. So why can't I go to nowhere in Africa and hear an R&B song? If R&B came from us being African, and it was started in some African country, and the Black American just remembered in our DNA because y'all did it, then why ain't nobody else did it since? Why I can't go to Africa and give me an African Michael Jackson? Show me an African Mahalia Jackson, gospel singer. Show me an African Ray Charles. Can anybody, no disrespect to Africa. This is the part that this young generation is confusing themselves. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, the so-called blacks are starting to delineate and starting to claim their culture and not let nobody come and steal, because we've been robbed and stolen from forever. We are tired. That's it. We're tired. That's why Karmelo said, don't touch me. We're tired of being touched. We're tired of being beaten. We're tired of being lied on. We're tired of being mistreated. We're tired of being stolen from. We're just tired, bro. We just want to be left alone and be the creators, the artists, the artisans, the inventors, be the business. We want to be what we always was. That's what and the serpent know this, that this has to come out through the prophecy. So they're going to play each other and keep the racial divide going on. But my job is to teach you, and even to teach the so-called blacks, so the younger ones can understand what's really happening inside of their spirit. What is this movement that's happening? What is happening? This is happening because it's biblical prophetic. Because everybody, the Bible says all nations will go back to where they was from. Somebody need to find that in the scripture. How can y'all find me that scripture, please? Where it says, I know I'm paraphrasing, that time in the end times, all nations will go back to where. That's what's happening. So they want to get mad at the Black American for this and this and this. It's like, I'm sorry, we ain't got nothing to do with it. We've been fighting the serpent seed for hundreds of years. They still destroying and ripping us. We sorry that they messing with some of y'all that got to go back to where you from and stuff. Shout out to my brothers and sisters, that the immigrants that are righteous in our ministry and everything. I love y'all. Be careful out there. Be careful, because I love y'all. I don't want y'all. They're my brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? But you got some that they're being possessed by spirits. We're tired of the mistreatment of all. So this thing of people thinking it's confused, I'm going to do a deeper dive on this. I'm going to go in. You understand? Because I know and I understand where the different spirits of the so-called Black American that, some like my brother Bilal over on Facebook, his spirit led him to NOI, Nation of Islam. That means he could probably descend from Ishmael in the spirit. You see? But we don't know. So some of the blacks in New York, they in the conscious community, they be like ancient Kemet with the Ark and stuff, right? But some other black is like, you not an ancient Kemet, you an Israelite. You can't tell them that. The spirit will tell people, the spirit will lead you. If your spirit is leading you to say that you follow the Arab culture or something, you can probably descend from Aram. Aram, everybody, is one of Shem's sons. Arphaxad, the son of Shem, is where the Hebrews come from. Aram is where the Arameans come from. Asher is where the Assyrians come from, the Arabs. You get what I'm saying? And later, Ishmael mixed his seed from Jacob with the Arab, with Asher. So we come from Shem. So when you don't understand Ham's sons, right? Caphtorim, right? Cush, right? And that's Ethiopia, what they call Aksumite, or later the Abyssinians, right? So once you understand the genealogy of Japheth and his descendants, right? And Shem and his descendants, and Ham and his descendants, and when they left after Mount Ararat, when the ark landed, and where they mixed off at, you see, Elam, the Elamites, you see? So that's why once you understand the actual culture and lineage, then you can understand why some people's spirit will pull them to this lineage, and you thinking we all supposed to be the same. We're not. The spirit will discern who the spirit will call you. It will call you home, guys. It calls you back. You see? That's what's happening. So the so-called blacks, people think, well, y'all don't know who y'all. Yes, we do. So everybody whose spirit is calling them, that's probably where their lineage descend from in the spirit. We don't battle against flesh and blood. We battle against principalities and spirits in high places. They just don't know spiritual warfare. You understand? The spirit calls you home. That's how I know who I am. Okay? So anyway, so ain't no confusion. You understand? And we're willing to receive everybody, but we need to get ourselves together too. Here first. Because everybody always come and they take and then they disrespect, and we left with shambles. You understand? And it's at a time where the so-called black is saying, all right, we need to get on code and get together. We need to understand that we can't make you one with us when you got your own. You go back, you got a land to go back to. You got, like you said, you got a language, you got a culture, you got all this. So then why are you trying to make us say that we are you? And then you say, everything we got come from you, when that's a lie from the lake of fire. Ain't nothing we got come from you. Because if it did, let me see you do it. Why ain't nobody there ever did it? You see the part? That's the crazy thing. All right. So they're trying to now take R&B and stuff. Right? It's crazy work. All right. So then why can't I go back in history and find ever an African in any history singing nothing that's anywhere near R&B? Okay? We even rock on a different beat. We do the downbeat. Ding, 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 ding. That's why James Brown changed the beat. Change the beat. Ding, ding, ding. We on the off beat. We do the right. So the musicians, they were like, what is this beat? We can't even, right? So they play on a different rhythm. You understand everything. We mimic the culture coming from the sounds of our environment. You heard? New York got the loud concrete, strong sound, banging, the boom bap banging. You know what I mean? You got places that sound like the freight trains. Wee, right? You got California sound like the rhythm of the instruments. That's where you get the Soul Orchestra and stuff. Like, it's different cultures, bro. We made down in the Gullah Geechee. We made down in New Orleans. We made up in New York. We made in the Georgias. We made in the Carolinas. There's things, boy, you can't take us. We made the blues. You heard? Why I can't go there and hear no blues? Why I can't go to Africa and hear somebody talking about then, 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 then. I was sitting on the African bank, bam, 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 at 12 o'clock in the morning, bam, 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 bam. My dog left me, he just done died, bam, 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 bam. I sat down the river of Nile and I cried, bam, 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 bam. You ain't gonna hear that. What you gonna hear? No disrespect. That's the culture. That's the rhythm of their culture, their beat and everything. We didn't come from that. Because if we did, we would still be doing it. If our music came from yours, then I could go there and hear a Muddy Waters somewhere on the banks of the Nile River. Show me where the Muddy Waters, come on, bro. American culture. And the world is using the culture, but they're trying to steal it. And we're tired. We're tired of being stolen from. We're tired of being stolen from. That's why I got George Johnson on the screen from Chicago. And they talking about, look at Chicago. Well, look at Chicago. He became the first African-American owned company listed on the stock exchange. That Revlon executive, he said, we're gonna own every Black cosmetic ethnic hair care company in 10 years. He said in the next 10 years, every Black owned business will disappear. And they'll all be sold. This is a quote, a direct quote. They will all be sold to white companies. He wasn't making an observation. This was a plan. This was an infiltration destruction plan being spoken 7 years before it actually completed. By 1993, what he said, that Revlon executive, everything came to pass exactly as he stated. Johnson Products was acquired by the IVAX Corporation. See that, man? This is what we used to see in the 70s. Afro sheen, ultra sheen, all Black, everything. Now y'all wonder when you going to now to get your stuff, you going to where? Asian shop. You see? Buying their products from what? A white who owns the company now. But people don't understand. This is what you don't understand. That it was the systemic destruction of the Black economy. So this company, Aura Cosmetics, became IVAX. And they bought Dark and Lovely. Systemic destruction. But they would come in and say, we can help you. See, the so-called Black American, we have a real merciful heart. Now, some of them are being a lot cold now. It just is what it is. You have outliers. But as a general, that's why the Most High chose a nation of people from their heart, their forgiveness. We have a strong, forgiving heart, very strong to suffer persecution and long suffering and easy to forgive. And that could be a detriment. It's a blessing. But when you don't have the wisdom of the serpents that are preying on you, and they come in like they're going to help you, but they really are coming to destroy, steal, kill, and destroy. So they came in, and Johnson & Johnson got bought out by IVAX Corporation. And right after it got bought out, it made a huge noise in the Black community. And Jesse Jackson, R.I.P. to Messy Jesse. Jesse Jackson, he called for a boycott because he saw, like the others, they're destroying all of our black industry. Now they got Johnson Company, Afro Sheen. So he called for a boycott of IVACs. And Jesse Jackson said that if they are allowed to own this company, that it will leave wreckage in the black community through lost jobs and through the inspiration of young black kids wanting to inspire to be like our elders, to be like, what's his name, George Johnson Sr. And they boycotted, but it didn't matter because they'll make it seem like this is a lie they'll teach y'all, that, oh yeah, he just sold the company for $200 million. There was no need to sell the company. The company was doing good. It would be making $400 million, $800 million. It would be, passed down to the generations. Everybody, don't fall for that banana in the tailpipe. They didn't buy nothing. They infiltrated, and whatever they did through the back door, I'm talking about threatening to unalive your family members, destroying your, see? It's called a forced acquisition, forced takeover, forced sale. You understand? Especially for those who don't know, who are not used to this type of thing, who just minding their own business, who think you can just leave, I'm not messing with nobody, they won't mess with me. So it didn't work. Jesse Jackson had something called Operation Push, and they boycotted the AVACs, but they weren't able to stop it. So Johnson Brand, that was Chicago's own, is now part of the L'Oreal portfolio, a French multinational conglomerate. So after it, Joan Johnson, Brother George's widow, she tried to stay involved with the business. So this is how they do these acquisitions. They'll act like, oh yeah, we're just partnering up with all these threats. And then they would unalive too, and unalive people and unalive to make you sell, right? It's just mafia stuff, just serpent gangster crap with a suit and tie on, but they try to say that the blacks are thugs. You see? So Joan Johnson, Brother George from Chicago's widow, she stayed involved with the Johnson Company until she died in 2019 at the age of 89. She lived to see her husband's empire get passed through all these corporate hands until it landed totally outside of any black ownership at all.
Excuse me?
As the Revlon dude said. Go ahead, Hakiyama.
We have 2 questions related to this topic when you're ready for them.
Go ahead, you can say it now.
Okay, the first one is from Miss Hartsfield. Miss Hartsfield, she says, how can we get these products back into our community? ?
You probably really can't because it's owned. But what we do, the so-called Black American, we are ingenious. We make new, right? Listen, they got hip hop. Listen, guys, they got jazz, they got R&B, they got rock and roll, they got country, they get everything we, right? What we can do is awaken to the devices of these serpents, make new products. And from the lessons that I'm doing, and if others get on code and start teaching the history and the truth, then when your company come on, you can see the real protection comes within our righteousness. What most people don't understand, that the Black American, we had curses over us biblically. So these things were written in the Bible, that you would start a business and another would profit off of your labor. You would plant a garden and never eat from the grapes of the trees. You would build a house like we build the White House and won't live within it. It's biblical prophecy. That's why people don't know. And it was because of a curse that had to be lifted, but it's lifted. It had to be fulfilled. It's fulfilled now. So now, because there's 400-year prophecy curses, and America celebrated it. Yeah, go in the Library of Congress and look. They said the 400, that was the 2020. They said the 400 years of this and this, and because spiritually, now people, you got people that get jelly belly. Well, the 400 years, shut up. The serpent seed tell you themselves. They put it all in the Library of Congress. Y'all better listen to the serpent when he tell you. He telling you, he knows, because they got to tell the truth. They know who they came and got. They know who they got enslaved. You understand? J. Edgar Hoover said a Messiah come from this generation. The little Hitler dude with the little mustache, he said they got the Most High's jewels. They got the people from the book, the Bible. Ajibal Gamal, the president of Egypt, he said they left here black and came back white. Come on, these people, history knows who the people are. So there was a curse to fulfill. So these things, it happened in Europe, the Jacobites, King James and them. So that prophecy had to fulfill, and it fulfilled. It's over. So now what we got to do, the so-called blacks, we have to repent. We have to get righteous. Righteousness is what brings us back into the covering. The curses are already fulfilled. It's lifted. But if you don't repent, if you don't become righteous, then the curses are going to pursue you forever. They are perpetual, the Bible says. There was a lifting, a prophetic time frame, but it was also a perpetual covenant, a perpetual thing, that unless they come back into my name, when they remember themselves and circumcise themselves and lower themselves and humble themselves and come back into righteousness, then I will heal them. I will heal their land. I will see the Most High. So, but the world system, they know who he is, but they make us not know who we are. You understand? And a lot of the people who going through that suffering, that's because it's you. When I do the thing on the Haitians, y'all gonna be head blown emoji. It's some crazy stuff going on them Haitians. I'm like, boy, people don't know these curses, right? Now, is the Haitian a Black American? No, because the slave ship dropped them off over there. They did some thing and conquered the French and everything. They have their culture. But do we genetically come from the same, some of the same lineage from the Spain and Portugal, from the tribes? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. But there's a splinting off. Do you understand? There's 12 tribes. They didn't always get along. I'm talking about children of Jacob, if you believe. If you don't believe you come from those in America, then you probably come from the Moorish kingdom. Moors are Hamites. Some of the Moors were Shemitic, right? That mixed with Ham, right? Then that means you think you descend from Ham, right? So you can trace your lineage back to one of the children of Ham, Shem, or Japheth. You understand? It's really simple once you understand real cultural lineage and true history. It all ties back. And how will you find out? Your spirit will tell you. There will be no books. There will be books that will leave breadcrumbs. The Bible is full of breadcrumbs, and all history books tell. They write it all down. That's why in this lesson, on this channel, if you go to the video section of our channel, and even some of the live stream, we break down all the ancient books. We've been doing this for years and years. Y'all just ain't find us because we've been shadow banned. You understand? Welcome to the channel. We've been here teaching this for years and years and years. Okay? And they was only letting us get 400 and 500 people, and the people used to be so upset. Oh, thousands of people should be seeing this. I'm like, what can we do? They will not let us. They won't let the children see the truth. So anyway, now boy, this took on a different spirit. Well, praise the Most High. We closing with some understanding. Hakama, what was the question again? And then
the same one was Can we get these products back into our community?
There we go. Thank you. No, we gotta let it go. They already got it. We can make more. And then we gotta, in our righteousness, we gotta come back to morality and righteousness. Okay? Even if you don't understand that, well, I don't know, I don't descend from no Abraham's lineage, or I don't descend or whatever, still be righteous for righteous sake. Because you don't want to be wrong. Because if you do, if spiritually you do descend from Abraham's descendant, from Jacob, then there's prophetic things you have to fulfill. And if you don't, you're going to be cursed. The Bible says we get them to curse themselves. So those people who stole the identity, they know who they stole the identity of. They know who they keep cursed. So they keep us in sin. They keep us in poverty. They keep us while we can't own businesses in our neighborhoods. They keep us cursed to keep us in transgression so that they can keep prospering. And their king, the Messiah, comes back when we become righteous. Okay? And if you so-called black and you don't in your spirit think you descend from the Bible, from the people of the book, the lineage where the Messiah come from, hair like lamb's wool, feet like burnished brass as if it was burned in the furnace, you understand? Shemitic, the Shem descendants, okay? Then you might descend from Ham. And it's okay. Try to get through, try to be righteous of Ham. You don't want to follow Canaan. You don't want to follow Nimrod. You don't want to, right? Ham got a lot of wicked descendants over there, right? And a lot of them are Canaanitish. You understand? That's why they do a lot of voodoo and they do all these things, right? And that's why even, the Haitians and stuff do voodoo, because when we went to the west coast of Africa, they started serving the serpent god over there. We did that on our lesson, on our Bible study over there in Negro land, the tribe of Waida, the Ashanti, the Shan tribe. When they came and got us, they was worshiping the serpent god. And we did the lesson, show the ancient books, and you see nothing but black people with the black king, but they look like us. They got hoop earrings, cornrows. You know what I mean? They look like us. That's the crazy thing. So we always been different people. We never been the same people. The Bible got nations of people. He called Abraham out of all the other nations. And he said, every nation on earth will be blessed by your lineage. There's plenty nations of people. Nah, we ain't all the same. Shout out to the black Americans who's starting to wake up to try to find out who they are. Wake up, black Americans, please. And repent. Get righteous. Get righteous. And I understand the delineation. So what was that scripture? Yeah, turn back to God. Come on, Miss Hartfeld. What was that scripture, Hakiyama, where he said the other nations will go back to their lands? You got it?
Yes, there's 3 of them.
Could you read just the part where he said the nations will go back to their land? I know I'm paraphrasing, so somebody can see it, because they only be knowing this stuff is in the Bible, and this is what's happening right now. They're getting sent back to their nations. Yeah, they is. And they're going to keep happening. Not just blacks, all. That's why you'll see. Go ahead, Akim.
All right, I'm putting one of them on screen now.
It's
Jeremiah 50:16. It says, cut off the sword from Babylon, him that handleth the sickle, and in the time of the harvest, for fear of the oppressors, of the oppressing sword, they shall turn every one to his own people and shall flee.
They shall turn everyone to his own people. That ain't the one I'm looking for, but it's another one. Where they will go back.
Jeremiah 51:9. Hold on, let me just make this big. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her, and let us go, everyone, into his own country, for her judgment reaches onto heaven and is lifted up even to the skies.
Come on, that's it. Everybody, Babylon is the mother whore. Understand, this America is called the daughter of Babylon. Well, these are the daughters, the kingdoms that America runs and owns. You understand? So when it's talking about Mother Babylon, it's the actual Babylonians, you understand? And that's the Amorites. That's Ham's descendants over there. in the area they call the Middle East. Do you understand? This people don't understand the scriptures. So when it's telling us, it's saying Babylon has come out of her. That's out of religion. That's out of sin. That's out of transgression. That's out of sorcery, fallen angel worship, all of that, right? It says, read that one more time, Hakiyama.
Okay, here it is. Jeremiah 51:9. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her, and let us go, everyone, into his own country.
So it says we would have healed Babylon, meaning trying to get Babylon to become righteous. That's like trying to get the serpent to stop being a serpent, stop biting you. But he would not be healed. So, what did it say again? Say it one more time. Read it again. Shout out to Mike X.
We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her, and let us go, everyone, into his own country.
So forsake her. Come out of her, my people. You cannot be in her, the Roman Catholic Church, and all of these sorcery, fallen angel religions that took you away from your creator and brought you into religion and making you curse yourself with lies and deceit. A leopard can't change the spots. So he says, come out of her, my people. Listen, and everyone go back to your nation. That means come back and understand who you descend from, because every nation has a descent and everything has a prophecy. So if you don't understand that I descend from one of the Gentile nations, listen clearly, and if I descend from one of the Gentile nations, then there is a prophecy over me, okay, that I have to do something. Or if I descend, everybody, from one of the from one of the from the Shemitic, from the Hebrew nations, then there is also something that I have to do, something that I have to fulfill. But if I don't know these things, then I don't know, I can't remove the curses. I can't fulfill my purpose. So when it says go back, everyone, to their nation, to understand my culture, you know why? Because I need to understand where my ancestors transgressed so I can repent for their transgressions. What did my ancestors do in this earth so that I can repent and I can rebuke them? But some people want to do ancestral worship, right? They want to go back and calling on Oshun and Ogun and Dagon and all these fallen angels. You understand? So if you descend from one of those, then you need to repent for their worship. You understand? So this is why the Bible is so important when it says that we need to go back to our nations. We need to understand who we are so we can get it. Because Isaiah 49:6 says, and he said, it is a light thing that thou shalt be my servant. Here we go. He's talking about Abraham. The Most High is talking about Abraham and descendants, Jacob's descendants, Shem's descendants. Abraham was not Shem. Well, Shem's descendants too, but it's a lot of descendants. But Abraham's descendants through Jacob. He says, and he said, it is a light thing. The Most High said, it ain't a big, it's a small thing to a giant. This is what you're supposed to do. That you should be my servant, us, children of Abraham, of Jacob, to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the preserved of Israel, the children of Yasharel. Listen, restore, wake up, preserve. I will also give you to be a light unto the Gentiles, that you may be my salvation unto the end of the earth. So that right there is a prophecy. He talked about Jacob. That's the Jacobites. That's the Yasharel, the sons. He talked about Yasharel. He talked about the northern and the southern kingdom. And he said, I give you to be a light to the Gentiles. He said, through Abraham's lineage, all nations will be blessed. So the Gentiles need to know who they are so that they can cleave as the children of the Most High. The people of the book lower themselves. I ain't talking about these clown Israelites, devil worshipers of Star, Rimfram, and Moloch. They ain't nothing but Esau and the devil. All right? Don't follow none of that rejected so-called natural branch if their spirit is telling you that you descend from Abraham's descendants. If you descend from Jacob's descendants, I should say, Yaakov. Listen clearly. Listen clearly. I will give thee. The Most High said, I am giving you to the earth to be a light to the Gentiles, so that the Gentiles can see how to repent and come back to righteousness. That thou may be my salvation unto the end of the earth. So that meant you got a work to do. So what these serpent seed who stolen the identity of the children of Jacob, the children of Yashael, these is not real people over there. They have made the children curse themselves because they don't know who they are. So they sitting up there, and then they let these Israelite Hebrew, these these black Hebrew Israelite devils, because that's what they is in these camps and stuff with that star and everything. Talking about white man gonna be the slave, and Esau is the white man, and this, and I hate and hate and hate, and everybody's gonna be a slave, and only me, and that's the devil. That's cursing yourself. So they let them blow up all over YouTube. They let them spew that stuff all over the streets, right? Walk around like a freaking hate group. You understand? That is unrighteous. The Most High said we are supposed to be given to a light unto the Gentile. And what are they telling you out there, those Israelites? Hate the Gentile. Esau gonna be the devil. Esau gonna be this. I hate the Gentile. Hate. He told me I hate the black. He said he hate the Africans. I hate this one. They just full of hate. That's the devil. They show you who they are. All skin folk ain't kin folk. The Bible says all Yasharal ain't Yasharal. All Israel ain't Israel either. In the book of Romans, that's telling you just because some all skin folk ain't kin folk. Miss me with those Israelite devils out there. The devil's a lie. You understand? That's how the Bible get us to curse ourselves. The ones who really are the remnant of the Most High, they are called to be a light, to lead in righteousness the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, the Gentile that will cleave to the house to get to salvation. That thou mayest be my salvation unto the end of the earth. Do you get it? But they get us to curse ourselves, to stay in the curses. Even though the 400-year prophetic curse is lifted, we still curse if we stay in unrighteousness. If you descend from Jacob's descendants. But if you don't know that, then you are destroyed for lack of knowledge. There's a grace over you, but you're going to be getting a lot of transgression and they know it. So those people who stole our identity, they want to keep us intoxicated, keep us worshiping mammon and money, keep us worshiping the bad, keep us smashing and sin and transgression, keep us because what's J. Edgar Hoover said, a Messiah will come through this generation, a Messiah. That's why they burned the Black American. They hung us from trees like they hung our Messiah, hung from a tree. Curses he who hung from a tree. That's why they burn the cross in our yards. They don't do it to nobody else. And they said, we do that just like we did your Messiah. They know who we are. Yeah, the meek shall inherit the earth. We are called to lower ourselves. The Most High chose us through Abraham's lineage. He said every nation will be blessed with us. It ain't to puff us up. He was raised and the earth will be lowered in the kingdom. We are to be lowered so we can serve the other nations, so we can bring them back to righteousness. Because the Most High said, you, my children, shall be my salvation unto the end of the earth. And the Messiah's name was Yah is salvation. His title was Messiah, deliverer to salvation to the Father, the Most High. That's his name. But they changed his name and said, hey, Zeus, Zeus from the Hellenes, and Zeus from the Romans, and then Jesus from the English. And understand, that's a whole nother being. You can't change the name. You change the function and the character. You change the purpose. Everything had a purpose. But then people get in their jelly belly. Oh, Hebrews. Oh, y'all Hebrews. Oh, devil's a lie. Go ahead and stay in your jelly belly stuff. Stay in your ignorance. Praise the Most High for those who know who they are. The Bible says every nation will start to go back to their nation. Awaken, children. You need to know who you was. If I was another nation, I would want to know. And that's why those is not real people took their identity, because they know that biblically all the nations, once they find out who the people of the book is, they know that they need to cleave to that people to get to salvation. Isaiah 49. Nobody cleaving to those small hat people over here who stole our identity. They said they're going to consume us all. Those are the ones who saying we ain't going to own none. Those are the ones who doing all this stuff. Them and the other serpent seed who succumbed to them. That part. They the ones causing all this mess. You just don't know it. Let me I'm working today. Let me get back to, let me finish this Black History.
Do you want the other question?
Yeah, just give it to me now. Then I'm gonna finish this Black History so we can close out.
Okay, this is from Barbara. She asks, do we even have a Black-owned company for hair products today?
I don't
This
think
is so concerning.
Very. I think they took it all. And guess what? Even more than that, Barbara. Her name was Barbara, right, Hakyama?
Yes.
Blessings, Sister Barbara. Guess what? I'm about to get to it. After they took over everybody, our companies, they put poison in the products. Listen clearly. So after these Revlon, these what was it called, Invencu, and all these companies took our black hair care products, then they put poisons in the perms, poisons in the thing. So now we use the products and it ain't black owned. They make it, and every time you put it on the person's head, it's seeping into our brains and toxins, killing us. Come on. Thank you, Nafisa. Thank you for the donation, daughter of Yah. I humbly receive. So this was part, everybody, this was part of when that Revlon dude said we will own all the black companies. Let me explain what they did. When they did it, it's everything that they do is a way to poison the people of the book, to keep us out of our full righteous election, because we invent things, we build things, we are industrious. If you leave us alone, we turn everything into righteousness. But people think we are just wicked, and why y'all so ignorant, and why y'all so toxic? We ain't never been toxic. Now, a remnant of us, like everybody, we had a remnant of us that the Bible calls stiff-necked, stubborn, hard-headed, and rebellious. Yeah, Bible. And those are the ones who start to go against the Most High. So yes, like every nation, you got your righteous and then you got your outliers, your unrighteous. Okay? So we have to, and that's what I'm talking. Who said that? Yes, Jen, I receive. Praise the Most High. Absolutely. Miss Hartsfield too. Miss Hartsfield, yep, I receive. The Messiah. It's okay that you call him Jesus, sister. It's all right. That's just where you at. It's totally fine. The name of Jesus has power because the Most High understands that you don't really know his real name, but he knows who you calling on because everything is spirit. He knows you love that Hebrew Messiah. That's your ancestor. Facts. And he said we are to be one with him, right? And we are to live and breathe and have his being, and greater works than these we shall do. So the Most High know that's that grace and favor. So you call on that name. Yeah, you do, sister. You come, but don't just call on it. Be one with it. Do what our Messiah did. Live as our Messiah lived. Become one with it. Become the Messiah. Lead others to righteousness, to the Most High, to the Messiah. That's what we called to do. Praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. I used to be a little hard edge where I used to be like, no, you can't call this and you can't call, but the Most High said, you got to meet my children where they at. Everybody's on different platform, you got to meet them where they at. You heard? Yeah, call that name, come in the name, call by the name. You heard? Live the name, be the name. You heard? Thoughts. Right. So, I think I answered that question, right, Hakyama? Yeah, if I remember. Let me,
Yes.
Okay, and then we can get back. Now, the company Johnson, remember, Revlon said, we're going to own all your companies. So in 2000, Proline was the last one that they bought out. Soft Sheen went in the same year. 3 different black-owned millionaire, billionaire companies, one prediction that landed exactly on schedule by that L'Oreal, Revlon, Devil. That was just the hair care industry. Shout out to Darlene. Now, everybody, for the youngsters, you might have to Google this, but my elders, y'all remember the commercial when it said, "No pork sausages, Mom, please"? Y'all see this? Pork. Now we know sausage is swine, so we repent. You know, our ancestors. We gonna do what we do. We come out of her, right? Y'all remember? No pork sausages, Mom, please. Pork Sausage Company, Baltimore, Maryland. Everybody, what I'm doing, I'm pointing out that when they say Chicago, well, Chicago killing everybody, I just showed you 2 multi-million-dollar companies in Chicago that would have been passed down through generations hiring, right? Who more would have been inspired to open up companies if we would be left alone? Now we're going to the hoodie hood, Baltimore, Maryland. I'm doing it because it's the worst of the worst, right, Ghost Dog? This is supposed to be the worst of the worst. Baltimore, Maryland, out of all places. Henry G. Parks. Let's see if I got his picture. I tried to grab all their pictures. There you go. More pork sausages, Mom, please. Right? Pork sausages. All right? So, Henry G. Parks founded this company in Baltimore in 1951. It was the first Black-owned corporation ever listed on the stock exchange in 1969. By 1990, Park Sausage was pulling in more than $28 million a year. And guess what they did? They pulled eminent domain. The serpent seed of the city of Baltimore decided that they wanted to take Park Sausage's land from them and build a baseball stadium. Park Sausage's longtime headquarters from the 60s. They forced this Black company out of their land, their building, and forced them to relocate. But with the redlining practices, now this company was successful since the 60s. And this is the 90s. Now, this company, these are the moves that these serpents would do to destroy Black industry. I'm telling you some of the newer ones because, you know, I'm going to be doing the other older ones. I got some stuff to bring y'all and teach y'all through these. Everybody keep coming back. Now, they forced Park Sausage Company out of their location to relocate. They were forced to spend almost $20 million and put it into the new plant that they had to buy, relocate, build, and outfit just to keep existing. For over 40 years, this company made millions of dollars and was debt negative. No debt. Now, because of the forced relocation, they went into debt. And guys, when they would do these things, remember the things that they show you they're doing, look, always multiply it times 10 to the worst. So if they showing you that they relocated and took the location, and they undermining different things at the same time to destroy the company, to take the brand. So for 40 years, he was successful operating in his one building in Baltimore, Maryland. And after having to sink almost $21 million into a new plant, they couldn't. Debt and disruption destroyed the company. The chairman, Raymond Haysbert, he watched the company that he helped build, he watched it bleed immediately after they took over to build this baseball stadium. The sales of Park sausages dropped from 28 million in 1990 down to 20 million by 1995. And then two of their biggest accounts that they would serve was Pizza Hut and Domino's Pizza, that they would use Park sausage to put the sausages on the pizza. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, the two of their biggest accounts quietly signed with another company to supply them. Everybody, this is how they destroy Black American businesses. Because we're not that wicked to be undercutting. We like mind our own business and doing our thing and not understanding that the serpent goes behind us and undercut. Haysbert told the reporters that watching the company who've been successful for over 40 years get destroyed was gut-wrenching. A city government made a systemic decision where they were going to build this stadium. And it just so happened to land at the address of the largest Black-owned manufacturing company in all of Baltimore. There were many other plots of land that they could have used in Baltimore, but they chose this one. By the beginning of the the late 1990s, Park sausages were sold out of bankruptcy for $1.7 million. Today, right now, Camden Yards stands in Baltimore on the exact ground where our ancestors owned a multi-million billion-dollar company. Most of the Baltimore Orioles fans have no idea what used to be. When they go to watch the Baltimore Orioles game, they have no idea that it's on Black American business-owned land that was stolen from underneath them. This 40-year-old company survived 2 world wars. But like that Revlon man said, they was coming for all of our companies. Park sausages. Y'all remember this, elders? Remember this in the refrigerator? More Park sausages, Mom, please. And look at Baltimore now. Look at Chicago now. This should help for others to understand. So for even the other nations to say like, wow, even my white brothers and sisters, like, man, I get it now. Y'all never had a chance. It wasn't just Tulsa, Oklahoma and all that. It never stopped. So that's why we don't own nothing in our neighborhoods. Then we go to Jackie Robinson. R.I.P. Jackie Robinson. The most famous baseball player, one of the most famous. Now we going to New York City. a few years after Jackie Robinson retired from baseball, he believed that Harlem and New York City, they needed a bank because the white banks wouldn't give us loans and grants to open up businesses and stuff, right? And he's like, Harlem needs its own black bank that wouldn't steer the money from black depositors away from the black neighborhoods. So all the downtown white banks would take the money and take it out of the black neighborhoods. So he opened Freedom National Bank. Come on, guy. Y'all learn history. Freedom National Bank. Yeah, guys, we ain't just own banks in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We ain't just own Freedom National, Harlem, New York City. It wasn't just a bank. It was freedom, self-reliance. For 20 years, it served as the financial heartbeat of Harlem, New York City. All of the black churches banked here. This is what the other cultures need to know about our history. All of the nonprofits in the black community banked here. The civic groups put their money in our black bank. They put their money specifically because it was black owned. Not just because the interest rates were the best, but because it was a solidarity. It meant Freedom National Bank, guys. I remember seeing this. I grew up seeing this in Harlem. Established since 1964. Come on, guys. Y'all want to know? Come on, everybody, the nation. You want to know why we don't own bodegas, why we don't own the grocery stores? Or we owned more than that. But they destroy it every time. Then, by 1990s, they'll say Freedom National Bank collapsed. So, this is how they write history. They'll say, because of the recession, Freedom National Bank collapsed. No, it didn't. Around the same time that Freedom National Bank, when the recession hit in the 1990s, all the other banks in New York City, all the white-owned banks, even the ones in worse financial shape than Freedom National Bank, they all failed because of the recession. But guess what the government did? The government made every white-owned bank in New York City, we made all the depositors whole. It did not matter how much money was in the account. The government replenished all the white banks. It didn't matter if it was $1 billion. They said, and they put this in the newspapers, that the banks were too big to be allowed to fail. But Freedom National, they said, it ain't too big to fail. It's too black to succeed. So the depositors who had accounts that were above the FDIC insurance limit, which included many of the Harlem churches, all the black nonprofit community organizations that had banked with Freedom National out of solidarity, loyalty, the blacks were paid 50 cents on every dollar above the limit. But all the white banks, they made them whole. So all of the blacks who banked with Freedom National lost half of their income and their wealth. See, these are the systemic things that they would do to undermine and destroy. But on the outside, it would look like, well, they just wasn't good business people. No, they did it in real estate. Same recession, same decline, same everything, but we got left out. Now, in 1985, there were over 60 black-owned banks across the whole United States. By the end of the 1990s, there was only 20. See, they don't tell you that we owned our own banks. See, this is systemic. That's 2/3 of an entire banking sector gone in basically 15 years. When you understand that a black-owned bank represented wealth, it represented opportunity, it represented investment, you understand, in the community. It wasn't just like a check cashing place. It was the institution in the black community that decided whether a black family got approved for a mortgage, because the white institutions would decline us. Whether a black entrepreneur with a business idea would be able to go get a small business loan to open up his barbershop, his shop, because they would deny us. Whether a neighborhood would be able to be reinvested in and built up, houses bought. These black banks existed because for generations, the mainstream white banks-owned banks in America would not give black people credit to build their black neighborhoods. It didn't matter of the income of the black person or his credit history. Once you were black, it was no, full stop, don't pass go. So what did the black Americans do? We built our own banks. What we do? Like the sister asked the question, she asks us, can we get the hair care companies back? No. You know what we can do? Build our own. But we got to get righteous because they just going to come and take it again. You see, we need the covering of the Most High to supernaturally cover us, because these serpents, they're going to come and destroy it again. Unless you're going to serve wickedness. If you want to destroy the community, they'll let you prosper. Oh yeah, they'll give you that. If you want to say, if you want to make a hair care product called Pop That Coochie, I'm talking facts. You want to make a hair care product company called Slap My Mama, Pop That Coochie, Make It Rain, Chase the Bag. Oh yeah, they'll give you a loan for that. As long as they can put some poison, they'll partner with you, put some poison in your hair care product, you know what I mean? So you can poison the little girls. Yeah, give them a perm and, poison them. See? So we got to be careful. Our righteousness, right? We got to get righteous. Otherwise, they're going to keep destroying it. So this true history is so needed, because when we don't understand these things, like I didn't know a lot of this history. I'm thinking, we owned all that stuff back then, but I didn't know we was owning this all in the 90s and the 2000s. So our ancestors, because they wouldn't give us loans coming out of Jim Crow and all that. So what we do? We built our own banks. You heard? We built our own. And the same thing they did every time is they came to destroy what we build, infiltrate, right? So the banks existed for for tens, right? It didn't exist long. They didn't give us long to really prosper. Tens of years, right? Not even 100 years. They always destroy it. So, Black communities, we built our own banks to do the jobs that no one else would do, to rebuild our communities. William Michael Cunningham, an economist who studies Black banking, he says banking regulators maintain a policy of keeping Black banks small and keeping new Black entrants in the banking industry out. Keeping them at small scale without assets. So Black banks would be very limited in the amount that they can lend to their community. So no lending means no significant economic development in the neighborhoods. Okay? This is systemic destruction, systemic racism, economic destruction. That's an actual banking economist naming an actual regulatory policy. He put it on the record. Keep them small, make it an actual regulation policy, and make sure it's all of them. And what the regulators did at the same time is they would cap how large our banking institutions could ever grow. So the support programs that would be historically help sustain the Black banks and loan the funds and give the development grants and give the technical assistance from the government, they stripped it away from the Black owners. This is systemic, guys. So people, they'll just say, well, y'all must have wasn't good at business. You know, they do all that, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Don't understand that they cutting the boots. They cutting the straps. Every time we pull ourselves from the strap, they cut the strap. We fall, we pull ourselves, we go make another strap, and we get up and they cut the strap again. You understand? So people look like, well, we came over. That's when you hear the people. We came over and we opened a bodega. My father came over and for $5, sorry, guys, you know these stories. No disrespect. You know, everybody got these stories. It is what it is. Well, congratulations. You understand? Congratulations. Your father, ancestors came over here on the Mayflower. You know what I mean? They came over to Ellis Island, right? And they had $5 to their name. And they went out there and they worked hard and they opened a business. And now you got a corporation and a company and you just need to pull your, yeah. You're right. I'm sure that must have felt very beautiful. I wish we were left alone, because we would have been the ones that would probably be giving you the loans to get your business off the ground. You see, it's really a rough thing. That's why the so-called Black Americans, we have a lot of trauma. That's why a lot of them are lashing out. It's a lot of trauma. And people think it's gone. They ain't never went nowhere. They still destroying us. That's why I said we would have been more generous with it. That's why I said we would have been the one giving you the loans to come up. But everybody come up and they say, my grandfather came over with $5 and he did this and he had a GI Bill and he did this. And it's like, yeah, well, that congratulations. Must be good. Must be nice. What's that song? Must be nice. Who sing that song? That's on my playlist, I think. Must be nice. Who that song? Who sing that? Must be nice. I can't think of the hook. All right? Shout out to Mariah Yah. All right? It must be nice. Okay? So they Life. Thank you. Life Jennings. That's good. There you go. Thank you, guys. Must be nice. It must be nice. Okay? But my reality, right? I'm the people of the book. I understand there's things coming against me. There's a serpent who's venomous after me. You understand? He gonna destroy everything we make. Yeah, it must be nice that it's all rosy for you and you pulled yourself up by the bootstraps and all that type of stuff. When they ain't they took our boots and gave you the straps. Come on, bro. But they don't see that, right? Why we could come into your neighborhood and take, I don't know. I don't. And the funny thing is most people don't know. Shout out to Thugnificent. That's why we got to teach. That's why I'm going so long. I didn't know I was going to go this long tonight. We almost finished. I got a couple more companies. Let's finish out, right? I don't even know how many people here. I don't even want to look. I'm going to just keep teaching this, right? So any of the programs from the government-funded agencies that gave to all the white banks, they cut it to the black banks. No loan funds, no development grants, no technical assistance from the federal agencies. They would strip it away so the banks wouldn't have the money to lend to the people in the neighborhood. So what would the people do? They can't go to the white banks because they won't give you the loans. So the people what? They go into poverty. They start to commit crimes. And then they push drugs. Remember, God, see, this is all the systemic things. Then they pushing crack and heroin back then, right? And this before the crack. So the people are stressed. They can't, so they start to steal, right? They start to rob from Peter to play Paul. They got to survive. They're going to survive. This is the rat experiment that they did. You see, guys? This the type of understanding we need to learn and know the true history. Yeah, I'm putting some stuff together. I got some stuff. You heard? I just don't be having the time. I was going to put a great slide together and have the visuals, but I got some more stuff. We're going to teach this truth. You heard? While we break down current topics and all that, and biblical stuff. I'm going in Friday on the serpent seed. Facts, going in. I was going to do it tonight, but it's all right. And I still got to get to the Haitian stuff, but it'll make sense, right? So they stripped all of the assistance, the support programs that the government funds the banking industry so that the neighborhoods could have funding, right? So mainstream banks, the white banks, they kept their support programs. But they would not lend to us, lending discrimination. So they pushed any black families or individuals who want to start a business, they pushed them toward what they call predatory lending. They pushed us to loan sharks, predatory lenders charging high punitive punishing interest rates. Not towards the community bank that was built like Freedom National specifically to serve them fairly. They destroyed our banking sector. So 60 banks in about 10, 15 years was reduced down to 20 in America. That's 40 banks. And every single one of those 40 banks that disappeared was what you would call a place where a black family could have walked in and gotten a yes on a mortgage, a yes on a business loan, a yes on a construction loan, a yes on their future, a yes on their loan for an invention. 40 doors closed. And none of us would even know that it was happening. This is a company called Fedco Foods in the Bronx, New York. J. Bruce Llewellyn. In 1969, this man mortgaged his own home. He sold everything he had to buy Fedco Foods Corporation. This was a chain. I remember seeing this Fedco in the Bronx. This is a grocery chain of 10 grocery stores throughout the Bronx. He worked all the stores, managed, grew it into the largest Black-owned retail chain in America. 29 stores, over 1,000 employees, over hundreds of millions of dollars a year in sales. Then there was a law on the books. It was a law back in 1936 called the Robertson-Patman Act. And the purpose of this law was to stop any giant retail chains from using their size and capital to extract secret discounts from the suppliers that the smaller independent chain stores could never get, like a Walmart doing. And for almost 100 years, the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, they enforced it. In the 1960s, the Federal Trade Commission was bringing almost 19 of these Robertson-Patman cases a year and enforcing it. Fedco existed in this environment. Then, unfortunately, for our brother's company, the enforcement of that law started to collapse. It went from 19 cases a year to none. Nobody repealed the law. It just stopped existing. Those who study this call it one of the largest, quietest contributors to the destruction of independent grocers in modern American history. Because once that law protection disappeared, giant grocery chains were free to squeeze the suppliers and undercut the smaller competitors with pricing that the government called illegal. So all of the independent stores got cut out. And being a Black-owned grocery chain in the Bronx with no banking institutions to absorb the cushion, Brother Bruce lost all of his companies. And the company who squashed them was the Dayton Hudson Corporation. It's the company that we all learn today as Target. Yeah, I know that's going to hit different. Target is what took our brothers' companies. He built over $100 million grocery empire, spent everything he had, and they repealed the protection. Let me do one more. That's him, Llewellyn. And that's my uncle. That's funny. I didn't know my uncle was in this. Yep, that's my family, guys. Julius Irvin, Dr. J, famous Dr. J. I'm going to tell that story on one of the big channels when I tell my life story. Oh, I got some stories about when I was a little boy at Doc House. Yeah, I got some stories. Shout out to my sister. She never went. She was too busy being bad. My dad used to come get me, going to Julia's house, the mansion. So when he was on the Philadelphia 76ers. Right? Even before that, when he was in the ABA, too. Yeah, I got some stories. I'm going to tell it on the big channels. When we get, if the Most High allow us to get rid of it. I've been saving a lot of stories. Good stories, bro. Good stories. But anyway, that's Llewellyn, Grocery Empire, Fedco Foods, America's largest minority-owned retail chain, all throughout the Bronx. They take our businesses, guys. I remember that sign too, Fedco. It's a New York thing. I remember that. For those elders in the Bronx, I know y'all remember Fedco. All right. Now, I need to close. But we almost finished. I got, Dad, I might have to save the rest. Because it's 5 o'clock. I'm going to save the rest. Let me do this last one. Now, let me do this last one. Our ancestors had black construction companies nationwide. Thousands of them. Yeah, black Americans. In the 90s. People don't know. They think we was only successful back in Tulsa and all that. No. We had thousands of black construction firms, banks, grocery stores. I got more. Thousands. And something happened. There was one Supreme Court decision in 1989 called the City of Richmond versus J.A. Croson Company. Right here. In the City of Richmond, J.A. Croson Company, 1989. Now, everybody, every last one of these cities that I'm showing you, that we had banks, we had industry, Baltimore, Chicago, Richmond, New York, the Bronx. Guys, do you think it's a coincidence that they all got ghettos now, right? That's all the place where everybody be like, what about the Bronx? What about Baltimore? What about, right? Where all the most crime is? You think that's a coincidence? Richmond, Virginia. The Croson Company. For years, all cities across America, they had run minority set-aside programs. They had policies that the government, the state, would reserve a percentage of the municipal construction contracts that will be held and given specifically for minority-owned businesses as a direct response to the decades of those same businesses, black businesses, being shut out of government work entirely. It was a way to repair the red line, the systemic exclusion. So before these programs existed, black-owned construction companies in most American cities would never get any city contracts. See? So this is what black Americans say, that playing field was never even. So a black American construction company, you would ever get, no matter what, you would get outbid, you wouldn't get the city contract. No matter how qualified your bids were, because the people who gave the contracts had no obligation to give it to the blacks. So the set-aside programs were the first programs that was set to give some type of governmental contracts to black-owned construction companies. The first of its kind. So a generation of Black-owned construction companies started to prosper. Give us a little equality. Just lay what's the name? Even the playing field, and we'll take it from there because we're industrious. But they're like, why don't y'all own anything? I'm showing you. So what happened? Construction company after construction company after construction company started to pop up. Okay? And they were being successful. Richmond, Virginia had a program. And the Supreme Court, because the blacks were becoming so successful in construction, they ruled the program unconstitutional. And they used the Equal Protection Clause. And they said on the theory that the city had proven specific enough evidence that it had real discrimination to justify the balance, to allow the blacks to be able to get some of the contracts too. So they pulled the program. And immediately, city after city, like a chain of dominoes, all started to pull the protection. Richmond's construction numbers dropped by nearly half within 1 year. The construction company, they lost all their contracts. You couldn't no longer get any government contracts. Philadelphia, they dropped by 97%. 1 year. But what happened in Tampa, Florida was the worst. In Tampa, Florida, the black-owned contracts did not just fall, they dropped 99%. That means out of every $100 in contracts that a black-owned business firms were winning, they were left with just $1 after the ruling. That is destruction. Then by March of 1991, just 2 years after this Crowson, which you see on the screen, after this Crowson decision, more than 200 similar programs had existed nationally, and 66 of them had already been challenged in court. 33 had been voluntarily shut down even before anyone sued them, just the effect of watching Richmond collapse. 65 more were sitting in limbo under reevaluation with city governments that didn't want to keep them running. So the black contractors in every major American city in 1988 that would finally get actual consistent government contract work after decades and decades of being locked out entirely, they would now be able to hire crews in the black neighborhood, buy equipment. They'd be able to take out loans. They would be able to take out loans against future contracts to further grow the construction business. It's just the construction company, the way the model works. Then you look at that same black contractor in 1991, and all the contracts vanish. No warning, nothing. Overnight. All the jobs gone. This caused thousands and thousands of black-owned businesses to lose access to work. The money, the employment, all of it, the trickle-down effect. Overnight. Destroyed. All right, I'm gonna stop there. I got more, but we'll be going for another hour. We went long tonight. Whew, too long. I'm here by myself. All right, still 163 on the live. I'm like, it's Monday. I'm sorry, guys. I had to learn to stop. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, guys, I'm gonna chop it up, and I'm gonna start making videos. Room said, one more. No, it's all right. I'll continue another time. I got more. And I got some stuff coming. And then I'm gonna have even better visuals for you. So, yep, this is why we have to work for them. Queen, absolutely. And that's the whole point, is to destroy us from being self-sufficient. And but people think, y'all just lazy. Why y'all don't own nothing? Why y'all don't this? Oh, no. We never stopped. Ever since 1856, once we got out of those slave chains, we never stopped owning businesses, owning land, building cities. You heard? Praise the Most High. Whew, still 159. Oh my goodness, I'm tired, Hakiyama. We are close. I wanted to do a question, but I'm kind of tired. Shout out to Rohan. He said, makes sense the systemic destruction of the children of Yasharal is the blueprint for today for the 1% own nothing and be happy. Facts. Come on, it started with not giving the 40 acres and a mule. Thank you, Queen. And this is the part where we have to teach. Shout out to the elders who want to teach the history, because if we don't know, history repeats itself. And we can buy into the narrative that the other nations think we just lazy and we this. They'll say, well, y'all didn't do nothing since the Civil War or since the Civil Rights or since then. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. They destroyed everything we ever did. Undermined. Destroyed it. And they still doing it today. I was a generation, we created hip hop. And they came and destroyed it. And started giving it to anybody who want to teach, who want to promote killing and murder and, misogyny and adultery and stuff. Anything. So we need to understand the history. Praise the Most High. Hakiyama, was it anything that need to be something that you might see was an important question that I might need to answer as we close? Thank you, Marawa. Yeah. Thank you, Zayana. Yeah, everybody about to feel it. You got that right, Marawa. Yeah. Everybody. That's why we got to be righteous, children of the Most High. There's still 157 of us. Come on, real laddie. We have to know the devices of the serpent, be righteous, and understand that the Most High, right? We rebuke all the sins of our ancestors. We, the righteous remnant, we know what's coming. We're coming. Salvation. You heard? Seek ye first the kingdom and his righteousness, and all will be added unto you. You heard? The name of the Most High is a strong tower. The righteous run into the name, called by the name, and we are what? Safe from all the devices of these serpents. It's our righteousness that's going to protect us. He's going to hide the children. Y'all keep on coming back, right? I don't care if they shadow ban, whatever. We got a little shadow ban tonight. It is what it is. We still got up to 300 people. That's good to me. Praise the Most High. It's 300 of the Most High souls. You understand? Praise the Most High. So y'all keep on coming back, because we're going to keep on bringing this truth to power. You heard? That's where we got to teach the children of the Most High so that we can understand the devices of the serpent. I want to keep saying you heard. I want to keep saying you heard. I got to train myself not to say that. Once I get in the spirit, I'll be like, you heard? Mariah, let that ghetto come out. You know what I mean? I listen to the other one. I'm like, okay, when I'm in the spirit, I got to try to not say you heard. That's that New York slang that came from Nolans. It came from down there, them Nolans boys. Shout out to Nafisa. Shout out to everybody. All right, Hakiyama, I guess we're closing. There's nothing you seen that need to be really important. Need to be
There's
answered.
one little question that
Go
might
ahead.
help someone. It's from Gabriel. He says, do you think they will affect the medicine, like not let you take your medicine for chronic care, regarding being locked in or hooked up to VRs and slaves?
Yeah, they're going to affect everything. The food, but the Most High will cover you, Brother Gabriel. The Most High will give you the herbs of the field. There's going to come a time where they're going to affect everything. I'm talking about they're going to say you can't go, you can't eat, you can't buy food. A bread will be a day's wage. They're going to say you can't travel. They're going to try to lock it, but we will be in a homestead growing our own off-grid. So the Most High is going to prepare his children. That's why we are called to assemble. We have to come together and praise the Most High that he's building he's allowing us to get a little through the shadow band where his children can find us all over the world. You know what I mean? More y'all can find us, that now you can find instruction. You can find like-minded spiritual children, Most High, that can teach you and lead you, right? And so it's going to come a time where we have to come together. And when it nears those times through my channel, through our ministry and stuff, we'll be we'll be explaining things and we'll be teaching you, and there's going to come a time where we're going to have to come together against the unrighteous. You understand? Because it's going to be chaos in the streets. And yes, they're going to be trying to starve people out and take the medicine. That's where we know the Most High will cover his children no matter what. The Most High can heal your ailment and stuff. Well, you don't even need no medicine from the serpents. Yeah, he will. Yeah, stack heirloom seeds and everything. Facts. Yep, state to state. That is coming. And that's coming with the what's the name ID. Yeah, that's the first. That's once they do the state to state, blocking state to state travel, that's when we know we at 11:59 and 59 seconds before the end collapse. That's when I'm gonna be start to ushering. By then we should be having a place, homestead, where we are building for the children of the Most High. And by then we'd be like, y'all need to start making y'all way this way, because once they stop the state to state travel, you're going to be locked in and it'll be too late. You won't make it. But the Most High always gives a warning, and he always gives an outlet to his children. He never leaves or forsakes none of his children. None of us will be left behind. That's why your righteousness and your faith and belief, you have to believe. Other than that, you done for. All you're going to have is the serpent, what he going to have to do to you, because they believe in their father, the devil. Yeah, they do. They have strong faith in wickedness, and they live it out. We have to have faith in our Father, righteousness, and live it out. Facts. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you, Hakyama, for hanging in there. This is a long one. I apologize. It was so long, but I was the father. We got to let y'all cook. I'm so tired. I did not know we was going to go this long, right? It's 5-something in the morning, 7.5. We did 7.5 again. Woo! Praise the Most High. May the Most High, who's that, said something about I'm pursuing in residency in Colombia. All right, shout out the room. All right? May the Most High cover and bless you all. Yasharallah, you still up? Praise the Most High. Shout out to Sister Beverly. All right? Destroyed everything about, and they try to destroy us too, right? So we got to understand, know the devices of these serpents, and we creators, bro. We keep making, no matter what they try to break, we create that part. And then they steal the creations, right? They steal the company, steal everything, all right? Praise the Most High, his holy name is rightful order. I love you all. We'll see you on the Shabbat, the Sabbath day, set Friday, 9:30 p.m. We live again. I should be on Thursday morning. That's early in the morning on the Righteous Perspective channel. I'm a panelist, but I'll record it and play it back for y'all on the video. I got to start making 40-minute videos for y'all too, right? Because I know these 7-hour, 8-hour live streams are long. So I'm going to start cutting up some of the content and putting it out on the video in a 40-minute time, 40-minute format. I know that'll help a lot of people. It'd be like 40 minutes and you get that good, get you a nice dose of the word of the Most High, a nice dose of righteousness, like a shot. Get you a shot of that raw word of Yah, that raw uplifting spirit. You go through your day, you know what I mean? Because everybody ain't got 7-8 hours to shout out to B. He said Thursday morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, yeah, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. Facts. Thank you, B. I didn't know you were still up. B, you need to go to bed. I didn't, unless you just woke back up. B, you better go to bed messing with me. You praise the Most. Yeah, got that good. Come on, get this good. Raw and cut with no chaser. We get the Most High is raw and cut. Come on, get that good. Praise the Most High. So I'm gonna start giving you 40 minutes of that good. You can stream it live on your channel here too. All right, that's what's up. Oh, wow, I didn't even think about that. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'll talk to you, B, so you can let me know how to make that happen. I don't even know how to make that happen. Facts, avoid those data centers. Praise the Most High. All right, B, I'm going to hit you up on the call before Thursday come. I'm going to try to do it tomorrow, see what time we can connect. All right, peace and blessings, everybody. From the Most High, what somebody said, somebody new just came, oh, that's Matt Yaha. We bought the clock in. I know that's right. Peace and blessings, everybody. We love you. From the house of the Most High to y'all worldwide. Peace and blessings. All 140 of y'all on the streams. All right. Thank you, Hakyama, again. Thank you for the ministry and the moderators. If anybody was new, I'm not sure how many new people we got. I think we had a couple. But praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. And I'll see y'all on a Friday on our live stream and Thursday on a Righteous Perspective live stream. Love you too, Real Lottie. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Go forth and be the light, guys. Go forth and be the light. All right? Facts. He said, what did he say? Jen said, you erase a people's history. That means you plan on erasing them too. And that's the point. Stealing identity and erasing you from history. That's why they want to erase history. And I'm about to bring all the history. I'm about to bring it raw and cut. Praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. All right, everybody, we love you, and we see you from the house of the Most High Ministries to all y'all worldwide. Peace and blessings, everybody. Peace and blessings. Thank you for the ministry, and thank you, moderators. I love you guys. Shalom. Peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna email me for the link.